We're good to go now. So good morning, everybody. I declare open this hearing of the Community Affairs Legislation Committee into the 2024-25 Supplementary Budget Estimates. Welcome. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are joining us today. The committee has fixed Thursday, the 19th of December 2024 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee would appreciate if senators could provide any written questions on notice to the Secretariat by Thursday, 14th of November 2024. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the Department of Health and Aged Care, whole of portfolio and corporate matters. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via video conference. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing the Set the Standard report, that as chair I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. And I also remind all in the room that this is a place of work and everyone in their place of work deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. That is my expectation of the room, and I'm sure that is shared by all in the room. I note that an officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I also remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute their microphones. I don't want to pick on the Health Department, but I also remind everyone to please put your nameplates in front of the microphone so that we can see your name and call you accordingly. Do we have live captions? I've got a note here about, I don't think we do have live captions. I think that yesterday, yeah.
No, we do have them today.
Oh, we do have them today?
The Secretary.
Great, okay, sorry. So live captions have been enabled for the entire duration of today's hearings. The feed will be displayed on selected video conferencing monitors at the witness bench, the back of the room and in the waiting room. We ask witnesses to please inform the Secretariat if at any time during the hearing you're experiencing any issues, and they will endeavour to troubleshoot them as quickly as possible. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Katie Gallagher, Minister for Finance, Minister for Women and Minister for the Public Service, representing the Minister for Health and Aged Care. Minister, do you have an opening statement?
I don't, thank you, Chair.
Great. I also welcome the Secretary of the Department of Health and Aged Care, Mr Blair Comley, PSM. Mr Comley, do you have an opening statement?
I just have a brief one, Chair.
Please proceed.
I'd just like to follow on from your opening comments about conduct of the committee. For us, all government officials are bound by the Australian Public Service Values and Code of Conduct and must behave honestly and integrity and provide factual information about the operation and administration of their agency. I ask all of my staff who attend here to uphold the principle of estimates and to come prepared to participate openly and transparently. It is understood this forum where there should be a robust and rigorous exchange of views. However, am I in the committee, as you pointed out, Chair, that this is a workplace. The Work Health and Safety Act and regulations require us to protect our workers from harm by eliminating or minimising risk. We need to ensure collectively our staff can safely participate in Senate processes. I trust that this, like past estimate hearings, we can hold up a sense of mutual respect without sacrificing the scrutiny expected from the committee and from the community through the estimates process. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, and I fully endorse that statement, and I'm sure other senators here will endorse it as well. we will get underway. Oh, just before we do, just in time, I've noticed a member of the media joining the room. If witnesses and senators are comfortable with that, just subject to the usual guidelines that apply for estimates hearings. Thank you. Senator Ruston, you have the call.
Thank you very much. Can I just seek some clarification in relation to the appearance of the PEBAC chair? We've got some correspondence suggesting that the chair was happy to attend, but obviously some timing difficulties around the PEBAC meetings that are currently underway, but Professor Ward indicated she was happy to attend. Is Professor Ward attending?
Well, I can answer this. This was a decision made by the committee, Senator, last week, that we will be hearing from PEBAC, but not today. So given the lateness of the request and the timing of the meeting, but we will be hearing from them at some point.
Okay. Would we have an idea, Chair?
No, the committee has to next meet and determine the nature of that engagement, whether it's a private briefing or an open hearing, and the date. But that's what we're agreed as a committee last week.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I just follow up on a couple of things that I asked about last time? I'm just wondering if you could provide me with an update on the total costs associated with the name change of the Ceres building. Yes, so it'll go.
Yes, Senator. Rachel Balmano, Acting Chief Operating Officer. So as we said last time, the costs were primarily associated with some IT changes, and the cost to the department was $23,125.
Okay. Was there any cost associated with the renaming event?
So we had an event to launch the ground floor, the opening of our sort of facilities in the ground floor. That wasn't specifically attached to the renaming. We were going to launch that anyway. The cost of that event were managed. The event was managed in-house. The only costs were we did some work to produce an Indigenous artwork, which was about $5,000.
Okay. If you could perhaps take on notice what the cost of the event was, I don't mind, you know, internal, external, whatever, how much that was. So was the event...
So I can confirm it was just the artwork cost. The event itself, there were no costs. There was no catering or anything like that.
Oh, okay. So just a few people standing around and listening to a speech?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Was the public invited to the event?
No.
So it was just
it was staff.
Staff.
Yes.
Staff event.
It was launching
okay.
facilities for staff.
Yeah. Did any ministers attend the event?
No.
No ministers. Okay. And was there any costs incurred by PEBAC in relation to the change of name?
So yes, PEBAC bore the costs of the changes to signage. Mm-hmm. They had agreed to bear those costs up to $5,000. They didn't come back to us, so we believe those costs are less than that.
Up to $5,000. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Can I just ask some questions around the appointment of the CMO?
Sure.
That's best to you, is it?
Yeah, I think
yep.
so.
Okay. Just interested to understand whether Professor Lawler's appointment to the CMO is a permanent appointment.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Do we have any indication of when the permanency or what the process is to permanency on that?
Yes, we are preparing recruitment documentation at the moment. Mm-hmm. I've seen an initial draft. I haven't seen the final draft. I anticipate that within a matter of weeks. It was my intention that we would launch that process and be in a position to at least identify the appropriate candidate by the end of this calendar year.
Okay, by December. Yep, okay. So in relation to the roles and responsibilities that have been taken over by Professor Lawler in his role as the CMO, I'm just interested in which roles and responsibilities that were previously held by Professor Kelly. Are all of them the responsibility of Professor Lawler, or Professor Lawler, or some of them been undertaken by other members of your staff?
Yeah, no, they're not all undertaken by Professor Lawler. If I might just explain, over many years there's been different formulations of what the role of the Chief Medical Officer has been. I understand well before my time, the Chief Medical Officer had a small office of the Chief Medical Officer and was able to kind of roam across all issues across the department. I think particularly under Brendan Murphy, a number of divisions were reporting to the Chief Medical Officer. Under Professor Kelly, we had a couple of divisions report to him, which then became the interim CDC.
Yes.
With Professor Kelly's departure, we're really going back. My intention is to go back to an office of the CMO, which has CMO functions, and that we have now got Mary Wood is the Deputy Secretary who's responsible for the interim CDC, which is effectively a line management area at the Deputy Secretary level.
Yeah, look, I'm really keen to unpack that and happy to do that when we get to the CDC under outcome 1, I believe it would be. But I'm just really keen to understand what the actual roles and responsibilities of Mr Kelly were, and which of those roles and responsibilities have been removed. I mean, you just pointed out the move away for the CDC responsibility. Yep. Is there any possibility that you could provide us with a sort of a bit of a mud map about where you're going with that?
We could certainly we could talk to the org chart on that, but there are functions in health protection that sit within the what is the interim CDC, which Ms Wood looks after. The responsibilities where there is a clear statutory role for the CMO, which there's a number that sits with Professor Lawler. It's also my intention that the CMO can, as I say, help to provide medical advice across the whole department, and to the extent that can be done, Professor Lawler will also do that. In the interim, his capacity to do that is a little bit, well, there's a limit to that because he's still the head of the health products regulation group. But to the extent he can, he would also be providing input across the department, and probably the other key role for the Chief Medical Officer is having the kind of professional leadership role for medical officers within the department.
So I'm assuming from what you've just said that it is your intention as you move to the permanent role that this will be the change in structure in relation to the permanent role, not just as it relates to the interim.
Yes, that's my intention.
Okay. So are we keen to unpack the reasoning why you don't have the Chief Medical Officer heading up the CDC? But I'm assuming that's outcome 1, is it?
1.8, yep.
Yeah, okay, cool. Can I just ask on a couple of contracts that you have? Is that you, Ms Balmano?
It probably depends on the contract.
Okay.
So if you give us a clue.
Okay. I want you to answer about all of them. Well, that would be an unreasonable diversion of your resources, a bit like reviews. So CN 3937701.
It'll take a moment for someone to find.
Sure. Do you want me to give you all of them while I'm...
Yes,
I've only got 4.
numbers that you'd like to...
Yeah, CN 408 7712 and CN 409 7148 and CN 4101381.
And what was the first one again?
The first one was, could you check, the first one was 393771. Did I miss it?
01.
01.
7701.
All right. Senator Bernard Philbrick, Assistant Secretary, Strategic Procurement Branch. Thanks. I'll go and get some details for you and come back to you on those ones.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, do you want me to come back to all of these in a sec after you've had a chance to have a look, or would that be easier?
Yes, please.
Okay, no problem. So just quickly, this may be something, Minister, you need to take on notice. Just interested in whether and to the department, whether the Department of the Minister can provide a full declaration of declared gifts from any of the ministers or assistant ministers within the health, aged care and sports portfolio. I'm assuming
imagine they would be on their register of interests.
Yeah. Just would like a response back to say that they've all been declared. That would be great. And has any other minister or assistant minister within the health portfolio ever sought or encouraged a gift benefiting them personally? If you could just respond to that, that would be great. Chair, that's all I've got in corporate, apart from the the information I sought in relation to contracts that I'm...
No worries. I think Senator Urquhart had some questions, so I might rotate here and then come back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. I've got some questions around private health insurance. So I understand that in July last year the private health insurance income tiers were indexed. Can you tell me what impact do those income tiers have on Australians? And am I right in understanding that there was previously a freeze on indexing those income tiers? And when did that freeze start and how long did it last for?
Thank you, Senator. Ross Hawkins, First Assistant Secretary, Health System Strategy Division. So a freeze was put in place back in 14-15. That was released or agreed within July 21, and basically the freeze has been taken off from July 2023.
Right. And what impact did those income tiers have on Australians that have private health insurance?
So, Senator, our estimate is that between 2015-16 right the way through to 2023, there would have been an impact of broadly about 2.2 million people would have been impacted. Sorry, 2.2 million. That's an estimate, though, Senator. You'd appreciate that that's difficult to tell in terms of those different tiers.
Because it's obviously depends on your income.
So, Senator, it depends on income, but it also depends on age.
Okay.
And the two of those correlate to then where you would fit within the different tiering system.
Okay, right. So I don't know whether you're able to give me this now, but I'm happy for you to try and answer it. Over those 8 years, how many people would have had to pay a higher rate of the Medicare levy surcharge or received a lower rebate on their insurance because of that indexation freeze?
Yeah, it's probably best that I've got a table here, Senator, that kind of sets that out.
Are you able to table the table?
Pardon?
Are you able to table the table?
I can
But can you just take me through a little bit of it first?
I can table the table.
Yep.
That will, Mr Keller might take us through any of the detail of it, but that picks up the impact on rebate or MLS. I don't have a breakdown between the two,
right,
but it breaks down year by year what our estimate is in terms of the impact.
Okay, that would be great if you can. Are you able to run me through a little bit of that now?
Yeah, I can do.
Great,
so
thank you.
I can read you through it, Senator. So 2015-16, the estimate is it would have impacted 742,000 people. 2016-17, it went up to 455,000. I'll give you broad figures.
Yeah, that's fine.
2017-18, 806,000.
Wow.
2018-19, 1,078,000. 2019-20, the estimate is 1.3 million. 2020 to 2021, that goes up to 1.7 million. 2021 to 22 goes up to 2 million. And then, as I've said, 2022-23, 2.2 million.
Yep.
And, Senator, I just want to note that's a cumulative figure that the bills upon as opposed to...
Okay, I was going to say it seems like it's a massive jump.
Correct,
but
that's a cumulative figure.
Right, okay. So has the department done any modelling to estimate how many Australians slipped into a higher income tier over those 8 years?
Senator Brian Kelleher, I'm an Assistant Secretary in the Health System Strategy Division. We haven't, as Mr Hawkins mentioned, we haven't done deep modelling around this. We've got a global number for that period that Mr Hawkins spoke to of 2.2 million. And again, the pertinent point being it's a combination of both the Medicare levy surcharge applying or people having access to a lower rebate amount.
Yep, so there's a significant 2.2 million Australians.
Over the period.
Over that period, yep, okay. And you'll table that document for the committee?
Correct, yes, Senator.
That'd be great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Urquhart. I'll just check if we're ready to go back to Senator Ruston in this section.
I don't have anything on corporate unless you've got the stuff. You've got the stuff on the those 4 contracts I was interested in.
If not, I'll go to Senator Rennick.
We're still
going?
that,
Okay. Senator Rennick.
Thanks.
Yeah, hi guys, how you going? My question, I guess, is how do you go about monitoring the performance of the TGA in general? Ultimately, I assume they report to you in some capacity?
They do report to me. I know this is Well, we monitor the TGA in a whole range of ways. I might ask Professor Lawler to start because he has a range of engagement with, for example, state and external stakeholders, and also has a range of metrics they track. But he'd have a more comprehensive view of that, then I'll add any other additional commentary. Professor Lawler?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question, Senator. So, as with any other organisation within a government agency, we report against a number of metrics, including those performance measures that are included within the portfolio budget statements. We report against our financial performance. We report against our workforce and our workforce profile. We also have participated, as all government agencies have, within culture surveys, census results and pulse surveys and the like, and they are benchmarked against other parts of the department and also against other parts of the public service. We also have strong engagement mechanisms, as the Secretary's highlighted, with a number of key stakeholder groups. We publish, in addition to our annual planning documents, including our corporate business plans and our international engagement strategy, we also annually publish the results of our engagement, our stakeholder engagement surveys, which measures and reports against such metrics as awareness, recognition and trust in the work of the TGA from key groups such as health professionals, industry and the community.
Okay, thank you. So do you have a report on how many autopsy reports you received throughout the rollout of the COVID vaccine and how many of those autopsy reports were reported to the public?
Yes, so thanks for that, Senator. We've gone through, I think, many times in previous estimates about the intersection between the work of the TGA and the work of state coronial organisations and also local pathologists. It's not the role of the TGA to request or monitor autopsies. That is an arrangement that occurs within state legislation and with treating clinicians. And as previously highlighted, we have a robust process of pharmacovigilance that incorporates a number of different signals, including adverse event reporting and regular monitoring of international safety signals to ensure that we're able to identify and respond to safety issues as they arise.
Okay, thank you, because I've got an autopsy report here of a 52-year-old male who passed away 7 days after receiving the Pfizer vaccine in July 2021. He had a heart attack and died in front of his wife and his son, a 16-year-old son, and his daughter walked in on it. That family's never been contacted. Now, this report was given to the TGA. That family's never been contacted by the TGA to hear from them. They've never received any compensation. And just as concerningly, this reported death from the Pfizer vaccine was never made known to the public. This occurred in July 2021. At the time the rollout of the vaccine was stepping up for younger people. Can you tell me why the TGA never made this known to the public and why you never contacted the family of the deceased?
So thanks for that question, Senator. We've had multiple conversations previously around the processes that we follow for the reporting, investigation, monitoring of and response to adverse events, including death following vaccination. As has been highlighted to you a number of times previously, there is a distinction between death following vaccination and the clear identification of a causal link between vaccination and that death. I'm happy to provide you with a list of the questions on notice where we've highlighted and explained the processes that we follow for the monitoring and response to adverse events following vaccination. Also, I just wonder whether it might be more appropriate for this conversation to occur under outcome 1.8 when we actually have the relevant staff from the TGA with us.
It may be, but it comes to the whole rollout of the vaccine, which is to me a whole scope of department issue. This autopsy report, performed by a pathologist who examined the body, said the cause of death was from the Pfizer vaccine. So my question to you is, what authority did TGA have to override and suppress this information? This should have been known to the public. This was in the public interest, and the TGA never made it known to the public.
So thanks, Senator. As I previously mentioned, I am really happy to provide the list of the questions on notice where we explained.
Sorry, just to be clear.
Yeah, sorry, I think it's actually relevant to your question, Senator, where we explain very clearly that it is not the role of the TGA to overrule a cause of death determination. The cause of death determination is by the treating clinician. What the work of the TGA is to identify, where appropriate, causal linkage between vaccination and death, and on the basis of that, combined with appropriate scrutiny of international safety signals, to take regulatory action where appropriate.
Okay, so if you didn't overrule the pathologist, why then didn't you report this death as a death from Pfizer to the public?
Can I just make a comment? Sorry, Chair. I think we've just had a report put in front of us, in sort of 30 seconds or a minute about a particular individual case. I think that makes it a little bit difficult for the witnesses to provide information. I also think we just have to be careful about what information we're providing about one individual. I think Professor Lawler's talking about the general approach, but I'm a little concerned about how we respond to this specific issue without notice.
I am in agreement. So there was a request to table this document, which we are deferring, given the public nature of that process and the detail in this inquiry. I have suggested it can be distributed to officials and committee members for the purposes of questions, but of course officials are entitled to take this on notice. As you said, this is something they've just received, so if you're not in a position to comment on an individual case, you should take that on notice. That's perfectly reasonable.
Okay. So, my next
as,
question.
as mentioned, Chair, I'm happy to talk about general processes, whether we do that now or whether we do that under the appropriate outcome. I don't know.
Sure.
So
Senator Rennick, if we could perhaps move away from the specific details.
I'm happy to go general. My question is, how many other autopsy reports have you received that weren't reported to the public? So you have to take that one on notice.
It's less an issue of having to take it on notice, Senator. It's more an issue that we undertake a process of very broad understanding of adverse events. We don't solicit autopsy reports. We don't commission autopsies. We don't request autopsy reports. I don't know, Claire, if you'd like to add anything.
Sure. Dr. Claire Larter, Acting Assistant Secretary, Medicines Regulation Division. Thank you for the question, Senator. As we've previously provided on notice, there is a proportion of reports of fatal adverse events that have gone through a coronial process. The TGA has close working relationships with the state and territory coroners to share information. As we've previously advised, the TGA does not overrule the findings of coroners or the treating practitioners. The purpose of our regulatory assessment is to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to support a link between an adverse event and vaccination, irrespective of whether that adverse event had a fatal outcome. As we've previously advised, to date the TGA has identified 14 adverse events as causally linked to vaccination. 13 of these were for the AstraZeneca vaccine and 1 for Spikevax.
So my question to you is, if you don't solicit autopsy reports, even though this one was submitted to the agency, and I would have thought you'd still contact the family, but we'll take that offline, how can you make an assessment without the autopsy report? And if you were going to continue to do ongoing surveillance, which is one of the conditions of the rollout, I would have thought every reported death you would have asked the question, is there an autopsy report? And if there is, shouldn't we solicit it and speak to the doctor that performed, or the pathologist or whoever performed the autopsy? I mean, wouldn't that be quality assurance?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I can reassure you that the TGA does work closely with the state and territory public health units, who have regular contact with those with the coroners, and so we often do receive information relating to the cause of death, even if we don't receive the actual autopsy report. We take that cause of death based on what the coroner or treating practitioner has certified it to be.
So how do you not report this though? I mean, why would you say, I'm not going to report a pathologist who has conducted an autopsy and said the cause of death is from... I mean, because this is significant, right? Because this vaccine was rolled out to the population and younger people. Why would you not report this? How is it that you could say, well, I'm not going to report this to the public? I mean, you did for AZ. I mean, how could you say that the pathologist, if you haven't examined the body, got it wrong?
Can I just clarify, Senator? It would be really helpful to me to know you've indicated that this is a whole of portfolio comment, but there are a lot of questions that do go beyond the specific remit of the TGA, and I know that there are a lot of other TGA staff from without the pharmacovigilance branch who weren't intending to be here until this evening when the appropriate outcome. So
I'll raise that tonight. Okay, thanks, Chair.
thank you for that.
Thanks, Senator Rennick. Senator Ruston, I guess it's just a matter of whether we're able to go to your cross-portfolio questions or not. Otherwise, we'll...
Apparently we can go to at least one, so maybe progressively knock them off.
Yes, I've got the details, Senator, of the fourth one that was on your list, if you want to talk about that one.
Why don't you get them all?
Okay.
Then we just do it as a block.
Yep, so will those officials be here throughout the course of the day, I presume? If
We'll certainly make them
Until we do
available to
this,
talk
yes.
about those contracts, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. In that case, can I just get verbal confirmation we're willing to move on from whole of portfolio to outcome 2?
Different topic, completely different topic.
Is it whole of portfolio?
I think so. Well, look, I'm happy to be directed.
Let's just
if I
see
ask
if
the
it
question,
is.
I'm
Yeah,
happy to be directed.
okay. Thank you. If you want to just put the nature of your question to Mr. Comley, and we can let you know if that belongs here or not.
Right, yeah.
Yep, Senator Rennick.
Are we're still in whole of portfolio?
Yes, we're just checking if
Yeah, I'm just going to ask a
we've
question.
got more
see,
questions
and then
here
happy to be
before we
directed
move on.
where to ask this.
So you can ask Mr. Comley.
I've received an email from a whistleblower at the TGA who has said that the TGA has put into place a new pathway to allow the highest risk categories of devices cleared under a 510K pathway from the USA with an MD-SAP certificate to be registered on the ARTG and supplied in Australia. It is referred to as the MD-SAP 510 pathway. This new pathway is going to be signed off in the next couple of days. The FAS, the Assistant Secretary, were made aware of concerns relating to this on 4 separate occasions. Data was presented to the Assistant Secretary on some of these occasions showing them that there is an unacceptable risk of implementing this new pathway and that they were told, this particular staff member, that they were not going to pause and assess the impacts and risks of this pathway. So, look, I've got to be honest here, I'm not up to speed on the particular devices, but I've received an email from a concerned employee who is obviously afraid to identify himself or herself, who's concerned about a 510 pathway and that the TGA is ignoring the risks of this particular issue. Is this, I'm not sure if I asked this question now, but...
I suspect it's 1.8, but unless Professor Lawler had anything to comment, I think I would probably say you've now read that issue into the Hansard. My general approach we would take away and look at that to see if it's valid. I mean, obviously we take any whistleblower complaint seriously and want to make sure people are in a position to raise any objections, but it's very hard for, well, at least me, to respond to that detail on the spot.
No, I accept that, yeah.
So I think we're taking that on notice, then, Mr. Comley. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Did you have anything further for
that's
whole
all.
of portfolio? Okay. Well, then I'll just get verbal confirmation that with the exception of coming back to these issues raised by Senator Ruston, we're happy to move on from corporate matters. Someone needs to say yes, please. Yes, thank you. Okay, we're now moving to outcome 2 and we'll call officials related to that outcome to the table, please. We are also dealing with the professional services review in this section, Senators. And as you're coming to the table, I will welcome the Acting Director of the Professional Services Review, Dr. Antonio Di Dio, as well, if he wants to come up.
I don't know.
We might just deal with the opening statement and then we can move interchangeably through questions. Dr. Di Dio.
He's not expecting to be here for 2 hours.
In that instance, we might just, we'll deal with that matter when we get to those questions. So let's just kick off. Senator Ruston, you have the call.
Thank you very much. So, could I just ask how many submissions were received for the March 2025 PEBAC meeting?
Did you hear that?
We've just called the officers to the table, Senator.
Morning, Senator. Caroline Turner, Assistant Secretary, Technology, Assessment and Access Division. Could you just repeat the question?
How many submissions were received or applications were received for the March 2025 PEBAC meeting?
So last night we received the submissions for the March meeting, and in total it was 66 we received in the end. We're expecting 77. I think it's 66. I'll just double check.
Senator, there's been Duncan McIntyre, First Assistant Secretary, Technology Assessment and Access Division. There's been some reporting of the number of notices of intent that the department has received. The process involves pharmaceutical companies noticing their intention to lodge submissions, and there were 77 of those notices of intent, but in the end 66 companies have actually lodged.
66 submissions, I think it was. Hang on.
66 submissions.
66
just came in last night. So
okay, 66 submissions. And how many of them are to be listed to be considered at the March meeting?
Senator, as has been widely reported, PEBAC assessed the submissions, the notices of intent that were received, and considered those on the basis of clinical need. Of course, PEBAC is a group that contains clinicians, health economists, consumer representatives and industry representatives, and so they've used that combined experience to form a view about which submissions offer the highest clinical benefit to patients. And on that basis, they considered that they were able to deal with 32 major submissions, and that fully took up the capacity of PEBAC's March meeting. However, subsequently, yesterday, the Minister announced an additional meeting of PEBAC will be called in May 2023, which will allow those submissions that cannot be considered at the March meeting to be considered.
So, of the submissions, the 66 that eventuated from the notices of intent and the 32 major submissions, how many of the 66 were major submissions and how many weren't?
Senator, can I just correct that? I just double-checked my numbers, and it's 63 received yesterday. Of those, 38 are what we would consider major submissions that require highly intense economic evaluations from external. So of those, 38 are high-intensity evaluations. We were expecting 42.
Okay. So I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. So you originally had 77 notices of intent.
Correct.
Subsequently, you've only received 63.
Correct.
Of that 63, 38 of them were major. Correct. And of that 38 major, you have chosen 32 of the major ones. Oh, sorry, they're PEBAC. Well, this is where I want to get to. Who made the decision? Has PEBAC made the decision to choose 32 of the 38?
That's correct, Senator. But having just last night received submissions, we will now go through a process which we, of course, haven't yet had the opportunity to do to identify whether all 32 of the submissions in notices of intent that PEBAC had identified as able to be considered in March, whether all 32 of those are amongst those we have received. If that's the case, then that's what the meeting will be able to assess in March. However, should it be the case that there is additional capacity in the March meeting, PEBAC has the opportunity and intends to consider the submissions actually received and ensure that they are maximising the number of submissions that can be considered in March.
So, can I just get to some understanding here? So, of the 63, 38 were considered major. So, we have a number that were not considered major. You made the comment requiring external evaluators. So, could you just unpack that? So, do you make the determination, or who makes the determination in relation to whether you use an external evaluator or whether you use an internal evaluator?
Penny Shakespeare, Deputy Secretary, Health Resourcing Group. Since we've been entering into strategic agreements with Medicines Australia for the last, I think, couple of agreements, We've moved away from categorisation of submissions as just major and minor. We have different pathways now that have been established through those agreements with industry. So some of them are Category 1, Category 2. There are some that require facilitated re-entry. So there are established categories of submissions, and some of those will require clinical cost-effectiveness evaluation, which needs to be undertaken by external experts that we contract.
Okay. So can I then ask, I mean, it was your officials who used the term major, not me. So I'm just keen to understand, of the 63 submissions that you have received, how many of those, for the reasons you've just stated, Ms Shakespeare, would require external evaluators, and how many of the submissions would be considered of a nature that would allow them to be evaluated in-house?
So in terms of external evaluations required, of the 63, 51 will require external evaluation, and 38 will be what we would describe as cost effectiveness analysis or cost utility analysis, and 13 will be cost minimisation analysis. So that is by far a record number for one meeting, but what we've described as unprecedented. The largest number we've ever had before is 25.
So 12 of the submissions you received could reasonably be managed within the resources of the department?
Senator, it's true that there are 12 that don't require external evaluation, and those are much less complex submissions. PEBAC went through a process of determining how to allocate the bandwidth that they have, and they determined that there would be a greater clinical need in using their entire capacity dealing with majors rather than using some of their available capacity on dealing with those more minor submissions.
Sure. Would it be possible to provide advice on what the conditions each of these 63 submissions the medicines treat?
Senator, we might be able to do that in a general sense, although at this stage we have some confidentiality obligations that mean that we have to be mindful of the obligations we have to the companies that have sponsored submissions to keep those details between us until such time as we've got further down the process. But insofar as we can describe the general nature of conditions, we can do that.
Yep, okay. When was the agenda settled for the meeting, or is it yet to be settled?
For the March meeting?
Yes.
I think the agenda will be published on the 27th of November. The agenda, I mean, in terms of the enormous number of submissions that have been received, the committee, as Mr McIntyre indicated, was looking at what could be considered and could be evaluated in time for the March meeting, and we're looking at that based on clinical need and best outcomes for the Australian population. We've now obviously got all the submissions in, and the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee is currently meeting for its November meeting, and tomorrow they will look at the submissions received and what capacity there is for the March meeting based on their deliberative considerations.
Sure. How many submissions requiring external evaluation have been considered this week?
Well, 20. It's a very large meeting, and we are currently in this week. We are looking at 22. What I've described for, in layman's terms, highly intense evaluations, external evaluations. They're looking at 22 submissions. They're looking at 16 submissions which require moderate intensive external evaluations, and so a total of 38 submissions required an external evaluation, and 21 have been done internally by the department. So all up, 59 submissions are being considered over the current 3-day meeting. So it's a very large meeting.
Yeah, it sounds
Senator, if I may add, the number of major submissions being considered at the meeting which is currently underway is second to only one other occasion in the past decade when so many major submissions have gone to a meeting. So indeed the current meeting is about as large a meeting as there has ever been, and the next meeting, of course, will be redlining the capacity and still requiring a further meeting to be scheduled to deal with all the submissions we have received.
Okay, look, I'm just trying to understand around the research. So you've got 59 submissions being considered at the moment, of which 38 of them, you've just said, require either high intensive or moderate to high intensity external evaluation, and you've mentioned there were 21 internal. And we've now seen an agenda roughly set for March that has got 32 submissions as opposed to 38, and then no consideration of any submissions that are not needing external evaluation. I'm just interested to understand, when did you as the department become aware that PEBAC had effectively put a cap on the number of submissions that they were intending to receive in March?
So the PEBAC has not put a cap. As the officers have explained, we received notices of intent for a certain number of submissions. We worked with the committee to look at which were the highest priority, so should be assessed as a priority. But we've had changes to the number of submissions that are actually going to be lodged, and the PBAC will be looking at the agenda for its March meeting and the additional meeting that will be called in May to deal with any that cannot be assessed in the March meeting.
I understand that, but my question was in relation to the determination by PEBAC around there being 32 submissions to be considered at the March meeting, and I'm keen to understand when the department was advised that that was the intention of PEBAC, was to limit, cap, whatever you want to call it, the number of submissions to be considered at 32.
So, Senator, if I can just give a little bit more context to the nature of the challenge. The main reason why we have a notice of intent process is to help with the challenge of scheduling the work.
I understand that.
And as a result
of respect, Mr McIntyre, and I accept you've been very forthcoming with the information you provided and appreciate that. My question simply was, when did the government, or the department, sorry, I can ask the Minister about the government, but when did the department become aware that PEBAC was intending to restrict the number of submissions that were to be considered at the March meeting, whether that was notices of intent or whether that was actual submissions received? When were you made aware, and by what process, that there was not, that all of the applications or that were submitted were not to be considered in March? When did you become aware of that, and how?
So, Senator, after the notices of intent came in, which the notices of intent were received
on the 9th
of October.
Yep.
At that point, then the support staff that the department has to support PEBAC sought to understand the nature of those submissions and therefore the work effort and process and pathway that would be necessary to deal with those. That process took a few days. Then there was the beginning of engagement with PEBAC about what to do about what appeared to be about 180% workload of a normal meeting was what we received. It became clear over the course of about a week that it wasn't going to be possible to deal with all of that in one meeting because of the capacity. And then as a result, PEBAC went through a prioritisation process and then they engaged with the department about that.
So maybe you've answered my question, but I just want to be clear. So it was actually a decision of the assessment division in the department who actually determined that there was not the ability for all of the submissions to be considered. So it wasn't PEBAC itself who made the decision to cap or restrict the number that were to be considered. It was a determination of the section in your department to say you didn't believe you had the resources to be able to do it.
Senator, I don't think the characterisation of a decision, a determination, a cap, a restriction is the correct one. What the officers were doing is looking at the capacity we had to undertake evaluation of submissions, seeing that there was a disconnect between what capacity was available and the number of submissions that had been received, and then doing work to work out how we would actually manage that situation.
So the question then is, really quite a simple one, Ms Shakespeare, is who made the decision that, for whatever reason, who made the decision that there would be only so many submissions considered at the March meeting? Where was that decision made?
So the number of submissions to be considered at the March meeting is still going to be considered, because we've got an adjusted number of submissions that have come in overnight, and that still needs to be considered by the committee.
So who made the decision, for instance, to write to a applicant and say that their submission was not going to be considered?
So that was a decision made by the department to alert sponsors to the fact that there may not be capacity to consider their submissions at the March meeting.
I don't think it says there may not. The letter says that they will not be considered. It doesn't say they may not be.
Senator, so there was an identification of the available capacity for that meeting, and then the department sought to give sponsors maximum transparency over the process, and in particular to advise sponsors prior to their need to lodge a submission, and therefore for the obligation that we have under our regulations to invoice sponsors. We wanted to try and avoid a situation where sponsors might become liable to consider an invoice in a circumstance where it had become clear that there wasn't going to be capacity at that March meeting to assess them. I wrote a letter, which has my signature on it, that advised sponsors of that. However, subsequent to that, the Minister has announced that an additional meeting will be established that means that in practice all the submissions will in fact be considered during the period of time as close to March as possible.
Okay, so can I just... Yeah, sure.
One more question and then I'll rotate, or...
I think, yeah.
I'd like to say something, because obviously when this issue arise with the unprecedented number of submissions on the 9th of October, Ms Shakespeare and Mr McIntyre engaged me in the question. My question back was, one, the unprecedented nature, and it is because of these major submissions. But secondly, what is the actual resource constraint we're concerned about? And it's largely not within the department. There is a community of HTA reviewers who are often in universities outside the department who have expertise. This is highly specialised work. There is literally a limited labour pool of these people. And so what we're trying to achieve is a situation where we don't compromise the quality of this assessment to make sure that the PEBAC process is committed. In fact, since the 9th of October, I think I'd describe it as we have done all we can to work out, can we find other people with HTA expertise, go back to people who might not be doing as much recently, to bring them back online to try and manage this. So there's no intention here to delay the consideration of medicines, but there's also a strong desire to make sure that PEBAC is supported by the right advice so that we have the same quality of assessment that has always been the case. The reason that the PEBAC hasn't finalised the agenda, we are still doing all we can to see whether we can identify additional external HTA expertise to ensure the integrity of the process is maintained.
I have more questions in relation to that particular issue, but I mean, clearly you're about to
rotate and then I'll come back to you. Just to give senators in the room an indication, I'm going to Senator Pratt now, then I come back to the opposition, then I come to you, Senator Pocock. Senator Pratt.
Thank you very much. Quickly, some questions, please, on the reduction of co-payments for medicines on the PBS. So the maximum amount that people can pay, I think it used to be 40, and now it's around 31.
Good morning, Senator.
$60, is that right? I've certainly noticed the difference, and I'm just trying to get my head around it.
Good morning, Senator. Nikolai Tsiganov, Assistant Secretary in the Technology Assessment and Access Division. So the current PBS general co-payment, so that's for Medicare card holders, is $31.60. and for concessional card holders, it's $7.70 in the current calendar year.
Now, the last budget, we saw the rate of co-payment frozen for pensioners and concession card holders. How long is it frozen for, please?
So the current 2024 level of PBS co-payments is being frozen for all patients for 2025, so both general and concessional patients. But concessional patients will benefit from the freeze for 5 years. So the $7.70 will be frozen for 5 years.
So it had a big step down, and then concessional payments, it'll stay frozen at that for 5 years, and after the big step down for regular Medicare card holders, it will only start to slowly increase after that. I imagine it'll be some years before it is to get back up to around $40.
I don't have the exact estimates in front of me in terms of how long it would take in terms of CPI indexation, but effectively the general co-payment, it was reduced from $42 down to $30 in 2023 and has only increased to $31.60, and as I mentioned, it'll be frozen for 2025. So it will be a few years before it reaches back to the level prior to 2023. And as I mentioned, for concession card holders, it's at $7.70 now and will stay at that level for 5 years.
So, in general, how can you tell us how much? Can you tell us, please, how much Australians have saved because of those reductions, and what that breakdown looks like across states and territories? And I'm presuming that also includes the reductions attributed to moves from 30 to 60-day scripts, which is another
Senator.
saving again.
I do have the figure here for the reduction in the PBS co-payment in 2023. We estimate that since January 2023, patients have saved $484.4 million due to the reduction in the PBS general co-payment. That's an estimate of 5.36 million people that have benefited across 38.7 million prescriptions. In addition to that, we estimate that from the move to 60-day prescription for around 300 medicines, patients have saved an additional $86 million.
And look, I'd be really interested if you can take this on notice for me. The reductions would be particularly significant for people who have to take multiple medications. And so perhaps you could give me a general breakdown of that kind of data as well.
So definitely for the 60-day medicines, those are intended for those patients that have chronic ongoing conditions. So the $86 million in savings are for patients that are already stable on a treatment for an ongoing chronic condition. But definitely we can take on notice information about
I think it's more about if you've got
reduction.
multiple scripts, really. I know if you're taking more than one medication, going from $40 down to $31, or on a concession, it makes a really big difference.
Senator, if I may, I'd note that for many of those chronic patients with conditions that have gone from 40 down to the 3160, they are also able to now get a 60-day script. So instead of it being 3160 times 2, it's 3160. So they've seen a very substantial reduction in the payment, not only from $40 to $31.60, but also a halving of the number of scripts they have to have filled.
Yes, but I'm not just talking about people who take, not just for the one script, it's people who have 3 or 4 different medications that, again, you can really see the difference, that if 2 of those scripts go down to 60 days from 30, you've gone from $80 a month for those 2 scripts to $60 $62 every 2 months, which is a massive difference.
That's correct, Senator, and we can on notice get you some further information about that situation where people have multiple scripts.
Yeah, I'd be really grateful for that. So you've going to give us a breakdown of savings across different states and territories, and I think you've told me how many scripts across the country are part of that reform.
In terms of the reduction in the co-payment, it was 38.7 million prescriptions for 5.36 million patients. I think we'd have to take on notice the state-by-state breakdown, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, that's terrific. Data on new listings, how many medicines have been added to the PBS, and how many are there now on the PBS in the last year or so?
Thanks, Senator. From July 2022 through to November 2024, there has been 265 new and amended listings where new budget funding has been approved by government, and an additional 476 new and amended listings where they fit within the existing PBS budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Back to Senator Ruston.
Okay, thank you. So can I just ask, when did you advise the Minister that you didn't believe you had the capacity to assess all of the applications that you were going to receive for the March meeting?
I'll have to double check on exactly when we advised the Minister. We did communicate to the Minister that we were concerned about our capacity for the October meeting, and discussed our opportunities to talk to the companies about the difficulties there. So
can I just check, Ms. Tate, you said the October meeting. I think you're still referring to the March meeting.
March meeting, yeah. So when they came, when they came in October, when we were looking at the notices of intent.
I'm happy to take that on notice, Senator Ruston, and come back to you.
Okay. I just interested to understand, if you're taking that on notice, was it just an information brief, or was it actually a decision brief? And also interested to understand, was the Minister advised prior to sponsors being informed that their submissions were to be deferred?
Senator, we'll get you those dates and the nature of the briefing on notice, but the Minister was advised before sponsors were advised.
Okay, thank you.
And that's why an extra meeting, to manage some of this, that's why the Minister's asked for an extra meeting of PEBAC in May.
So were any other third parties advised about the deferrals prior to sponsors being advised about deferrals?
Senator, I think just prior to individual sponsors, I would have spoken to the Chief Executive Officer of Medicines Australia to let them know.
So there were no other parties?
Well, third parties, no.
Yeah, consumer groups or the like?
So Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee has members who are nominated by consumer groups, but no separate notices provided to consumer groups.
There wasn't notices. I'm just asking if there were any consultations or conversations had outside of, except the fact that there are a group of people that sit on PEBAC, but they sit there as members of that organisation, not as in their capacity elsewhere.
And under the National Health Act 1953, we are quite limited in what we can discuss about information that the department receives for the purposes of that legislation with external parties.
Okay. So if we just get the chronology of when the decision was so the identification of the challenge. So first of all, when did you first become aware of the likelihood that you would not be able to deal with all the submissions in March? when did you advise the Minister? When did you advise Medicines Australia? Was anybody else advised in that process? And when the sponsors advised? If you can give me a chronology of that, that would be great.
Senator, certainly. It's a period of about 10 days. And during that period of time, we'll get you the details on notice, but during that 10-day period, which included all the time we had available on the weekends, there was as much discussion as possible internally about what we could possibly do. So there was a lot of discussion within the organisation about how we might be able to get as much of what we had notices of intent to receive done as possible. And there was engagement, therefore, with PEBAC in order for them to make decisions about how to deal with that situation. There were some phone calls from departmental officers to potential evaluators. We didn't, in those conversations, reveal the broader nature of the resource challenge, but we did seek to basically ensure that all external evaluation resources that it was possible to engage in Australia, we could engage. So it was a pretty dynamic period where we were seeking to maximise the amount we could do.
Okay. So when you first started that process would be great. Media reports have indicated that it was the 9th of October, but I'm sort of keen to understand whether that was the case. And so if one of the submitting the applications that you've received, not the 11 or 12 that clearly have decided they're not going to submit because they don't want to pay the money, will the sponsors who have submitted that are not to be considered in March still be required to pay the application fee, even though at this stage there's no real definitive timeline? Because, I mean, May sort of sounds awfully like an election. But nonetheless, are they required to pay now, or were they required to pay on application?
Senator, a few things there. First of all, it is very common for us to receive notices of intent that don't translate to actual submissions, and sponsors choose not to make submissions for a wide variety of reasons.
That's fine. That was my question.
Not making a payment is something they might have considered, but it's very common for them not to make submissions.
My question was about the payment. So are those
yes.
that had the 66, or I think that you mentioned, were they required to make payment with that application, even though they aren't guaranteed for March?
So, Senator, when an application is lodged, we're obliged by our regulations to invoice companies. So companies will be invoiced if they have lodged an application.
So that's a legislative requirement or a regulatory requirement that you must invoice someone. But normally when you would invoice someone, they would know that their application was going to a meeting, a date.
So, Senator, the reason why I wrote to companies in advance of them submitting was so that they would understand the likely timing of consideration, and that they could factor that into their deliberations about how they might choose to proceed. Companies have to provide evidence of efficacy and cost effectiveness when they put their applications in, and companies sometimes choose not to follow up on a notice of intent because they know that they'll be able to get better data which will provide a stronger case for their treatment. And so by advising them in advance of them having to submit, they had the opportunity to consider whether they would be best placed to get a positive outcome by submitting for March, or whether delaying to a later meeting might be in their interests. So that's the reason why we wrote to them when we did, so that they wouldn't necessarily have to be invoiced.
I understand that. I'm just simply asking you, this is unprecedented in the sense of asking someone to pay for something when they don't, you actually can no longer give them a guarantee. So we've got submissions that have been submitted and have had to make the payment. You know, I understand that this could be $200,000 for a company, and yet they're not, at the time of application, weren't guaranteed. I'm interested to understand. So you're saying to me that you are legislatively required for them to pay that money even if they don't have a start date for their application to be assessed?
Senator, I don't think there's any question that the assessment work will not be conducted. It will be conducted if they lodge.
For it to be conducted.
So the date is the matter at issue here, and people were given the opportunity to consider whether or not they wanted to proceed with lodging.
So given the nature of what's happened here, I'm interested to understand what forward planning the department is doing to manage the backlog of submissions. And I understand the Minister has subsequently come out and made a statement that there will be an additional meeting in May, as weird a date as that may be. But I'm interested to understand, do you think this is an anomaly that we've got so many submissions of this nature now? Or do you think this is a trend going forward? And what is the department doing in terms of adequately ensuring that it's resourced going forward so that we don't have this situation again where life-saving and life-changing drugs are being deferred for consideration because the resources of the department are inadequate. I mean, and that's not an accusation or a blame. I'm just saying you found yourself in this situation. What are you doing to make sure it doesn't happen again?
This is a question about external HTA experts. It's not the department's capacity. As the Secretary covered earlier, we will make additional departmental resources available to support submissions but we need to make sure we've got the external evaluation capability. So we're going to undertake a range of things to build that capability. I think the other thing I just wanted to be clear on, the PBAC will have an additional meeting in May. It's something that will continue regardless of where we may be in the electoral cycle. That is definitely locked in and will occur.
So which bodies and institutions does the government currently source your HTA evaluators from? I best probably to take that on notice, but they're universities around Australia, and there are other organisations that have their expertise and are on our panels. But I can get you a copy of the organisations that are on the HTA. I can get that to you today. Okay.
Senator, perhaps on the issue of invoicing, there's perhaps two things to add. One is that the process of evaluating submissions and then all of the subsequent processes associated with engaging with sponsors to determine whether there are conditions and pricing that allows them to be listed on the PBS, that's a long process. It's got a lot of parts to it. There's and as a result, it requires a lot of planning. The crunch point is that HTA expertise, and we've engaged with the universities who identified that while they couldn't do any more than the 32 that we've got scheduled for March, that we would in fact be able to get some more done by May. So part of the reason for a May meeting is because it's the earliest that it would be possible to get that HTA capacity to allow the quality job to be done. Given the length of time it takes to run through the process, which of course starts last night, now that submissions have been lodged, the difference in timing between March and May is a small part of the total amount of time and work effort that needs to be done to deal with these submissions.
Look, thank you very much.
Something, because I think it is relevant. We're very committed. We don't know whether this is a one-off spike or this is the new normal. So I think that we don't know that. However, the conversation I've had with the team is we don't want to be in a position in future that if we get a spike that we're unable to manage it. So the team's actively looking at how we expand our HTA capacity in Australia and how we do that, how we have contingencies in place to do it. I've also asked the question about, do we have to have contingency arrangements for international HTA evaluators as a safety net for a future spike that may be very difficult to manage in Australia? I'm sure you'd appreciate that it's quite difficult to build a capacity if you only need it. Well, the last time we had as many submissions as this meeting, I understand, was 2017. That's correct. So it is difficult. And then this March meeting was even above, by a significant margin, that number for the significant submission. So we are looking into that as to what contingencies we could have in place, because the clear intention here is to not be in a position that we can't process in a timely fashion applications under the HTA and PEBAC process. So
I'm keen to understand, and I look forward to Ms Turmo bringing that list as soon as we could, because I'd like to ask some questions about it. So I'm keen to understand, does the department exclude HTA evaluators who undertake work on behalf of industry from being able to be HTA evaluators for the purposes of PEBAC?
Senator, we establish our panel of evaluators through open approaches to market. Now, there will be requirements, I think, in those approaches to market to ensure that we have effective and rigorous identification and management of any conflicts of interest. Now, this will be quite important in the context of the types of submissions that are being evaluated. We have had some discussions with Medicines Australia about the potential to use evaluators that are engaged and used by individual drug companies to develop their submissions. But there would need to be very effective conflict of interest management there, because companies, I think, would be quite concerned about information about their products that are, still being developed for the Australian market, being made aware to people that are working on other companies' medicines. So,
have you changed your approach at all in terms of how you've made these assessments in any recent time?
Since when, Senator?
Well, have you changed your approach? I mean, has there been in the last 5 years any significant change in your approach to how you...
Just to be clear, there are evaluators that we use that are also doing evaluations for pharmaceutical companies, but we manage those conflict of interest incredibly tightly, and just we are currently looking at evaluation capacity and saying if this particular evaluator was able to do this, that would be good, but how would we manage this conflict? So I don't think that it would be correct to suggest that we don't use evaluators who are also providing services to the pharmaceutical company, but we manage those conflicts on an individual basis. And at the moment, we are doing our very best to maximise the evaluation capacity in Australia as best we possibly can, recognising that we have to also ensure the integrity of the system.
Yeah, no, and I quite respect that would be the case. I'm just keen to understand how you go about doing that. So once we've got the list of the organisations, then it might give us a better opportunity to ask some more questions on that. On the PBS webpage, and the statement is dated the 30th of October 2024, it states that the committee agreed that any 3-day meeting capacity includes a maximum total number of cost-effective analysis submissions. So I'm keen to understand, does this maximum number apply only to the March event, or is it to all future meetings?
Senator, it's not a hard and fast number of submissions. Each submission, while we put them into categories, each submission is in fact different, and so we're maximising the total capacity.
Mr McIntyre, that was not my question. This is what's on the website, and it says the maximum total number of cost-effective analysis submissions agrees that there will be a maximum total. So, with all you've just said, fine, but my question is, does that maximum number that you have that's on your website actually apply only to the March meeting, or is it is basically saying that from now on there will be a maximum number, whatever that maximum number might be, that you actually have basically, in effect, by that statement said that you can put a cap into the number of submissions that will be assessed? Is that what that says, or is it only for the March meeting?
So that was developed in the context of the March meeting, and I think the largest number of submissions that require that evaluation intensity to be considered in a single meeting before was 25. I think that was what Ms. Turner said. But as we've just been discussing, we're now looking at increasing the external HTA evaluation capacity, so I'm hopeful that that will increase. But there will be, I think, practical limitations to what can actually be considered by our external contracted evaluators in future, but that may change.
Yeah, sure. But to be fair, that is what's on your website. So what you are, in effect, you've belled the cat on the fact that for whatever reason that the department has made a decision that, contrary to, I suppose that the statement that I think the previous government made, and I think this government has made, on a commitment to the listing of all PEBAC recommended medicines on the PBS, this is now sort of a bit of a backdoor mechanism whereby if you chose to do so, you are now able to prevent the PEBAC process from occurring. And I understand the independence and impartiality of that process. A medication comes out at the end of that process as having been agreed with PEBAC, it meets the requirements. We've basically stuck a sort of like a circuit breaker in that says, well, actually we can stop them going to PEBAC by this means. This is not a mechanism that's ever been available prior to now, and you've given the reasons why you've said you've needed to do it, but it just draws to the point that we now have a mechanism that we haven't previously had, which is listed on your website, that there is a maximum number of submissions which allows the commitments of both this government and the previous government to, in effect, be circumnavigated by this change.
That's not the intention.
No, I'm not saying it's the intention. I'm just saying it now exists and you've put it on your website to that effect. Can I just...
Sorry, I think we've been pretty clear that we're bending over backwards to expand the capacity to meet the need in this unprecedented way. It may be the case that we get and have found even greater capacity, that we can deal with all of those issues even more quickly. But 38 major submissions, 25 the record previously in 2017, 22 this meeting, which is kind of the second highest ever. We have been, since the 9th of October, we have really been doing all we can to find a way, can we move this capacity constraint in a way that protects the integrity of the process. So there is no intention to bring in a limiting mechanism. It is just a way how we can practically work through this unprecedented spike.
Thank you, Mr Conlon. We're now due to rotate. There's a lot of senators in the room, so I'll just give you an indication of the order. I'm about to go to Senator Pocock. It's my usual practice. I then come back to the opposition. Then I have Senator Roberts, then the opposition, then government, opposition, Senator Waters, opposition, and I assume Senator Rennick, you're here to join the queue as well, so you'll be at that point. So Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this morning. I've got some questions on the Medical Costfinder website. Mr. Kelleher. Thank you. When we last spoke, I think about 20 doctors nationwide were showing fees on the website. I believe a further 100 or so doctors were registered with the website. I was keen to get an update on those figures, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. Brian Kelleher. I'm Assistant Secretary in the Health System Strategy Division. So the statistics that I provided last time covered 1,300 services on the website. Spoke about the number of people who had visited the website. Now it's 1 million.
Keen to get into that.
Yep, weekly, monthly visits, approximately 70,000. With the number of doctors registered, 218. The numbers that have then decided to publish is now 73.
Oof. So 73 doctors are publishing how much they charge. And can I get an update on the total costs of the website today? I think last time it was 24 million.
They remain the figures I have.
So no extra spending on it?
I'm sure we've incurred costs, Senator, since I last provided information to you, but my information that I have in front of me, which is for the financial year 23-24, in which we spent $4.5 million, still total to that 24.2 that I did advise you.
Okay. Maybe just on notice then as up-to-date figure as you can. And coming to this million visits, how are you measuring success when it comes to visits to the website?
Key success measure is people engaging with the website, visiting the website.
Sure.
We take regard to the feedback we receive from consumers about their interest in a website of this nature. we're aware that more than 3/4 of consumers report that they would likely use a website of this nature, and that 70% of consumers support an independent and authoritative website about costs.
Thank you. And I would be in that 3/4 that support the intent, having to spend a bit of time using the website. I've got some more questions about exactly how it's helping people apart from just seeing average costs. But on this...
Well, I could go to that as well.
I'll ask that in a bit, thank you. But on this, I mean, 1 million people visiting is a good thing, and last time we spoke, you'd said, you know, people were visiting, but following our discussion at estimates last time, a pretty smart Canberran with an interest in, who works in sort of tech and websites, actually went and looked at the analytics of the website and found that 70% of visitors to the Medical Costfinder website hit the front page and then leave straight away.
Mm-hmm. I'm not aware of those numbers or that analysis.
Why aren't you doing analytics on the website?
There are analytics done on the website,
so what's
as I understand.
What's the average dwell time then?
I do not have that information in front of me, Senator.
Okay. If I could maybe ask you on notice, what is the bounce rate? People who just get there and then click back. What's the average dwell time? How many clicks on average are users sort of doing on the website and seeing?
So we'll take those on notice. It may not be the case that all the points that you've raised are the analytics that we capture, but I expect many of them will be.
I'd hope so, thank you. Do you have any figures on how many people actually search for a service or read an article?
Again, Senator, I expect when we provide you on notice details around use of the website, we should be able to go there.
Mm-hmm.
Senator Ross Hawkins, First and Secretary, House System Strategy Division. So the data we have is that, as Mr. Keller said, got 60,000 new users coming in per month. The feedback we're getting is that people find having median costs to costs useful. Appreciate that the number on the specialists is lower than anticipated, but actually, in terms of providing those median prices across 1,300 different services, giving people an idea of what that's like locally, giving them indication around the patient journey, giving them an indication around out-of-pocket costs, it's a useful tool that people engage with. Appreciate what you're saying around the website and dwell time, so we'll take that away and have a look at that around kind of the utility rates. But broadly, from the indicators we see around 60,000 new users, tipping in over a total of 1 million users to date, and feedback we're getting from consumer groups, it's coming across to us as it's a kind of positive experience of people engaging with the website. But again, we're always happy to kind of work with groups and take feedback and further refine the experience.
Sure. No, I take your point. I think it highlights the need for more transparency in what people are charging and some of the sort of ballooning costs, particularly in a jurisdiction like the ACT, as you know. But based on what I've seen, and they actually sent through the analytics, if 70% of users are just bouncing, like 1 million people doesn't really matter that much if 700,000 of them have clicked and then gone, oh, this is no good, back. But
Senator,
I'm interested.
If you table that to me, I'm not aware of what you're kind of referring to, so happy to have a look at that.
Sure, I'll wait for your sort of analytics on notice.
Okay.
Has the Minister asked the Department for options on how to improve the website? His comments about it just sort of gathering dust were pretty strong.
Senator, the Department has engaged with the Minister's Office about the MCF, the Medical Costfinder website, and the team is developing options around how the benefit of that website can be improved.
And so is the website just about showing average cost, or is it actually being able to shop around for a doctor or specialist?
So, Senator, it covers a bit of both. I mean, the intent there sits as around being able to provide average cost. So if you're looking to have an operation, you can type in where you're located and you're going to get an idea of what the costs would be. But of course, there's lots of variables that sit around that, around levels of cover, but it will give you an indication. It'll give you an indication on your patient journey. So this is all around making consumers more informed. So that particularly when they go and see a specialist, they have these kind of indicators in their mind and make sure they've got the right level of information so they can have these conversations with their health professionals. And it also gives a useful guide that when they do get the details of price, there's no surprise, or they can kind of surface to them, here's what the average cost would be in this location. Why is it the cost I'm seeing here is higher or above what that might be? So it's really around a kind of consumer education experience.
Sure. But if that's the case, why are you trying to get doctors to sign up?
Because the specialist kind of component of that gives us a greater granularity of cost.
But you surely have all that data already.
Senator, we have a range of data sources, but you appreciate that we need to engage with specialists, and we've spoken to a number of colleges, we've spoken to a number of senior doctors around the kind of composition of costs and how they're displayed. The fact that we've got the kind of average component sits there at the moment, I think provides a significant step forward, and there's more work for us to do in terms of kind of dealing out those specialist costs.
Sure. But I mean, if that's what you're saying, $24 million to just put data that you already have on a website seems extraordinary.
If that's all it was, Senator, that's a significant amount of money for publishing just data. The website does more than that. As Mr Hawkins mentioned, this website does present information in a form that consumers can engage with. It's written in plain English, so we've removed the technical descriptions around these medical services. They're accessible, but it's targeted for consumers.
Sure.
There's information about when you're accessing a specialist service, what other services are likely to occur and hence give rise to out-of-pockets. There's information for how you engage both with your GP and your specialist in discussing what out-of-pockets might arise, in addition to GPs and specialists, of course. Consumers are encouraged to talk to their private health insurer. Private health insurers have different arrangements with different doctors, and obtaining advice about that early in their care journey can help them minimise their out-of-pockets.
Yeah. And so if it is about that, why don't you just use Medicare data to publish out-of-pocket costs charged by individual surgeons on the website?
We had proceeded down the path of engaging with the medical specialists on a voluntary basis.
It's clearly not working, though.
The numbers are low. I agree with you, Senator. We proceeded down the path of engaging with medical specialists on a voluntary basis, and that was the decision that government took at the time. The services that were identified for medical specialists, the 11 colleges or so, or specialties, was again done in partnership with medical specialists. What were those services they delivered that were appropriate to have a published fee? There is a point, and I may have to defer to colleagues with a better understanding of the legislative underpinning, that the department does not generally publish highly disaggregated fee information for medical benefit services. So that's why at this point in time, information on the website is delivered at an aggregate level, and we're very careful for that element of the website where doctors don't elect and spend that 5 to 10 minutes of signing up, identifying themselves and filling in the forms, of which, again, we built, incurred a cost. For those 1,300 services, we're delivering that at aggregate information, and where appropriate, suppressing some of that data so individual doctors are not identified.
Sure, but I mean, is this about Australians being able to see, or is it about doctors who potentially charge a lot more than their peers being sort of sheltered from transparency when they benefit from the MBS?
The focus of this website is empowering consumers, and particularly, as Mr Hawkins said,
surely that
empowering them to have conversations with their GPs, their specialists, their private health insurers.
So last time we spoke, it was about actually seeing where they can get better value services.
That is an element as well, and you can see Senator, you can see that at the aggregate information, because we break that information down nationally by the state and also at the primary healthcare network. So if I was in the ACT and looking for particular services, I would be able to visit this website and see what the typical cost of receiving those specialist services in Sydney or Melbourne, particularly if I had a care team there.
But say I'm in Canberra, I look on their hip replacement, $4,000. I then have to try and ring up every surgeon who does hip replacements and try and work out, like, My question
I think
is...
there's a number of pathways in how you might want to pursue that information, both talking to your GP, who has experience in the Canberra community, talking with specialists, talking with your private health insurer. But I take your point. You may also want to engage with a number of different specialists and ask for information about the fees that they charge.
I mean, if you... Sure. Minister, obviously the coalition set up this website,
And then did nothing.
blew out to $24 million for basically no doctors. It's great to see the average cost. Government has all this data. Surely there's some sort of quid pro quo with medical
The Minister's
specialists.
asked for options from the department about ways to strengthen it, strengthen the website. I mean, I agree, it was started and then very little was done. So Minister Butler is keen to make sure it's providing as useful a service as it can. But the reality in health is you do need to work collaboratively with all stakeholders if you're going to make something a success. It's simply the reality of the health system. And so that does mean working with specialists, doctors and consumer groups to make sure it's doing what it needs to do. But our view is more transparent, more access to information, the better, and the Minister's working on that.
Thank you. All right, I'm rotating back to the opposition at this point, and then I'll come to you, Senator Robert.
Can I just check? I'm still on HTA and PEBAC. Just check when you're likely to be able to provide me the information in relation to the chronology of when everybody was advised of the inability of the assessment of all of the applications that were likely to be received for March, and when I'm likely to get information about the conditions that the medications that have been deferred are treated.
We'll get that to you as soon as possible, Senator.
Yeah, as soon as possible doesn't
Well,
really give me... Not today.
Well, I don't imagine so. Everyone's here. Like, how are they going to be doing that and appearing here? I think you know, we've had a lot of discussion this morning. You're aware that it's a timetable from October to now, really. And in response to the unprecedented amount of submissions, including complex ones, there's an extra meeting. So it's been triaged, stakeholders have been advised, Health has done everything they can to manage the process, including accessing external advisors, of which there is a limit. So there's a meeting today, I think, and over the next couple of days there's a meeting in March. There's an extra meeting at the Minister's request in May to deal with this unprecedented amount of submissions. So the chronology is really October to now, but I'm sure people will do that when they're released from here.
Like, I'm sure there's plenty of people in the department, all 6,000 of them.
But as you know, Senator Ruston, from being a minister, that there are plenty of people, but it goes through, you know, an approvals process up to the Secretary for questions on notice, and everyone involved in that is here.
Okay, well, fine if you don't want to give me the information today. So can I just ask you...
Senator, I will just remind all that it is appropriate for officials to take things on notice.
Yeah, I was just wanting to understand, because, I mean, I have questions about these issues.
And we're answering them.
Yeah, well, you can't ask them because I need the information in order to
on whether it
ask
happened
them.
on the 6th of October or at 4 o'clock or the 6th
No,
of October
who knew what before
7
who?
o'clock?
No, Senator, actually, don't be flippant about this. I actually want to know the chronology to understand who was aware of things before other people, because it does actually make quite a significant difference about the notification of these companies who are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars. But not just that, they are providing life-saving and life-changing drugs. And so maybe to that point, Minister, you know, do you concede that these deferrals are a terrible look given the recent HTA review, which called for improvements in the timeframes and time periods that Australians get to get access to affordable access to medicines? I mean, it flies completely in the face of the recommendations of the HTA review.
There's an implementation group for the HTA review, so and it's work that this government has done to manage, you know, developments in medical technology. So that work is underway and is being done. But I think you also need to accept the reality of the fact that there is only so much that one PEBAC meeting can do. You don't, or do not accept that. So if you get double the amount of submissions or whatever it is, close to that, including complex submissions, there is finite resources and time to deal with that. The department has moved quickly to respond to that situation and manage it in a way that ensures safety and quality of the process with demand from those pharmaceutical companies and for in the interests of consumers. That's why there's an extra meeting being called.
Well, I will question then, will the government commit to providing adequate resources?
We are providing resources. That's exactly what's being done. I mean,
to ensure
that's the evidence that's been given to you this morning.
That mass deferrals don't occur again.
It's not a mass deferral. There is triaging underway so that a reasonable amount, or the absolute, the most that can be done at March's meeting can be done, and then an extra meeting can deal with the other submissions.
Okay. So can you just confirm then, if you're not able to give me the information that you've taken on notice, can you confirm that every organisation in Australia that could provide HTA assessment resources has been contacted and every resource has been
Senator,
at least
I have a list of the organisations that have HTA resources that are contracted to the Department for PEBAC, and I can confirm that it is all of the organisations that we are aware of that have the appropriate experience and quality to have qualified for the panel of suppliers that we have. Okay. And that list is the University of Adelaide, the University of Technology Sydney, Deakin University, Macquarie University, the University of Melbourne, the University of Newcastle, the University of Queensland, Monash University. And in addition, we have HTA panel suppliers that assist us with their expertise, and they are Griffith University, Medex Consulting, the Royal Australasian College of Surgeons, the University of Sydney, and the Hill and Olsen Family Trust Proprietary Limited. And those are all of the organisations that have been able to qualify for the panel arrangements that we've set up in 2021 and that we regularly consider whether we can refresh.
Yep.
So we're engaging all the resources that are available to us in Australia.
Can I just ask then, is the role of the PEBAC chair classified as a full-time position?
Senator, that position has been filled on either a full or a part-time position for many years. The previous chair was filled it in a part-time capacity, and the current chair fills it in a part-time capacity. I can assure you it's not the rate-limiting step in these assessments, and by filling the position part-time, our chairs have often been able to retain other positions that assist them in having the expertise that allows them to exercise their duties effectively.
So does Professor Ward hold any other full-time roles to your knowledge?
Senator, she's currently, she's at Sydney University currently, but that's not a full-time position.
Okay, so do you know what other positions that Professor Ward holds?
Do we have the complete list here?
No, I don't, Senator, but as Mr McIntyre said, Professor Ward is, delivering her responsibilities to the PBAC.
So the department will have been advised of all other positions, directorships, boards that Professor Ward is on.
Are you able to provide that information?
We don't have it here, but we will be able to provide it to your notice.
So did Professor Ward chair the June 2024 meeting of PEBAC?
No, the June meeting was chaired by Jo Watson, the Deputy Chair.
For what reason was the chair unable to?
The chair was appointed not long before that and already had other plans that had been locked in before that, and so wasn't in the country.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm happy to keep going, but if anybody else has anything on that, I can move to another.
Well, just to assist with the flow of things, I might rotate to the crossbench and then I'll come straight back to you, Senator Ruston. So, yes, Senator Roberts.
Thank you for appearing again. Annual reports of the PSR, professional service reviews.
Oh, sorry, we just need to, Senator Roberts, because we're moving to the PSR, please come up. I just need to offer an opportunity for an opening statement because you're the first to ask them. So I'm welcoming Dr. Antonio Didio. And Dr. Didio, did you have an opening statement?
My name's Antonio Didio. I'm the Director of the PSR. Thank you for having me here.
Sorry, was that a no thank you?
No, thank you.
No, thank you. Great. Okay, Senator Roberts, you can proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Annual reports of the PSR directed to the Health Minister make no attempt whatsoever to disguise the fact that PSR operates in part as a debt recovery system from doctors of Medicare funds. Given that admissions have earlier been made before Senate estimates that committees are not chaired by a judge, that merit review on appeal is not allowed, and that no cross-examination of the committee's case ever occurs, why is it not reasonable to conclude that PSR operates similarly to a robo-debt scheme for doctors, with doctors who come before it having as little meaningful defence as did robo-debt's victims?
That's certainly not my view, Senator. When a practitioner is referred to PSR, a small minority of them are referred to a PSR committee. Last year it was 12 out of 109 referrals. When a practitioner appears before a PSR committee, the committee process is one in which peers interview and discuss with the practitioner under review whether or not, in their view, inappropriate practice has occurred. At every stage of that committee process, numerous times per day, the committee may say, we have found preliminary concerns with this matter and invite your response. In other words, the entire process is made up of taking into account the practitioner's response over and over again. Furthermore, the practitioner, of course, is invited to bring their legal representative. In terms of a merits review, there is no formal merits review process as that term is commonly known. However, there are opportunities during the committee process, during and after the committee process to respond to the committee's findings. For example, at the end of a committee, despite having opportunities to respond verbally all through the process, the practitioner under review also is invited, either themselves or through their legal representative, to make final comments about anything that has come up during the committee process. And furthermore, after the committee process is completed, there is a draft report issued by the committee to the practitioner under review, inviting comment and submissions to that draft report. So those committee findings are still deemed preliminary findings because they are still awaiting further response and information from the practitioner under review.
That sounds wonderful, but it does not discuss the fact that the PSRS case cannot be scrutinised in terms of evidence. You omit that. Why do you repeatedly omit that? Every time we come to Senate estimates, you omit that. That's fundamental to justice.
The PSR process is one in which, in order to elicit whether or not inappropriate practice has occurred, people's medical records are reviewed.
Your data is not open to scrutiny. Your case is not open to scrutiny. The facts cannot be disputed, cannot even be challenged.
Right. Please.
I'm Bruce Topwin, General Manager and General Counsel at PSR. there are no facts found until the end of the committee process. There are no findings of fact until after the committee process, after all of the evidence has come in. Yes, the committee receives billing data from Medicare, but that's open to inquiry and investigation as to how accurate that is, and that comes up often in hearings as to whether that data is accurate, and it's open then for the practitioner to put on evidence to counter that data, and that happens regularly at committee hearings. The hearing is an investigation, it isn't a prosecution. So the committee is inquiring into the information that the committee has already received in the way of the billing data, and gets the patient records to see how they match up to what's been billed, as to whether the doctor has fulfilled their obligation to keep adequate and contemporaneous notes of what they did, and to then investigate, well, what was this practitioner's conduct in connection with the provision of these services? And it's only after they've conducted a full inquiry investigation, asked lots of questions and looked at all of the evidence, that they then may find facts which may show that the doctor has engaged in inappropriate conduct.
I'll come back. I don't want an answer to this just yet, but I want to say that there's never been a comprehensive review of the process, despite a 2011 Senate inquiry saying there should be a comprehensive review within 12 months. So let me continue. Many of the annual reports of the PSR Director to the Health Minister contain the assertion that the goals for care planning must accord with the acronym SMART: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant and time-based. Notwithstanding that no explicit allusion to specific SMART goals appears in the care planning MBS descriptor. Given that essentially all doctors who appear before PSR committees who do care plans are found guilty, and given that merit review of the committee's case is never allowed, how can the committee's finding of all doctors' care plans as being unacceptable be valid?
The committee examines random samples, usually, of the practitioners' care plans. The practitioners who are examining those are practitioners who themselves do care plans. They are experts in what the general body of their specialty or profession do in their practice. And the reality is the law requires adequate records to be kept and care plans that are meaningful. And quite often the sorts of care plans that committees see are often blank templates. There's nothing in them other than the patient's name, with goals that are totally meaningless. And so those sorts of care plans are ones which they will find, well, this is not a care plan that's adequate and of any use to this patient. It is not a clinically relevant service that's been provided.
Senator, if it helps, I do care plans every couple of weeks in my practice. I could take you through what one should like, but I think what you really want to know is this is a peer review scheme, and so what we determine, what the people on committees determine, is what the general body of peers would be considering as appropriate.
This
or not.
is an apparent peer review scheme, but it's not. You claimed in the past that it is peer reviewed, and we've given examples where it's not. Now, your predecessor, I think, offered to have a conversation with me, and soon after that offer, I accepted straight away.
and on the basis that it was not to discuss a specific doctor's case. He made that clear, and I said, that's no problem at all. Soon after he left. So we've never had that. Would you be willing to give us a briefing and have an exchange on that?
I think you'll find that the person who had that conversation with you was me, Senator.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, right. Senator, I can further discuss...
Are you willing to have a meeting with us and give us a briefing?
Senator, in order for me to do that, I need to get the appropriate permissions from my own minister. But should that be the case, I would be very pleased to discuss with yourself or anybody else how the PSR system works, on the condition, of course, that it does not discuss any particular case or any particular practitioner. I can refer to some correspondence that I've had with you about this in the past, if you wish.
Sure.
We most recently corresponded with you on the 21st of March of this year and confirmed that we'd offered to meet with you in the context of providing general information about the PSR scheme and would happily provide that general information and additionally on any questions you may have on procedural fairness. The discussion would not be able to include any specific matter or case before us, and that I was not able to meet with any other person being reviewed or their legal representative or anyone else.
Does that still apply?
Well, yes, because...
Good. Okay, let's accept it and we'll set up a date.
Well, nice to hear back from you, Senator. Good.
Many doctors and all the medical defence organisations complain emphatically that committees routinely make up rules in passing their judgment. Why is this not solid evidence of dysfunction, injustice and systemic injustice?
Senator, I meet regularly with the medical defence organisations, most recently less than 2 weeks ago, and I present regularly to thousands of doctors in toto at various colleges and representative groups. That is not the impression that I get talking to hundreds of doctors around the country. We attempt to do what we exist to do, which is to protect the Commonwealth from paying from inappropriate healthcare and to protect citizens from potential harms from inappropriate healthcare through a process that we consider to be as fair as possible.
And we applaud that. We just want procedural fairness and justice. Minister, when will this government review this broken system? It's got to be changed.
Well, I don't accept that it is broken, Senator Roberts. That's your assertion. The department provides advice to the minister about the operations of all parts of the health portfolio, and we are very confident in the processes and the leadership that's being provided through the professional services review system.
There's been no review since the 2011 Senate inquiry saying there should be a comprehensive review within 12 months. No review. Clearly it was a problem back then.
Senator, there have been reviews of aspects of the PSR scheme on several occasions since then. We're happy to put
Could I have
those
on notice those reviews and the dates, please, and the topics and the scope?
Certainly.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Can I just clarify, does anyone else have questions for the professional services review? Because we might be able to let them go if not.
Oh, lucky you guys.
Okay. So we're dismissing you in the kindest and warmest possible way.
Watch them skip out the door, don't worry.
He doesn't. He's here. Thank you. So I'm returning the call to Senator Ruston.
Just got a few questions on the HDA review.
Senator, just to let you know, we are due to go to a tea break at 11:15. So.
Yep, cool. Okay. So just quickly, probably more a question to you, Minister. Is the government intending to provide a formal response to the HTA review recommendations?
I think people correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've moved to the implementation.
Yep.
With an implementation group, but I'll see if there's anything officials can add.
Okay. I mean, I know where they've got questions on the implementation group as well, but I just wondered whether you're actually going to, the government's intend to officially respond to the recommendations.
So, Senator, the government will consider its response to the HTA review, which will be informed by the work of the implementation working group, which Minister Butler has announced.
Yep.
Advice that has been sought and will be provided by the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee and the Medical Services Advisory Committee.
So you probably wouldn't be in a position to be able to tell us whether that was before, that response is likely to be before or after the election?
I can't say,
No,
Senator,
fair
I'm
enough.
sorry.
What is the status at the moment of the HTA implementation group?
Senator, the HTA implementation group has been announced by the Minister, and the Minister is currently considering its makeup and consequently will make announcements about how it will be established.
Has a decision been made who's going to lead that group?
There's been no announcement by the Minister about the membership of the group.
In the process of that implementation committee, has the department either been set or set itself any milestones in terms of the actual implementation associated with what the implementation group is looking at?
We've provided advice to government, Senator.
Has there been any funding allocated to the implementation group and the recommendations?
Senator, the department's provided advice about the establishment of the group, and it's still under consideration by government.
Okay, so we...
So
when are
more
we...
to come.
Sorry, Senator?
More to come.
Yeah, clearly more to come. Given we've only got a few... I don't know whether you wanted to... I know you had some questions on the scatter radiation. You want to do those?
I thought that was outcome.
Is that later, is it?
Yeah,
okay.
but I've got some on the orphan drug access.
Okay, cool. Fire away.
Shall I do that?
Yep.
Oh, thank you. So I have a few questions in relation to orphan drug access and approval timelines. Are you able to tell me how many medicines are listed on the PBSR for a rare disease, with that rare disease designation being affecting less than 5 in 10,000 people?
I suspect we might need to take that on notice,
Okay,
Senator.
that's fine if you do, no problem.
Yeah, Senator, we don't have those statistics here. We'll have to take it on notice.
Okay, thank you. I'll go through the others and they may well be on notice as well. Also wondering how many medicines on the PBS and LSDP were given orphan drug designation by the TGA during that registration process?
We'll take that on notice, Senator. Thank you.
Okay, and the other one, next one relates to expenditure. What is the accumulated total expenditure on rare disease medicines or even orphan drug designated medicines through the PBS and the LSDP in each financial year across the last 5 financial years? And if you could let me know what proportion those are then of total PBS and LSDP expenditure. Excellent. And then between 2018 and 2024, or whatever closest data set period you have, how many specific drugs were given orphan drug designation by the TGA in each of those years?
Yep, we'll provide all of that on notice. Thank you, Senator.
Wonderful. And then, if you like, I think the rest will be exactly the same, so I might table this, yeah? Is that okay? And then put that on notice. Thank you.
I'm still quite happy to keep going.
Oh, sorry, I thought you finished that block. That's all right.
No, I finished that actual line of questioning. But, I mean, I'm not sure Senator Waters only wants 10 minutes, though. Do you?
It was actually due to go to Senator Urquhart anyway. So, in your hands, you can have the call for another 5 or so.
Okay. I'm just... so where we go? Me?
You.
Me. Okay. I was just... can I just go to 60-day dispensing and following on some questions that were asked by Senator Pratt? You, in question on a notice, SQ 24 0001541, I asked for the government to provide projected savings to government of the uptake of eligible 60-day scripts. And in relation to the modelling around the 45% by September 24, 58 second year, but obviously September 24 is the only milestone you've reached to date. And also to provide forecast savings under the scenarios of 15%, 25%, 35%. And can I just say that the response you gave me doesn't actually go anywhere near to answering that question. So I was keen to understand if it was possible to have that information. All you've provided me is a table with a series of percentages on it.
Sorry, Senator, which exact information are you after?
Well, my question, and I'm happy to read it out again, could you please provide the projected savings to government if the uptake of the eligible 60-day scripts falls in line with your forecasts and your forecasted modelling that you have advised on many occasions was 45% by September 2024, and then 58% in the second year and 63% in years 3 and 4. I also asked if you would be able to provide what your forecasted savings would be under the following scenarios, which were 15%, 25% and 35% of eligible scripts. What you provided me in response to that was a heap of percentages. I actually asked you for the projected savings to government.
So, Senator, I think the 45% came from the impact analysis that was prepared for government to consider implementation of options for increased dispensing quantities, which included 60-day scripts, 90-day scripts, not making changes. We have to have a range of options for impact analyses. And I think the 45% was based on some prior experience we'd had with related but not identical policy changes, and it related to what would happen, the department estimated would happen if scripts 60-day dispensing was implemented in at one date. So I think in the event, the government, having received that impact analysis and considered feedback from other sources and had discussions, for instance, with the Pharmacy Guild, decided to implement 60-day prescriptions in a staged way. So we have had a look at whether or not the number of scripts that have been available, the number of medicines that have been available for 60-day scripts over the first 12 months, which was just that first tranche. What's the percentage of uptake for those? And I think it's 30%. But my colleagues can correct.
That's correct.
You've given me figures to May 2024, so it's pretty hard for me to tell anything from that.
Well, we are looking at this on a month-to-month basis.
But this is
we've now got
but the data you've
that go
provided
through for 12
in
months.
the answer to this question is actually only goes to May 2024.
Well, it probably would have been what information we had at the time the question was asked, but we've got more information.
I think I only got the answer back 2 days ago.
Yeah, but it was asked at last estimates, which would have been in May, when there was 1,575 questions answered by the department.
Yeah.
Senator, we can certainly provide an update of the information we've provided.
Actually, I don't want an update of the information provided. I actually want an answer to the question that I asked. I mean, what I'd like to know is the question is around the projected savings you made, and Ms Shakespeare's just actually said that the 45% by September 24 actually wasn't what it was. So I'm interested to go back and have a look at exactly what was said there, because that was quite clearly what we were talking about, but you've just told us that that's not what we were talking about. But I actually asked it for projected savings. I didn't ask for percentages, I asked it for the savings. And this morning, you, in response to a questions asked by Senator Pratt, you said that there had been savings of $484 million to consumers. So if you're able to ascertain that information to date, then clearly you should be able to provide me with the information that I've requested, and that is what are the savings to government.
Sorry, Senator, just to clarify, the $484 million in savings, that's relating to a different measure. That's relating to the reduction in the PBS co-payment, which has been in place for a couple of years now.
So, well, maybe you can answer me. What is the savings to patients of the 60-day dispensing?
$86 million.
86. Sorry, you did. Sorry, apologies. You actually did say that. $86 million to consumers, and so what is the commensurate saving to government of that, if you know what the 86 is?
It was $53 million in the first 12 months.
$53 million. And what was the 12 months from date to date?
So we're talking from September to September, so September 23 to September 20.
Sorry to interrupt. We've got live captions today, so just when there is talking over each other, it makes it hard for the captioners to keep up, and that's to support participants who have disability. So if we could just be mindful of that, please.
My apologies. Okay, so what were the projected savings over that same period of time?
I don't have the projected savings for that specific period of time. As Ms Shakespeare has said, there was some projections included in the impact analysis, which is the document that was used by government to consider what the different options were. Over the forward estimates, there was a projection of $1.8 billion in savings.
Sorry, Mr.
There was a projection of $1.8 billion in savings over the forward estimates.
$1.8 billion?
That's in terms of PBS patient contributions. And that was the figure that was used for the impact analysis.
Yeah, sorry. So the $1.8 billion that you referred to was from, I'm assuming it started the year, July 2023.
2023 through to 2027, yes.
So 26, 27, 23, yep. Okay, 26, 27. And that $1.8 billion is commensurate to the $86 million figure you gave me, the $53 million figure you gave me, or the combination of them both?
That would be the 86 million is the patient savings. So yes, that's the first year for that.
Senator, that's the first year, whereas the 1.8 billion is over the forward estimates.
Yes, I get that.
And the forward estimates figure is based on the impact analysis rather than being the as announced policy of government. It was a part of the process of consideration, and the policy as implemented was different from the policy as described in the impact analysis.
So where is the, so in terms of the forward estimates calculations that are contained in the budget papers, what was the analysis in the budget papers of the as announced policy?
So the government would have had to adjust the costings, yes, to match what was actually done in practice. And I think we discussed last time that estimates undergo estimate variation processes to match what actually is done in practice.
Could you then perhaps give me the new figures? So we've got the 1.86 relates to the 45% that Ms Shakespeare's just indicated was the analysis on what was first done. Subsequently, we have an as announced policy. What is the forward estimate figure of the as announced policy?
So we will go back and have a look at what was included in the budget papers as announced, and then what we can provide in terms of updates since then. So we certainly would have had updates in terms of script volumes and therefore savings in the 8th Community Pharmacy Agreement. I think that the estimated script impact there was about 246 million over the period of the 8th Community Pharmacy Agreement.
So how much was that?
246 million roughly. Increased dispensing quantity scripts was included in the forecast in the 8th Community Pharmacy Agreement.
Okay, so can I just unpack here? You said $246 million.
No, scripts. So we'd need to work out. We need to work out the savings from that script.
to million scripts. Okay, so I'm just trying to get a like for like here, which I'm struggling a little bit with. What I'd like to know, you've said $86 million was what was has actually been achieved in terms of consumer savings in the 12 months. You've said that there was a $53 million saving in relation to the government over the same period of time. Could you provide me then with what was the projected saving on the as announced policy in relation to that same period, and what was the government saving over that period, and also what was the estimates variation or the budget paper change that related to the difference between the modelling that you were talking about and the as announced policy? Am I
Yes.
making myself clear, or am I?
I think you're clear, Senator, and we'll take that on notice. And our apologies if our answer to your previous question didn't fully satisfy your request. We'll make sure that we look very carefully and seek to answer the question as you've asked it.
Thank you very much. At this stage, the committee will suspend for a period of 15 minutes and we'll return after the break, continuing in this matter. We're going to focus on concise questions, concise answers, and try and get through a bit more content. So we're going to Senator Waters and then to Senator Ruston. Senator Waters.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, almost good afternoon, everyone. Just a few quick questions from me. Do you collect data by postcodes of where PBS listed medicines are dispensed or prescribed? Obviously not identifying information, but information about which medicines are able to be afforded by particular geographic areas.
Thanks, Senator, for that question. The PBS claims data is collected for all medicines that are dispensed through the PBS, which includes identifiers around, I guess, where the supply happened, and it does go to the postcode level, but as a general rule, the department doesn't release granular data to that extent. We ensure that the data is de-identified and is not able to be re-identified.
Yes.
And postcode may be one of those identifiers that could allow re-identification of data. The lowest public level that I believe we have would be at sort of state and territory level, which is published regularly by Services Australia, who administer the payments for the PBS, and they publish on a monthly basis statistics for all PBS items.
State by state.
And it can be looked up by state as well, yes.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to... some of the more modern medicines, for example, menopause, hormone therapy, are extremely expensive. They're not on the PBS. So I'm wondering, is it possible to ascertain geographically where people are purchasing both the PBS listed one, which is slightly more affordable, or the non-PBS listed one? Is it possible to get that kind of geographic split?
So we don't actively currently have a way to collect non-PBS supply, so private scripts are not collected through that same...
You don't track the scripts, you track the dispensing?
So the data is collected at the point of dispensing. So when a pharmacist processes the script, then the claim is made with Services Australia, and that data is collected. Yes. But because the pharmacist will only make claims for PBS prescriptions, but not for private prescriptions, we don't necessarily have access to all private prescriptions for medicines.
Okay. Is that... you'd probably learn quite a bit from having that information. Has that ever been collected before, the non-PBS scripts?
There are ways that we can access that information, but it's not collected on the same regular basis, and we don't have the same level of access to that data. So I don't think we'd have it readily available for comparison.
Why not? I mean, it would really reveal an affordability piece.
So there are probably participants in the medicine supply chain that might get more information about that and would be able to provide us with advice about it. So I imagine the wholesalers, would be involved in supplying private script medicines to pharmacies. So we can certainly ask them, and the information they're willing to share with us.
Okay, well, in that case, could I please ask that you try to ascertain, to the best of your abilities, the data about MHT prescriptions, both the non-PBS listed MHT and the PBS listed?
We can certainly ask.
Thank you,
Senator.
And I just have a couple of quick questions on, and I'm not sure if this is the right spot, it's about the lowest cost comparator test that PEBAC uses. In the 2 inquiries that this committee has run, that I've started and been engaged with, that test has come up as quite a barrier towards both more modern contraceptives being listed on the PBS and more modern MHT being listed on the PBS. And I'm very pro people getting the healthcare that they need at an affordable rate, and it seems that this lowest cost comparator test is a real barrier to that. So I'd like to know what policy work, if any, is being done on considering whether that rule should in fact be chucked out the window, and a better rule that factors in people's quality of life be either added or replace that other rule.
Senator, yes, perhaps I can cast some light on that. Certainly, PEBAC has indicated that this is an area of concern for them, and the Minister has indicated that he's very concerned about this issue as well. And so he has directed PEBAC to provide him with advice about how that might be managed in a way that ensures that patient outcomes are considered in the broadest way appropriate. One of the challenges for the PEBAC process is that PEBAC can only consider medicines for listing on the PBS that sponsors choose to bring forward, and they may choose not to. But nonetheless, as a result of the Minister's direction to provide advice, PEBAC has had a number of discussions, including holding meetings with stakeholders about oral contraceptives and HRT medications. I sat in on one of those, and it was a very instructive discussion about the full range of challenges that different consumer groups, researchers and potential sponsors of these medicines have found in the system, and PEBAC is considering that information and is on notice to provide advice to the Minister as a result.
Okay, that's really welcome. I'm so glad it's finally being looked at. What time frame are you expecting PEBAC to give the Minister the advice?
Minister, I'll ask Mr Turnow to provide some further information about the timing, but I would note that all of PEBAC's advice ends up published.
Oh, that is even better news.
So it will be available to the Minister, but it will also be available to you and to the sponsors, consumer groups and patient advocacy groups that have an interest in these issues.
Great. And yes, so when might we see that?
So the issue is, as Mr McIntyre mentioned, was discussed at a stakeholder meeting, and I understand that the current PBAC meeting will be discussing contraceptives, and then we'll have advice coming out of that meeting, usually within I think 8 weeks. It depends on what the advice is, but it'll be in the next couple of months, I imagine. So I can't make any commitments right now as to when we'll complete that advice, but I understand there's a meeting happening at the moment, and one of these issues.
Today meeting.
Yep.
That's why they couldn't appear. I'm remembering now.
Yep.
Okay, so roughly 2 months, you think? And
within 2 months, I think it could be. I mean, I'm not sure what the situation will be in terms of their outcomes, because they're an independent committee and they'll make their determinations. And
yes, can I just ask, in the scope of the advice that's been sought, have they been asked to identify both things that they could unilaterally change, but also things that might require either government policy or legislative change?
Certainly the Minister has invited them to consider providing advice in whatever way they think would be most helpful.
Yes.
They're likely to provide advice in two senses. One will be broad advice about how the issue might be handled in general, but also there are a number of specific medications that are up for consideration that are contraceptives or HRT medications in the current meeting, and we would anticipate that they will provide specific advice to the Minister, which will be public, about how those particular medications should be handled and whether or not they might be cost effective if the sponsors are willing to have them listed at an acceptable price.
Yes, although they will be measured against the lowest cost comparator test, because that test is still the test that gets applied, presumably. What I want to know is, when are we going to get rid of that test and have a better test?
The test is, I mean, it's a legislated test, but it's also a very helpful way to ensure that the Australian taxpayer pays no more for a medication than is necessary for its effectiveness. But what's been identified is that there are opportunities to consider clinical benefits that go that are separate from the main indication. So, for example, an oral contraceptive or HRT medication is there primarily to assist with those specific conditions, but different patient groups might have side effects, for example.
Indeed.
And those side effects can be potentially relevant if there is evidence that the sponsor can provide that can support them being treated differently. So the lowest cost comparator is only relevant if two medications have identical evidence. And one of the challenges in the past has been that sponsors have not presented evidence for PEBAC to consider about some of these related conditions and side effects.
Yes, but
so
it's
they've
a
got
bit
that
of a vicious
opportunity.
circle if you can't prescribe to address those side effects because the guidelines say it's for the main purpose, then it's a bit hard to collect the data on what it does to the side effects. So they're sort of in a bit of a bind there. Anyway,
You do understand, Senator, the key problem, and they are providing advice on how that might be addressed.
Thank you.
I can also add that the PBAC is considering the general application for Slender on the PBS in the current meeting. So there is
that's welcome news. I know that's a very popular modern medicine that helps a lot of people. One final question. I wanted to know. You said there was a meeting that you had the benefit of attending where stakeholders and PEBAC and perhaps the Minister, I can't recall if you said that, were discussing these issues. Do notes of that meeting ever get made public?
Senator, that was a stakeholder meeting about oral contraceptives, and it did not involve the Minister or his direct representatives.
Will the notes of that meeting be public?
The notes of that meeting form part of the broader consideration of PEBAC. PEBAC publishes their advice, but their advice is informed by a wide range of meetings and processes, and they don't typically publish all those interim pieces of information.
Thank you. Just while I have you, I just want to make sure that my next lot of questions belong there and not here. So I've got questions about period products being available in public hospitals. Is that this outcome or the next outcome?
Outcome 1.
Outcome 1, yep, great. And, hang on, outcome 1, yes. And I have questions about policies to deal with migraines and the gendered lens that should be applied on that condition. Where does that belong?
So the officers here could answer questions about PBS listed drugs to treat migraines.
More policy questions and what's being done.
I suspect that's then likely to be outcome 1 as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have questions about Asherman's syndrome. Outcome 1.
Very much, I think, Senator, depend on the questions.
Basically, what's being done about it? Are you collecting any data?
How about we go and
have a think about that one?
Around and where we can answer that
and
question.
midwives' home birth, the recent policy changes on that, is that outcome 1 also?
Yes, so I think the health workforce officers at outcome 1 can help with that.
And
we're
they
going
think
to,
so and they're checking.
We're just going to check who is best placed to answer questions about that.
And then the last issue is abortion access. Outcome 1 or outcome 2?
So if you are, if your questions relate to Medicare funding for termination procedures, that would be outcome 2. If it's public hospital support for terminations, outcome 1. If it's medical termination of pregnancy, we've got our officers here that can talk about the medications listed on the PBS.
Okay. I might leave it for outcome 1, I think, because it sort of sits in that better.
Thank
I'm
you.
done. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask some questions around private health insurance for the right people? I lost my pen.
Did I steal it? Is it in your hand?
No, it's a blue one. I get all funny when I lose my pen. Okay. This might perhaps be a question to you, Minister. What's the federal government's position on the New South Wales government's policy to increase private health, their private health levy?
Look, I'll come back to you on whether there's been any specific discussion between the Minister and his colleagues. I mean, normally we don't comment on decisions of state and territory governments. I saw the ad that's being run. There's a TV ad just came on when about midnight last night when I was sadly watching TV, but that's been run, which obviously there's some concern about that. But I have nothing. I have nothing further that I'm able to contribute. I'll check and see if there's been any discussions, but clearly, state and territory governments have to make decisions, but we are obviously keen to make sure that private health insurance remains affordable for people.
So I was just to that end, just wondering, probably putting on your hat as the Finance Minister, whether you've got any concerns about the potential impact of a policy change that will relate to private health insurance, whether it's got any, if it potentially has impact on future premium rounds, and whether you have any concern about the financial impact at a federal level of a change that potentially has the levers to impact on the federal budget.
Yeah, well, obviously, I mean, we do, the Treasurer and I do look at decisions of state and territory governments and what that means, if there is any impact on Australian government programs. I guess it comes back to, again, there has been, when you look at contributors to inflation and things like that, insurance, in a general sense, is a contributor to that. So we are looking at the issue of insurance more generally. We want private health insurance to remain affordable for people. I don't think that'll be any surprise, and if there are any impacts, of course, we'll have to consider those. I think this is, from memory, I'm talking to the industry, New South Wales is the only jurisdiction that levies a charge like this. A specific charge, although I think there are other stamp duties and things that are still charged from other jurisdictions on insurance, apart from the ACT, I think, because we took it off. But yeah, I mean, the general principle is that we want private health insurance to be affordable for people.
Is the government intending to release its 2025 premiums, the premium increase prior to the next election?
Well, of course, we don't know when the next election will be.
You have a better idea
It's
than
not
I
a
do.
matter that falls within my responsibilities or the Minister for Health. I think it's normally done in the first quarter of the calendar year. Is that correct?
Senator, it's typically released early in the new year.
Yeah.
We do have information on the website. We typically release an indicative timeline for the premium round process. We always note that ultimately it's a decision that the Minister is taking.
Yeah, sure. Private health insurance, or Private Healthcare Australia, has estimated the cost impact on the average family premium in New South Wales will be $156 a year, which equates to a premium increase of 4.1% for New South Wales participants. Does the department agree with those figures?
I'm happy to take it. Okay, good. Senator, we have looked at the proposal by New South Wales. We understand PHA has done some work. We've formed a view around a rough increase. It's a little less than what PHA have estimated. We estimate in the order of, were it just for New South Wales, it would be an increase in the order of 2 to 3%.
2 to 3%. Okay.
And again, that's subject to were that increase to occur and then be passed through in full and solely related to New South Wales, whereas some insurers may choose to distribute that cost increase differently.
Yep. I'm just understanding that you've obviously have made that assessment. It was also estimated through the same source that it would cost the Commonwealth budget $49 million in 2025 alone, which was $12 million as it related to shifting demand from private to the public system, and $37 million from higher payments for PHI rebates that would result on the high. Are they within the ballpark realm of your assessment of the impact?
I would need to take that on notice.
Have you looked at this particular issue?
I may be able to return to you shortly, Senator, but I think one of the points that would be factored in is whether those privately insured patients that go to a hospital, a public hospital, elect to be treated as a private patient or
there's another can of worms we don't want to open.
Yeah. But there's just to make the point, there is a number of factors in these estimations. But let me look into it.
That'd be great. It'd be fantastic to have a look at some of the assumptions that sit behind, and obviously there is a great scope for flexibility. It's also been estimated by the same source that nationally the measure would increase premiums by 1.4%, which obviously you may have a different view. So just keen if you could have a look at what you think the potential impact across a national premium.
As I shared with you before,
yeah, you said
2 to 3%.
But that related to the 4.1, didn't it?
It relates to 4.1 for, as I understand it, for PHA in relation to New South Wales premiums. However, our estimate, were that increase spread nationally by private health insurers, that would equate to approximately 1% increase.
1%, okay, thanks. Thanks, that's excellent.
Just to kind of further supplement Mr Kelleher's advice, so we've not got information yet that should this be applied by the insurers, whether they would apply it just within New South Wales or how that would work within their broader cost structure. So I think it'd be fair to say that should New South Wales do this, the reaction then of how the insurers would deal with it, what that looks like about premiums, what that looks like on a geographic basis, whether any of it's absorbed, has still got to be worked through.
I think you'd be pretty clear it's not going to be absorbed, but I take your point about whether it's a New South Wales phenomenon or whether it's a national phenomenon. But notwithstanding any of that, there is clearly going to be an impact on the federal budget of this. So look forward to getting that additional information back from you on that. Can I move to the private hospital, the financial health check?
You've got
the right people? Okay. The Minister obviously said that there was no silver bullet from Canberra or funding solutions from taxpayers to deal with what are essentially, I think, private pressures in this system, if I can quoting him correctly. Does the government or have a plan in relation to private hospitals over the next 6 months in any way, shape or form to deal with what were clearly the concerns that the sector already knew that were reported in that health check report? Is there any plan at all, or are we simply going to say we did a review into this and did a health check and actually you're sick, but we're not going to give you any treatment?
So I think, first of all, about the private hospital sector financial health check, it commenced, I'm just trying to think when it commenced exactly, it might have been around May. And what the financial health check really did help the government is a better understanding of the fact base in the sector. One of the things that came out of that private financial health check is that this is by no means a uniform sector. There is a lot of variation, which was reported in the public document that was put out. It also indicated that variation includes variation across different types of services, particularly called out obstetrics and mental health as being particular areas of challenge and a high level of value. So the government said there's no magic bullet. The Minister made it clear that we would continue. We established in that process a CEO forum, which I chair, that has both private hospitals, private health insurers and a representative of the AMA and a representative of the states. We will continue a forum very similar to that to work through the issues with the sector. The other comment I would make is over the time of the private health check, private sector health check, there was actually quite a lot of movement in negotiations between private health insurers and private hospitals. And so the landscape in terms of those discussions moved for quite a number of significant players. So the health check was quite clear that there had been a decline, at least in profitability, at least on the data that we'd seen. It was also clear that there had been an increased cost within the system, a sort of shock that's being worked for, and the private sector players are negotiating with each other how to deal with that shock.
Yes. Mr. Comley, with the greatest respect, we've got a really short time. I know that I read the report. Okay. My question was actually around your intention, one way or the other, to actually do anything over the next 6 months, or what you're saying to me now is that you think it's happening organically anyway.
No, I think what I'm trying to say is that the health check led to a better fact base. We're engaging with the sector and we're making sure we work through any issues that exist. But I'm not in a position to commit the government will or will not do something. What I'm saying is that this is not where we've received a report or done a report, put it on the back burner, and we're not actively considering the issues that are raised by the health check.
Okay. So the CEO, Flora, you just mentioned that you chair. Does it have terms of reference?
Well, I'm just trying to think. The original one did have terms of reference? No, that one.
If I could.
Yeah, sorry.
The CEO forum that was established to engage with the Secretary during the course of the health check, that was done on invitation, and the invitation expressed the areas that were of particular interest, but it did not formally create terms of reference for those discussions that were held. Consideration, as the Secretary said, is being given to recommencing a CEO forum, and we're anticipating that'd be supported by terms of reference specific for that group.
So when will that be formed and when will it report?
Well, it's very close to being formed. We're in the process of finalising the membership. That obviously involves conducting those potential members and finding out whether they're interested in participating. I anticipate that in a matter of weeks rather than any longer than that. In terms of when will it report, we don't view this as a group set up to have a report. We see this as an ongoing forum to make sure that we're across the interests of the issues in the sector, and we particularly see it as valuable that all parts of the sector have got a voice so that we understand and we get in one forum the different perspectives within the sector.
So what's the difference between the reference group and the forum, and how do they work together?
So the reference group was established more as a technical group. So as we were getting data in, for example, from the sector, or understanding what data to answer, that reference group was really people with genuine technical expertise to make sure that advice to the department was robust. The CEO forum was a more senior group that brought both policy perspectives, stakeholder views, and also looked at some of the information provided through the system.
So are they both to continue?
Considerations being given to the officer level support, the technical support that would assist the operation of the CEO group, and if the department is taking forward proposals, assist us with developing those.
So I'm just trying to understand. So we've obviously got the membership of the forum and the reference group as was applied to the health check. So I'm keen to understand, are the same people likely to be on the forum and the technical group, for whatever term you wish to use it going forward? Are the same people intended to be on both?
It's not. We haven't finalised the membership of the CEO forum.
Yeah. It's interested in one of the members of the reference group, Professor Auler. Were any concerns raised about the capacity of his impartiality in relation to providing advice around the private hospitals?
Senator, I engage regularly with peak bodies and individuals from right across the private health sector. Some members of peak bodies did point out Professor Auler had made some comments during the course of his time as a rep at the AMA. I think they've made remarks about almost everyone, be it on the CEO forum or in the reference group. So, yeah, views were expressed by a number of stakeholders about the perspectives that different participants, be it the reference group or the CEO group, were likely to contribute.
Hardly surprising in the health sector to have different opinions about.
Yeah, it was just interesting, Minister, that Mr. Auler made that they weren't light comments. They were. It's unfortunate that other insurers, including Boop and Nib, have come out in support of Medibank Private's inappropriate behaviour, and then we pop him on a a reference group that is advising in relation to a private hospital health check. So, you know, it does sort of would suggest there's a level of apprehended bias against the insurers by Professor Auer, and so I just questioning.
I'm sure he'll be
I'm
sure he'll be able to conduct himself professionally.
Yeah.
As
Okay.
you
Well,
would
I
expect.
sure. Thanks. Could I just ask quickly about radiation, the announcements in relation to radiation therapy centres? There was an election or an announcement, commitment by the government. Hi, how are you? So, thanks, Dr. Devlin. There was an election commitment in 2022 for $8 million for a radiotherapy centre in the federal electorate of Gilmore at the new Eurobodella Hospital at Maria. Just interested to understand what agreement was reached between the federal government, New South Wales government and the Greater Area Health Service to deliver this commitment to the Eurobodella Shire.
Hi, Senator. Lisa Schofield, First Assistant Secretary of the Cancer, Hearing and Chronic Conditions Division. I'm sorry, I was just coming in from the waiting room. Would you mind?
Sure.
Just quickly.
There was an election commitment of about $8 million to the Radiation Therapy Centre in the federal electorate of Gilmore. And I was just wondering what agreement has been reached between the federal government, the New South Wales government and the Greater Southern Area Health Services in relation to the delivery of this particular commitment in Eurobodella.
So, Senator, you're correct. There was an election commitment. It is for $8 million. That commitment has been communicated formally to the New South Wales government through the Minister by the Commonwealth. There is not an agreement in place yet between the Commonwealth and New South Wales in relation to that. The New South Wales government, there's been ongoing correspondence. The New South Wales government is confirming the best way that it wishes to deliver that service. And so our latest advice is that we're expecting to hear from them again shortly with some more details about how they would like for that service to be delivered.
So are you aware the New South Wales government has not included radiation therapy rooms for Specialist Radiotherapy Centre in the plans for the new Level 4 regional hospital to be located at Maria?
It is my understanding that that's how the hospital plans were developed, Senator, yes.
Okay. So you've got no agreement with the New South Wales government in place as yet. So we now know that there is no provision being made at the new Eurobodella Hospital for this particular service to be delivered. So on what basis did you proceed, or maybe Minister, on what basis did your government proceed with an announcement when we have no agreement and we have a sort of somewhat of a demonstration of a lack of intent by the New South Wales government?
Well, the government made that commitment based on work that had been done around level of need, and we remain committed to that and the provision of that investment with our, and you know, we will work with the New South Wales government to deliver it.
And Senator, if I can just add, this does build on a previous measure that was announced in 1920 for these sorts of services to be delivered in the Eurobodella.
1920?
2020, I think you mean.
19/20.
19/20.
Financial year.
Sorry, 2019-2020 financial year.
It's a very broad scope. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry. In the 2019-20 budget, there was funding for radiation services, radiotherapy services in the Eurobodella region. That funding was increased following the 2022 election. And as I said, Senator, conversations are ongoing between New South Wales and the Commonwealth for the best way to deliver those services.
Yeah. There's a letter that was sent from the Minister to the member for Eden Monero, and in that letter it says, I can confirm that the Australian government has committed $8 million to funding to deliver radiation therapy in the Eurobodella. I note the concerns you raise about the costs of delivering this type of service. So I'm very keen to understand what the concerns are that have been raised in this letter between from Minister Butler to the member for Eden Monero.
So apologies, Senator, I don't have that chain of correspondence in front of me, but I would say that there are a range of ways that these types of services can be delivered. There are different models of care, and we've seen that across the range of the facilities that have been established as part of the radiation measures. That there were sort of 10 regions across Australia, so they're different in each place. I think various models obviously will have different costs associated with them, and that's why I think that New South Wales is continuing to consider the best way to deliver these services in that region.
Okay. It's been quoted on the member for Gilmore's site that only an Albanese Labor government will invest in a regional radiation therapy centre for the Eurobodalla. Do we still hold by that statement, Minister?
Yes, well, we've allocated the resources. They're ready to go. We're working with the New South Wales Government to deliver that. So there is no lack of commitment or delay from our side. We are ready to move on that and working with the New South Wales Government to find a solution to deliver it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So when do we think that the people...
Well, we're moving as fast as we can.
So, Minister, are you concerned about the fact that the plans for the hospital at the Eurobodalla do not include any capacity for this facility to actually operate from there?
Look, I haven't been closely involved in this. I know this is subject to a pretty significant political campaign in the seat of Gilmore from your colleagues. There is, I think, continued discussion around the role of that hospital and the move to Moruya from Batemans Bay, but we continue to work and are ready to do whatever the New South Wales Government needs us to do. I know the member for Gilmore has been advocating strongly to find a solution or a resolution to this, and we will continue to do so. Fiona Phillips always stands up for her local community. That's what secured the agreement for the resourcing in the first place, and she intends to deliver on that, as does the government.
Senators, it's now just gone past 12:15, so we are due to go for an hour break. We'll pick this up after the break in 1 hour's time, resuming at 1:15. Resume. Just before we go back into questions in outcome 2, Senator Roberts was just seeking to make a clarification from his previous session. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, 3 points. First of all, when Mr Didio from the PSRS said that we had met, I said we hadn't. We had in fact met, but soon after we met, I made arrangements at his request to visit him in his office, and during the process of that we exchanged, our officers exchanged emails, and then we suddenly found out that he was no longer there. I've since found that he's come back. So I was mistaken, so I acknowledge my mistake. Secondly, I've contacted his office, and he's gone out to lunch, so I can't, but I will contact him to make clear my mistake. And thirdly, Mr Didio indicated that our office had not contacted his office in response to the invitation. We had, in fact, done that. And we'd had exchanged emails, and we were waiting on an email reply from his office, which we've never received.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Roberts. That's all duly noted, and I'm sure Dr Didio will see the transcript, so thank you very much. I'm now passing the call to Senator Steele-John, and then I'll be coming back to the opposition. So, Senator Steele-John.
Awesome. No, I'm expeditiously...
We need to move off this outcome before we can...
Yep.
We're still on outcome 2.
If you're not going to outcome 1 and then back to outcome 1 and then back to outcome 2, Senator Waters is not going to get any of the questions. So I just wanted to let you know.
Technically, that's a possibility because we need to work through this outcome in the program.
I understand.
So
I just wanted to make sure you understood via plane.
Yes,
Okay.
Senator Steele-John.
I'm going to be speedy.
We're on outcome 2.
Okay, thank you. The ABC recently published an article presenting a pretty damning picture of the current state of dental care in Australia, using findings from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare's Oral and Dental Health Care Report. I just want to confirm a few key figures from that report. I believe that it revealed in 2022-23 that for that period of time, more than 87,000 hospitalisations were recorded for dental conditions that could have been avoided by earlier treatment. Is that correct?
Good afternoon, Senator. Liz Devlin, Deputy Secretary of Primary and Community Care Group. I think you're referring to potentially preventable hospitalisations that are referred to in that report, and yes, that figure is accurate.
Thank you. And in that report, it also recorded that the highest rate of these potentially preventable hospitalisations occurred in children ages 5 to 9, correct?
I don't have the report in front of me, Senator, so I'll assume that's correct.
All right, thank you. Now, it can be pretty safely assumed that early treatment of dental and oral health conditions could indeed prevent hospitalisations from occurring because you were able to get there before the condition deteriorates to the point where hospitalisation is necessary. Treatment is not being sought, unfortunately, due to the cost barrier. Regular dental care, we've talked about this before, is just too expensive for many people to afford. Are you familiar with the Australian and Dental Association's estimates that as many as 2/3 of people in Australia avoid or delay dental care because of the high cost barrier?
So, Chair, can I just ask a question? We've got the officers here, so there's no problem answering this, but this is kind of outcome 1.6, or in outcome 1 is dental. So, sorry? 2.5. Well, 2.5 as well. Sorry, apologies.
Okay. So we're able to deal with this here then?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. Okay.
Mr. Connolly, you've ruined the flow, man.
Sorry, I apologise, Senator. It was not my intent.
I'll try to get the vibe back, you know. But again, seriously, we can safely assume that if they had been able to get treatment earlier, we would have been able to avoid some of these 87,000 potentially preventable hospitalisations with all of their occurrent cost and trauma for people. Are you aware of the Australian Dental Association's estimates that as many as 2/3 of people in Australia avoid or delay dental care because of these high cost barriers?
Senator, so I'm aware of the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare's data, which has similar sorts of things, which refers to people aged over 15 years and over, and so 52% of that population visited a dental professional in the last 12 months. And according to that survey, those who needed to see a dental professional but delayed seeing or did not see one in the past 12 months because of cost was 18% in that particular report by the Institute of Health and Welfare.
Yes, indeed it is. Now, in terms of how people are then going about getting over that cost barrier, because you need to be able to get healthcare if you can in these types of situations, we know that a number of people are accessing their superannuation to pay for dental care, and that number is in fact increasing. Recent estimates taken from the relevant department show that a total of $526 million has been taken out of superannuation accounts to pay for dental surgery in the year 23-24. Now that is a 700% increase on that same figure from the 2018-2019 period, and this question will be for the department. Considering the health issues that inadequate dental care can cause and the very high costs incurred by government due to the preventable hospitalizations that occur, can I ask, has the department conducted an analysis on the potential benefits of including dental services in Medicare? Benefits generally, or indeed, I would really hope, a bit of a cost-benefit analysis.
I'll kick off, but if you're asking, are we going to adopt the Greens proposal, which has been costed at $46 billion by the PBO, and even there have said that the figures are highly, difficult to predict. The answer is no. We are focused, there's a number of things underway in dental, including making sure our public dental program is properly funded, as we have done in the 23-24 budget. There's recommendations, obviously, that have come through the Senate dental inquiry, and the government's response to that has been tabled. We're also working with the states and territories to develop the new National Oral Health Plan, which would focus for the next 10 years. And there's a National Dental Reform Oversight Group. There are a number of programs that the government currently funds, include the Child Dental Benefit Schedule, which has provided $3.1 billion in benefits and delivered 51 million services to 3.5 million children. And so that obviously is an important program. And there are other ways the government funds, provides assistance to people for dental care, including through the public dental services offered through the states and territories.
Thank you for summarising those governmental responses, Minister. These questions are to the department. Has the department conducted any analysis on the potential benefits of including dental services in Medicare?
Senator, I think we've previously referred to you around the Dental Oversight Group, which is a collaborative project called by all health ministers, so other jurisdictions are working with us. That group is looking at how governments could prioritise low-income, older people, First Nations people. The key building blocks that are happening under that oversight group include a costing study, the national minimum data set, and they are due to report to health ministers again by the end of the year.
Thank you. We have done this exchange a couple of times. I very much recall those. Has there been any consideration requested of the department? Have you been requested to consider, or in fact, let's just cut to the chase, in terms of the Aged Care Royal Commission? So the Aged Care Royal Commission recommended a senior dental benefit scheme similar to the child dental benefit scheme. Last estimates, I asked if there had been a submission to the ERC about a seniors dental benefit scheme, and I was told on notice that you are not going to answer that particular question, so I will keep my questions contained to the work of the department this time. The government response to the dental inquiry said that options for the provision of dental services to seniors will be presented to health ministers in 2024. Have those options been developed by the department?
Senator, the department is not working alone here. We are working with jurisdictions on looking at those options.
Okay. So you are working with jurisdictions to consider those options. Have those options been developed by the department? Because this is a Royal Commission recommendation. The government's response says you are working in this area. So have you developed as a department a response?
Senator, I can only refer you to my previous answers where this is a joint partnership project with other jurisdictions. So the department is contributing what data it has available. There's other dental experts being involved from the jurisdictions working this up together.
And you intend to present the outcome of this work to ministers when?
So it is, I think health ministers have requested the work by the end of the calendar year.
By the end of the calendar year? So by the end of 2024. When was the most recent meeting of this group that you are part of?
I think it was the 10th of October, Senator.
The 10th of October. And what were the follow-up actions for the department that came out of that meeting?
I'll refer to that.
Mark Rodham, First Assistant Secretary, Primary Care Division. I would need to go back to the record of that meeting to see if there are any follow-up actions.
Would there have been a internal officials? Oh, right. I thought the health ministers.
There would be a what, sorry?
No, I think...
Sorry, I thought we were talking about health ministers' meeting.
Okay. So you will have to go and check the record.
I will, yes.
For that. Who from the department was present at that meeting?
An Assistant Secretary from my division is the department's representative on that oversight group, Senator.
In that oversight group. And do Treasury, do state and territory representatives also bring information, proposals, data to those meetings?
Yes, they do.
Right. And is there a time period where the ministers, both federal and state, have indicated that they will respond to the proposals delivered to them by the end of the calendar year?
I imagine that would be something ministers would consider at that meeting, Senator.
Minister Gallagher, can you shed any light on this? Because your department's just said, or the government's department's just said, we are developing these options. They'll go to the ministers by the end of the calendar year. Or that's at least, I should clarify, that's when it's been requested. But are you on track to deliver those responses to those ministers by the end of calendar year?
I expect the work of the oversight group will conclude this calendar year.
Okay. So they'll have it by the end of the calendar year. Yes?
Oh, the work will conclude this calendar year. Yes.
Okay. So, Minister, can you shed any light on when we will actually see a formal response to the information they will receive at the end of this year?
No, I'm afraid not. I'm not a health minister, so it would presumably go to health ministers for consideration. But you're asking me to predict the sort of handling of something that hasn't been complete. So,
well, you did get the old Royal Commission recommendation. Well, it was actually delivered to the former Liberal government. We've had a while to kind of work on this one, and oral and dental healthcare going unaddressed really hurts.
It's not unaddressed,
and has a lot of flow through health impacts. So,
question, please, Senator.
Yeah, there's a lot of commentary.
Well, I think, to be quite frank, it's the lack of urgency here that a lot of people find frustrating. I will move to the final piece, which is around the. Do you know, I have actually got a final question for you in this space. $526 million taken out of superannuation accounts is a stunning amount of money. That's 700% increase. I dread to think what that means if you break it down, particularly by gender representation, where we know that women are already in a position where, over their lifetime, they will retire with far less
Yep.
You are the Finance Minister, so it's very much with you.
Well, we've covered these in other hearings. So we've covered the issue of withdrawing super in other hearings.
For dental?
For health procedures.
Health procedures.
More generally.
Have you undertaken some work to understand what the long-term impact of this will be, particularly on women's superannuation?
Well, I've certainly, I mean, it's not a matter for this committee, but we, of course, have been looking at the issue of women's superannuation and separately from these hearings in the other committee, there was conversation of the use of superannuation for health services, which is being monitored appropriately by ministers and other agencies involved.
Can you take on notice?
Super.
Yeah, can you take on notice whether you've done any specific work around the withdrawal of funds from super for dental care and its implications for retirement savings? Because again, a 700% increase is huge.
Yeah, and some of that is, and some of it is not necessarily for urgent dental care or what we would, what you would consider through the public dental health program or things like that. There's a big increase in veneers and kind of those types of things. So, we'll see what we can provide, but that's for another committee. It's not for the Department.
That's
the Department of Health to take
I'm not sure I can take something on notice for another minister in another committee.
At this stage, you're going to have to submit that on notice to the relevant committee.
Okay, well, I'm happy to do that. Just finally then, very much for this committee, I understand that there is a new oral health plan being developed with state and territory governments. When do you expect that to be released?
Senator, we've just executed a contract to support that work. The current plan remains active until the new plan supersedes it. We don't have a final date for the completion of the new plan, but it is underway.
So, hang on, sorry, you don't have a...
We don't have the work has started. We don't have a completion date at this stage, and the current plan does continue until it's superseded.
Yes, but the current plan ran out a while ago now.
It's to 2024, and we're still in 2024. So.
We are, but we're almost at... I should say, it is very soon to be... we're very soon to be out of that period. If you can't give me a date for the completion of the new plan, and this is the final estimates hearing for the year, that's a bit of a red flag.
Well, as I've said, Senator, the current plan continues until it is superseded.
Okay. Will there be an opportunity for public consultation on the plan?
Yes, I would expect so, Senator.
When will that open?
I'd need to take that on notice.
Okay. Open and close would be great to know.
Sure.
And will there be a report on the final KPIs of the current oral health plan? I note, for instance, that the progress report established by the AIHW in 2020 showed no progress or negative progress on 16 of the 26 KPIs. So, yeah.
I'd need to take that on notice, Senator. Sorry, I do have an answer to your previous question, though, that there has been the establishment of a stakeholder reference group for the plan that will undertake public and private sector consultation, so I can confirm that.
Yeah, public and private sector consultation.
Public consultation and private sector consultation.
Oh, okay. So there will. Just to clarify, there'll be an opportunity for the community,
yes,
people, to feedback. Okay. And can you take on notice whether there will be a report on the final KPIs of the current plan?
Yes.
Thank you. That's me.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Can I ask some questions on newborn blood screening? Before I do, did you want to do something on radiation?
I did.
Okay, just Senator Reynolds has got some additional questions on radiation, which is what we would like.
Senator Reynolds, you have the call.
Thank you very much. And just before you leave the table, to come back, I just want to talk about oncology services in Western Australia, particularly radiological oncology services. I've had increasing numbers of people in the East Metropolitan Corridor, North and East, who have limited, if no access, and they have to travel a long way in Perth. I'm just wondering, can you explain what role you have and working with the West Australian Government in terms of radiological services across the state, how it works?
Thanks, Senator, at a high level, obviously the states and territories are responsible for planning their health services. We have seen earlier today that on occasion the Australian government makes investments in different services in jurisdictions, but I would suggest that that's a matter for the Western Australian health system in terms of where they locate their radiology services.
So have you had any approaches from Western Australia, or are you currently involved in any radiological services or oncology in WA?
Not that I'm aware
Not
of.
specifically, Senator, no.
Okay. So you have no policies either on whether, on any public-private partnerships?
No, Senator. No, none that have been flagged with us explicitly, no.
Would you mind just taking it on notice? And if you are aware of anything, if you could answer that on notice? Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Senator Weston.
Thank you. Newborn blood screening. Right, people? Fantastic.
It's in outcome one. But
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, is it?
Well, in that
No,
case...
I will wait. So, okay, well, I have two lots of quick things. In relation to then national telehealth standards, is that here? No, that's a different place? No, I know it's not you, but is that an outcome 2 or outcome 1?
Telehealth standards would be outcome 1.
Outcome 1, okay, all right.
Telehealth standards. Yeah, if it's related to MBS services, then that's outcome 2 because that's a private individual benefit. If it's another form of telehealth, it might be outcome
I'm just the review of the national standards.
But why don't you ask the question, then we can work out whether we can help. I mean, I suspect we've got the relevant people in the room.
Wanted to an update on where the review is at.
So, Senator, just to clarify, that's the review by the MBS Review Advisory Committee?
You tell me who's reviewing them, but it's the national telehealth standards.
So, Senator Daniel McKay, First Assistant Secretary, Medicare Benefits and Digital Health. The Medicare Review Advisory Committee has concluded a review into telehealth and made a number of recommendations to government. Ms Riley might be able to step through with those recommendations.
Okay. Was it publicly released?
Yes,
Yep.
Senator. So it's available on the website. It was released in... It was published in June this year.
June. Okay, well, let me just check. I won't waste your time. I'll have a look at the review because I haven't seen it, and I may well not have any questions after having seen the review. I didn't think we'd seen it, so that's great. So sorry for wasting your time there. Can I just quickly circle back on to the New South Wales government's decision and private health, and I just wondered, and also did we get a determination where Asherman's should be asked? No?
I think it's outcome 1. Yeah, outcome 1.
Thanks very much. Okay, so just quickly, are there any regulated requirements as to when premium increases have to be announced by?
Senator, not regulated but legislated.
Legislated, okay. And when is that?
And just to elaborate, there are some timeframes for the premium round process.
Yep.
There's a key timeframe that premiums cannot be increased within a period of less than 60 days from lodging an application.
Okay.
Then, in terms of an announcement, I beg your pardon, by convention, the sector aligns around a 1 April commencement.
Is there any legislative or regulative requirement for an announcement in relation to that date? I mean, I understand the 1st of April is obviously the day it comes into effect, but is there any requirement for there being a period of time prior to the 1st of April for that determination to be announced publicly?
Senator, my understanding, not hard and fast, but what the sector, the department, the minister worked to is a period where any detrimental change that a consumer of a PHI product might incur, and essentially that's
an
increase in premium or a reduction in benefits.
Yep.
The sector works to providing consumers with sufficient time to have that information before them and then decide whether they want to proceed with that product or port to another product.
Okay, so there's no actual requirement for the announcement of any of those detrimental changes, as you referred to them, before the 1st of April, even though they come into effect on the 1st of April?
I would take it on notice to clarify, Senator, but my understanding, if that's fine at this point in time, is they're working to a period of 30 days for significant detrimental change as a matter of industry practice, and potentially 60 days for a significant detrimental change. But if you would let me take that on notice, I can provide that to you.
Sure. Do you know whether there ever has been an announcement of an increase post the 1st of April?
I'm not aware, Senator, but I've only been in this space for the last 5 years or so.
Yeah, sure.
So let me take that on notice.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm just interested in what provisions are in place if the determination is required to take place in the caretaker mode of government, which potentially could happen next year if it's not released early enough or earlier, or in the in the earlier part of the time frame.
Yeah. Again, I may need to take that on notice, Senator, with the key point being the minister will make a decision that determination is communicated formally to the insurers. A date is specified when the minister communicates his decision to insurers around their application, and that date being specified, this applied for change in premium is to occur on a certain date.
So if the government was in caretaker mode on that date, the provisions still exist for that to occur?
I would step that through very carefully, Senator. I think it's best take it on notice so we can provide that to you.
Thank you. And just sort of probably one other thing in relation to the situation in New South Wales on the tax on the New South Wales private health. It was said earlier that it was potentially a 1% national impact on premiums of the actions of New South Wales. I'm just wondering, has any modelling been done, or does the department have any idea what would happen if the rest of Australia chose to take a similar action as the New South Wales government has taken and actually impose themselves a tax on private health in the same manner as New South Wales has done?
Senator, I'm not aware of any modelling. It would be particularly, well, you would make a number of assumptions, but I'm not aware of any modelling that we've undertaken to see whether other states may or may not adopt charges on private health insurers in terms of the number of non-concessional adults that they provide a private health insurance policy to.
Yeah. And I'm assuming from your comments earlier, Minister, that it's not something that you've requested in your role as the Finance Minister?
No, we've got enough work to do without projecting things that may or may not happen.
Well, I mean, with the greatest amount of respect, I would think that the potential for significant premium rises on private health insurance in the middle of the cost of living crisis would have been something you would have thought was important.
Well, I've already answered that earlier where I said, of course, we are interested in insurance and the impact insurance increases are having across the board, and it is a contributor to inflation. But you're asking a separate question, which is whether there's been any modelling done about whether or not what would happen to health insurance if other jurisdictions followed New South Wales' lead, and the answer to that is no.
Okay, I think that, unless I've got it wrong, I think that the end of, for me, for question outcome 2.
Thank you. Can I just get
sorry,
I've got one question.
In the outcome 2.
Thank you, Chair. My question relates to hospitals, as in the construction of an engagement, and federal engagement or support of state hospitals systems.
Public hospitals.
Public hospitals, yes.
That's the NHRA, which is easy.
Is that
It's not really NHRA. It's not? No. Maybe you can ask the question. We're just trying to work out. We thought you might be going to Commonwealth state funding arrangements, but it sounds like it's slightly different.
I am, but specifically in WA, I just want to understand who does the modelling for, in terms of population growth, health requirements, particularly in relation to hospitals and hospital campuses, and whether there's any proposals that you're aware of for new hospitals or extended campuses in Western Australia that are seeking federal government support in some way.
Senator Blair Exel, Deputy Secretary, Health Strategy, First Nations and Sports Group. The modelling, particularly for infrastructure and capital works, is done by the state or territory that's relevant.
They don't share it with you?
Occasionally, when they may be looking for support. That wouldn't surprise me when they share it. I'm not aware of any particular requests at the moment from the Western Australian Government, but my colleague may add. But at this stage, I don't think we have.
Thank you.
But happy to take that on notice.
Would you mind taking that on
Sure.
notice? And if there's anything, so I'm particularly looking in the northern and eastern corridors, which are under great stress, population growth, but no new health facilities.
Sure.
Or hospitals. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
We are partnering already with Western Australia on some public hospital facilities, but in terms of their modelling about potential new facilities, that's not something they would routinely share. Sometimes they would share a business case in the course of us negotiating with them any request for Commonwealth assistance.
I'm not asking necessarily for the funding breakdown or sort of what the modelling request is, but can you confirm that you are having discussions with the WA government about new hospitals in Western Australia or expanded facilities?
So apologies to the committee, I forgot to introduce myself. Fafeng Carl, Assistant Secretary, Public Hospital Strategy Branch. So yes, Senator, we engage with Western Australia regularly, and we currently have some agreements in place with them in relation to particular public hospital facilities that the Commonwealth is contributing to the costs of. I can give you some more information about those if you would like, or we could provide that.
I'd be happy if you could provide that on notice on what the current arrangements, current agreed arrangements are, and also if there's any new proposals that you're discussing with the state government.
Yes, Senator, we can take that on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just confirming we're in a position to move to outcome one.
As long as we've been given the right advice, Chair.
Well, no, we either moving or we're not. So, yes, we're moving. We're moving. Okay, thank you. So, officials as related to outcome two who aren't required to stay for the remaining outcomes can depart. And I call officers from the Department of Health and Aged Care in relation to outcome one, health policy, access and support. I invite questions, and Senator Waters, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hello, everyone. My first question is for the Minister, so while you folk are gathering at the table. Minister, the majority report, the consensus report from this committee on universal access to reproductive health care was tabled in May of 2023, and the government response is now 15 months overdue. I was told in February estimates that a draft of the government response had been seen by officials, but it's now November. When can we expect a government response on how to make abortion affordable and accessible, which naturally sits within the federal government's powers?
Well, the provision of abortion services has been traditionally a state and territory matter, so I don't know.
The legal aspects have. But
well,
provision, funding for hospitals to provide it,
we are a
cost of the medicine.
We are a part funder of hospitals, but abortion services, including through clinics, have traditionally been funded by the states and territories. So that's just the way things are. We've done a number of things, including access to medicinal termination of pregnancy, as you know.
Yes.
We are, I'm just checking here, but we are hopeful that we will have a...
Because of the captions, it's very hard for people following along for the captioners to do their work if there's crosstalk. So, Minister.
That the response is under consideration and looking to have it by the end of the year.
Okay, so I was told that in February as well, Minister. So what's been the hold-up?
Further consultation, we're considering recommendations from both that inquiry and the menopause inquiry together. and the work that has been led primarily by Minister Carney. We are looking to respond comprehensively across sort of women's reproductive health and wellbeing. So we are, and I know how much work is going into this, so we are looking to have a response under consideration. Well, it's currently under consideration, but a response by the end of the year.
Okay, just because I have to leave shortly, I'll change topics. Migraine affects more than 70%, affects women 70% more than it does men in Australia, and it costs the workforce $35.7 billion each year. There's high levels of stigma, there's poor understanding of migraine in the community, there's limited medical education and low confidence in primary care diagnosis and treatment. I'm informed that there's also extremely limited specialist services available, with only one training position for headache specialists in Australia. So I'd like to know what the government is doing to address this.
Thank you, Senator. We have as you've outlined, there are those statistics. We're aware that migraine obviously impacts women in far greater numbers than men. The government has been providing funding to the Brain Foundation since 2021, about $450,000 to develop and disseminate and deliver evidence-based resources for healthcare professionals to ensure the best diagnosis and sort of treatment and care pathways for people with migraine. The government's also funded Migraine Australia. Again, it's about $450,000 since 2021 for similar sort of evidence-based resources for consumers, so that consumers can be aware of sort of symptoms, the questions to ask their healthcare professionals when they go in. We've also provided funding to the University of Sydney to look at sort of pain management, again, and that's education and training resources for healthcare professionals, so that, again, they're aware of the sorts of treatment pathways that are available. And then finally, there is the National Strategic Action Plan for Pain Management, was developed back in 2018. Migraine is one of the pieces or elements of that action plan, and Pain Australia has been funded, I think it's about $200,000 in the most recent budget for consumer awareness activities, and also to maintain their national pain service directory so that consumers sort of know care professionals that may be available to them to be able to access for those services.
Thank you. That's a good start. I'll go and read some more detail about that. Is there any specific focus on migraines in the Women's Health Advisory Council?
Senator, the Women's Health Advisory Council has met 8 times since its establishment. I don't recall in any of the recent meetings we've focused on that issue particularly. The Council has really been looking at overarching issues facing women's health care in terms of access and affordability, and particularly issues like gender bias in the health system. So I don't believe we've gone into migraine specifically, but we'll check the record for you.
Okay, and there's obviously a work lens that would impact women suffering disproportionately from migraine. Where would the policy work be done in government in relation to managing the work implications for women?
We do see work sometimes like that from the Office for Women within government.
Okay, well, I hope that's correct. I will ask them. And just very quickly, the results from this year's bloody big survey done by Share the Dignity shows that period poverty is really very intense. 64% of respondents have struggled to afford period products due to cost. And interestingly, 12% of respondents have needed period products in hospital and not received them. And it's clear that not all hospitals are mandated to supply period products. So what is the government doing to make period products available in public hospitals?
Senator, I don't believe we have any programs specifically in public hospitals. We would see that as a responsibility of the states and territories. You might recall in the 24-25 budget, the government did invest in a program through the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation.
Yeah, for nachos to distribute, which was a very good announcement.
So that's our investment and program at this point in time.
Hospitals. All right. I have to hop on a plane, so I'll pop the rest on notice, but thank you for your time.
Thanks, Senator Waters. At this stage, so we're in this section, just to give the committee an update, we're dealing with outcome 1, but also a number of agencies. Given time constraints on one of those agencies being UPRA, it's my intention to call them now, and we'll deal with those questions now so that we're able to release them. But beyond APRA, we'll be dealing with the agencies and the outcome depending on who's in the room with questions for whom. So,
and Chair, we have those contracts.
Yes, we'll come to those as well. So Senator Ruston, in the break advice, we've got the contract numbers. So once we've dealt with APRA, if you'd like to go to that, you can, or you can continue as per you like with the outcome. So I'd like to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Health Practitioner Regulation Agency, Mr. Martin Fletcher. Mr. Fletcher, do you have an opening statement for us?
No, I don't.
Thank you for accepting our request for you to appear. Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Orchard. Be keen to understand, get a bit of an update on the consultation for the implementation of the streamlined registration for IMGs.
So an update on the current status of that work,
yep,
essentially?
Please.
Yeah.
Yep.
So essentially we have launched the first expedited pathway for general practice, and that occurred on the 21st of October. Work is currently proceeding in relation to 3 other priority specialties identified by jurisdictions, which was anaesthesia, psychiatry and obstetrics and gynaecology, and we're looking to have the expedited pathways in place for those specialties by the end of this year, early 2025.
So if an IMG can register directly with the medical board, who will be responsible for the supervision arrangements?
So perhaps if I just explain how it works. So there are a small set of, if you like, pre-approved qualifications that on advice from the relevant colleges and through further work that's been done by the Australian Medical Council have been assessed as substantially comparable to an Australian qualification for that specialty. So we're really, say for general practice, we're talking about a small subset of qualifications from the UK, New Zealand and Ireland. So essentially comparable health systems, highly credentialed individuals. So they will, if you have a qualification that is on that pre-approved list, you can apply directly to AHPRA and the medical board for specialist registration, and all of the usual safety checks that apply to anybody applying for registration will apply. So we checked criminal history, we checked certificates of good standing from regulators from the countries they worked in, and then if the medical board grants that specialist registration, it'll be granted on the basis that there will be a period of supervised practice. What's proposed for most people will be a period of 6 months supervised practice. That supervision would need to occur from an Australian registered specialist in the specialty area, and that specialist would need to have an unconditional registration, so with no restrictions on their registration. There are also requirements during that period for the person on this pathway to complete appropriate induction to the Australian health system, cultural safety, and then subject to appropriate supervision reports. And so the supervisor and the place of practice will be approved by the medical board. There'll then be requirements for the supervisor to report, and subject to those reports being satisfactory, those supervision requirements would then be removed.
So it's the AMC that, the medical board, is the one who is responsible for the arrangements in relation to supervision.
So the Medical Board of Australia, through a special committee that's established, will need to approve the supervision arrangements. That's correct.
So they are the responsible body for ensuring that the supervision is sort of delivered and the feedback from that supervision.
They're responsible for approving that an appropriate supervision arrangement is in place, and they will then receive the reports from that supervision arrangement.
So there'll be no responsibility or role for the colleges in relation to this?
In relation to the supervision arrangements?
Yes.
No,
yes,
but that is the case now.
Yep.
When the board put supervision requirements on, they would seek reports from the supervisor as appropriate.
So is there any requirements in relation to this expedited path for IMGs in relation to directing doctors to areas of greatest need? I mean, obviously rural, regional and remote, but areas of greatest need.
So that's not something that the Medical Board or AHPRA have any levers to control, so that would really be a matter for jurisdictions. So essentially,
jurisdictions. What do you mean by jurisdictions?
Well, states and territories, really.
Okay.
But essentially, if if you have the qualification, you meet all the requirements, you will be registered where you work. The consideration for the Medical Board in that case will be around the appropriateness of the supervision arrangements in that place of practice.
Yeah, so you're telling me that you don't think the role of either AHPRA or the Medical Board it's an appropriate place for them to have any consideration around areas of greatest need, given it's a national issue, it's not just a state-by-state issue. So we've got IMGs coming in to try and fill in where we know we've got workforce shortages, specifically in GPs in the first instance by those other 4 specialties following. You're saying there is no role for AHPRA or the board in those locations of greatest need?
The Medical Board of Australia and AHPRA do not determine for this pathway where people work. If somebody has a place of practice with a supervisory arrangement that is approved by the board that meets the requirements, that will then be approved.
So obviously in terms of the safety aspect that you referred to earlier on, so who is ultimately then, under this situation with this expedited process, who is ultimately responsible for the ensuring of the safety of the person who is approved through this expedited mechanism to be able to practice in Australia?
So first of all, there would be an expectation that the supervisory arrangements are appropriate in terms of the safety of practice. And let's remember, we're not talking about doctors in training here, we're talking about specialist doctors who have worked in comparable health systems.
We've had some of those before, remember, that didn't do so well.
And if there was a concern being expressed about the practice of that medical practitioner, that specialist, that would be raised by the supervisor in the supervisory reports to the Medical Board of Australia. That could result in the Medical Board deciding to continue an extended period of supervision. It could result in the Medical Board putting additional conditions on the registration of that person. So, for example, restricting the scope of their practice. Ultimately, if there was a concern about the performance of that practitioner, the usual processes for dealing with concerns about performance of health practitioners under the national law could apply.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of the difference between this expedited process and a normal process in terms of IMGs coming to work in Australia, in the actual checking of those credentials, is there any part of that process that has been altered? So, I mean, like I say this not flippantly, but, you know, we have a situation where so much technology, I mean, you can refer to deep fake and all sorts of things that occur where people can actually falsify who they are and what their qualifications are. Is there any difference in the process around checking those qualifications and the ability to validate the capacity of the individual to do what they say they can do in this process as opposed to a process that was previously not under the expedited pathway?
So all of the usual safety checks would apply. So, for example, if we take a certificate of good standing, which is a requirement, say you were a UK registered specialist and we wanted to know that there was nothing on your record in the UK, we have the system, the way it works is we get that directly from the regulator in the UK. So there isn't, in the past, there might have been examples a long time ago that you might be referring to where the practitioner falsified those documents. That could not happen now because it's a regulator-to-regulator relationship. We check criminal history. So all of the usual safety checks apply. The only difference here is that rather than having your qualification individually assessed by the college, these are qualifications on advice from the college and through additional assurance through the Australian Medical Council are deemed to be substantially equivalent to what the qualification that you would have got if you'd got a fellowship from the college.
So what you're really doing is giving a pretty clear assurance to Australians that patient safety won't be compromised in any way as a result of this change to expedited processing.
Well, I think you'd agree, Senator, everything in regulation is risk-based.
No.
But we are satisfied
your
that
assurance is
these risks are being appropriately managed in this pathway.
The assurance being that there is no lessening of that by this process than is currently in place for the standard way that somebody would come to the country.
Usual safety checks apply.
Okay, great. Look, can I just also ask you, there was a little bit of controversy with the mandatory assessments for doctors. I think you called them late career health doctors. And I was just wondering, what was the basis as to why the board was pursuing a blanket age-based approach to competency rather than on an individual or perhaps a sharper mechanism for assessment of competency?
Well, Senator, I think you'd agree, like all of us, as we age, doctors are not immune from having health issues, and I think we also know that doctors are often not good at getting regular health care, having a regular GP and the like. So essentially what the Medical Board has consulted on, and I would stress it is a consultation that's occurred, was about potentially 3 options around late career doctors to maintain them in safe practice, which included the status quo. Going into the consultation, the board preferred an option that essentially was aimed to make sure that doctors got the care they need by getting them to see a GP regularly for a health check after they turn 70. And I think it's really important to say this is not a mandatory retirement age. But it does reflect our data that shows an increase in complaints about the performance of doctors over 70, and also that those complaints are often more likely to result in regulatory action than for doctors under 70. It's fair to say there's been a lot of interest in this consultation. We've had over 200 submissions, a lot of debate about this, and there's quite a lot of work to do, I think, obviously, to consider all those submissions. We will be publishing them unless people have said they don't want them to be published. And if the board does intend to proceed in this area, there'll need to be further consultation. So there'll need to be a further regulatory impact statement and further consultation around that. And ultimately, any change in this area would be in the form of a registration standard, and that standard would need to be approved by all health ministers in Australia, so state and territory health ministers and the Commonwealth Health Minister.
Okay. It's just interested to know, did you take any advice, legal advice, in relation to whether this sort of policy was in breach of any discrimination laws?
Do you want to comment on this one, Jamie?
Or the Age Discrimination Act?
If you want to know did we take advice? My understanding is we did, but I'm happy to take on notice the nature of the advice that we sought.
Yeah. And so, as best as you know, given obviously you're still in the consultation phase about this, which is particularly good, who will wear the burden of the cost of these health checks should you decide to proceed with it?
Well, essentially, if as you said, the consultation needs to be considered and the board needs to look at how it wants to move forward on this, but the preferred option the board put up is that it would simply be a requirement that you had a check from your general practitioner. You don't need to tell the board the outcome of that check. It would just be something you would declare on renewal, and there would only need to be a advice to the board if there was a concern that was raised about your a possible health issue that might raise a patient safety issue. So it would be really a question of, seeing your local GP and getting an appropriate check.
Do you have the data that would say how many doctors in Australia currently are over 70 and what percentage that would be of, in this case, like general practitioners, what percentage that would be of our current GP workforce?
So I can tell you there are 6,000, well, as at 30th of June 2023, and I can update these data for the current financial year on notice, there were 6,975 medical practitioners over the age of 70. There were, that's 5.27% of the 137,000 registered medical practitioners at that time. I'd have to go back and take on notice general practitioners as the denominator. Sure. That's all medical practitioners.
I'm assuming you don't have this piece of information at your fingertips. I'd be really keen to understand what that breakdown was in terms of where they're registered to in terms of modified Monash.
So just to be clear, how many medical practitioners over 70?
Well, yeah, and it's great that you've got the number and the percentage.
As a proportion of the number of people with specialist registration in general practice by the modified Monash. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've got one.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
You have
one question.
Okay, Senator Reynolds.
Thank you and good afternoon. I asked a question on notice at the additional budget estimates last year, and first thing I want to say is thank you for the care and attention that was actually put into answering the question. We've had some shockers come back, including lately just referring us to websites and data sets. So this one was excellent, thank you. It actually related to IQ&M assessments and the objective structured clinical examinations. I just wanted an update. So in the last update we got, you said that you were now doing running sessions in Adelaide and Melbourne.
That's correct.
And that you'd increased it to 11 per year. Are you able just to give us an update on how that is working?
Okay, I can, Senator. Thank you for your question and thank you for that positive feedback on our response to your question on notice. So at the end of September 2024, for the current calendar year, 2,629 candidates have sat the OSCE exam. And as you say, we now are offering 2 testing sites, Adelaide and Melbourne. Currently, no eligible candidates are waiting more than a month for an offer of an exam date. And on average, candidates are being offered an exam date within 2 weeks of either paying their exam fee or providing a current Australian visa following payment of their exam fee.
Thank you. So that's a significant increase up on the last update, so it's clearly working. Just one following thing on that is obviously still to travel to Adelaide or Melbourne can still be very expensive and a bit cost prohibitive for some. Is there any reason, I'm not a non-clinical person, but can you actually do these outside of Adelaide or Melbourne, or do they actually require specific facilities to be established?
So they do require specific facilities because essentially what the applicant does is a series of stations where their clinical skills are observed and tested. However, having said that, Senator, we are looking at the possibility of additional locations, including the possibility of sites that might actually be multi-professional, because OSCEs are used in other professions as well. So that is certainly very much on our agenda to look at what might be possible in that space.
That's excellent. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I understand that concludes our questions for APRA. Yep. Okay, excellent. So thank you very much. We appreciate your positive response to our request for your attendance. We'll now be diving back into questions in outcome 1, and I'll pass the call to Senator Tyrrell.
Questions about GP clinics in Tasmania? Lovely to see you, ma'am. Tasmania's seen several small GP clinics close down in rural and regional communities over the past few years. During budget estimates this year, in May, I was told the budget's allocated $17.4 million to extend the GP incentive fund. The Department of Health was discussing several potential sites within the Tasmanian Department of Health and Primary Health of Tasmania. Where are these sites and when can we expect them to be announced?
Senator Eliza Strapp, First Assistant Secretary, Health Workforce Division. We are in the process of confirming the sites in Tasmania. We've been discussing working closely with the Tasmanian government to select those sites. My colleague, Mr Webster, might be able to confirm. I think we might be able to confirm one of the Tasmanian sites, but we're still in discussions. Thanks.
Stuart Webster, Assistant Secretary, Health Workforce Branch.
Don't fall off the edge.
I'll move over.
We have 3 sites in Tasmania that have had applications submitted. It's a 2-phase process in most cases. So the first phase is the planning phase where stakeholders and the PHN put together the service system recovery plan, which forms the basis of the second phase, which is actually service provision typically. The sites we have presently are West Coast Tasmania, Huon Valley and the Central Highlands. We've got, as I said, applications under assessment for Huon Valley and Central Highlands, and we have approved an application for the West Coast.
So you said that one's been approved, and that one is
It's
the West Coast?
It's West Coast, but the planning needs to take place. So where exactly and what the service model is
So
yet
how
to be.
close are they to like a resolution or an announcement phase?
Relatively close, yeah. Next few months, hopefully.
So Christmas
there's
present?
a process. Well, there's a process that the PHN are undertaking in the community with a provider. So hopefully not far off, but that process is underway.
Is there a specific criteria that they need to address for the funding? It's just the initial.
There's guidelines, but the whole program is a bespoke approach to service failure in each location.
Is it based on population, distance from the locus,
No,
hospital or anything like that?
it's actually quite flexible in terms of the service provision models that can be funded. So, for instance, some sites, not these sites, but other sites are focused on allied health provision rather than just general practice.
Yep.
Most are general practice orientated to some extent. Some relate to the interaction between general practice and the local hospital. You know, they share doctors and that kind of thing.
Okay.
So it really is a bespoke process, site by site. Hence the importance of the planning.
Yeah, because the
process.
locations you've said are quite a distance from a regional hospital. So.
Yes.
Cool. Look, thank you for that. My other question that I had, because I'm going to be short, sharp and sweet just for you, is all about MS nurse care in Australia. Yeah? MS Australia released a report in 2022 on MS nurse care in Australia based on a study that includes around 2,500 Australians with MS. The research found that 31.5% of people with MS did not have access to MS nurse care, and those without access had consistently worse health outcomes than those with access. The report goes on to suggest that even with conservative estimates of potential avoided costs, MS nurse care is a highly cost-effective model of care. A key recommendation of the report was to increase the number of MS nurses, as improving access to these nurses would promote more effective disease management and improve health outcomes for people with MS. Can you give me an indication of what provisions have been made to support MS nurse care across Australia?
Apologies. Apologies, Senator, I left my name behind in the hurry to get here.
I leave my name behind a lot.
Alison McMillan, Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officer. Senator, I'd need to take the specifics around that program on notice, but a part of the work that the department is leading in partnership with the Department of Health in Victoria is a national nursing workforce strategy, where we're looking at the profession as a whole, its future, and in the context of that, there are the areas of generalisation and specialisation where MS nurse programs falls into are currently being looked at in the context of how do you provide high quality safe care but sustain the nursing workforce into the future. So we would need to take that program on notice for further advice, but there is obviously further consideration about the strategic policy around nursing into the future.
Okay. I did have a secondary part of that with, because Tasmanians have one of the highest rates of MS, and we're lucky enough to have the leading research centre, which is the Menzies. Are there any pilot schemes to test the cost effectiveness of MS nurse care in Tasmania as called for by the Menzies?
Senator, not that I'm aware of that there are any cost effective. Often programs such as this do have their own internal evaluation programs that can be provided. The area of support by nurses in particular diseases is obviously an area of significant interest, supporting patients navigate often complex systems and complex diseases, and this of course occurs significantly in cancer management and other areas of motor neuron disease as well.
Is there any way that we can access some of that data? Or?
Senator, the data, we don't have the the data systems available to us to collect
Yeah,
that,
but
the
yeah.
programs often collect it themselves, and then if they do publish it, then it presents itself as part of the evidence base to support future models of care.
Thank you so much. I'd love that information. I'm sorry to make you rush, especially with your foot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before we move to the next item, if we have Food Standards Australia, New Zealand here, I understand the senators who requested them no longer have questions. I'll just confirm that's the case for the coalition. You didn't request them, so, but the senator who did request no longer requires them. So if they're in the room, I think we're in a position to dismiss those officials. Okay, thank you. Excellent. Okay, we will be moving back to the opposition now, and just to give senators an indication, Senator Roberts has indicated when he seeks the call next he wants to move to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, so just to let other senators know who may have questions for them, we'll deal with them as a group once we call them so that we can then dismiss them. But back to you, Senator Ruston.
That would be me. Could I ask some questions about the CDC? And that's not the cashless debit card.
I think we start. There are two others on the way who will...
Oh, okay. I mean, I've got a zillion different things I can bounce around to if you prefer I did something else. Would you prefer I did something else?
No, I think we're probably right. Helen and Mary are here, so they're just in the next room. So
Okay, all right, cool. So I'm just interested to get an outline. There was $90.9 million allocated to an interim CDC in the 23-24 budget. Just keen to get a bit of an update on how much has been spent of that money and on what.
He's on the way. Helen will handle it.
Okay.
Downstairs. Okay. Sorry, it was downstairs.
Okay.
I thought they were.
You have too many of your officials. You've got breakout rooms. Okay. I'm happy to wait for it. Waiting for Helen.
Sure, they won't be long.
Oh, that's right.
Active people.
Thank you. Of course you can.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, Senator Little.
Can I just ask, I'm just seeking clarification of whether I should ask questions about Yadu Health in this section of the outcome, or whether you would recommend that those questions should be asked somewhere else, because it relates to First Nations health, it relates to primary health care.
This would be the right outcome.
Sorry?
This would be the right outcome.
Right, okay, thank you.
Hi, how are you? Yeah.
Apologies, Senator, I was in our spillover room.
Yes, I was saying how many there must be that you've got a spillover from the spillover. Just interested to understand the $90.9 million that was allocated in the 23-24 budget. How much of that's been spent to date and on what?
Thanks for your question, Senator. Helen Grinberg's First Assistant Secretary, the Australian Centre for Disease Control Establishment Task Force. So the $90.9 million that was appropriated in the 23-24 budget supported the establishment of the interim CDC within the Department of Health and Aged Care. That included continuation of a number of functions that were commenced during the pandemic and enabled expansion of those functions, particularly in the areas of emergency planning and preparedness. Also enabled the establishment of new functions within the interim CDC, with the expectation and intention that those functions will continue to grow as the CDC is established in the areas of One Health and health security. It's also provided funding to underpin initial scoping work to support the development of a new national public health surveillance system, which has been mentioned in the COVID inquiry response and will be a key underpinning piece of infrastructure for the future CDC as well. It's also provided funding for initial establishment costs for the CDC, for a group of staff to start that process and work around what are the corporate infrastructure requirements that a separate agency will require for a CDC, and a range of other components associated with establishing a new agency.
Thank you. Of the, there was $251.7 million announced by the Minister recently?
Yes.
Is that $251.7 million inclusive of the 90.9, or is it in addition to the 90.9?
It's in addition.
In addition, okay, thank you. Have any states or territories either contributed or committed to contribute to the CDC?
Senator, states and territories have committed to supporting the establishment of the CDC. There is a joint statement of intent that was released by health ministers through the health ministers meeting in, if I'm correct, November 2023, and a recommitment to that cooperation earlier this year.
That wasn't my question.
There is no funding commitment from states and territories. However, our expectation is that with, in particular, the design and development of a new national public health surveillance system, states and territories may need to upgrade their capabilities in that space, and also will be required to provide us with a different range of data than the data that we're currently able to receive from states and territories. Again, that goes to sort of some of the findings of the COVID-19 inquiry.
The bottom line is, though, the states and territory governments have not committed or contributed any funding towards the CDC
new
today.
Funding. Obviously, they have their public health roles, which we will be
in relation to the CDC.
Not under the funding that we've allocated, but they do fund. Areas of the health system, public health system. So there is current expenditure.
Yes, I understand that, Minister. I'm just trying to understand, in parallel to the significant commitment from the federal government here, which is sort of like...
Yeah, they haven't provided any...
They have not provided any
contribution to that, no.
I'm just interested in following on from our conversation we were having this morning, Secretary Comley, around the determination or the decision around who was to head up the CDC, and you've said at the moment it's Professor Lawler, but it won't necessarily, well, it won't, going into the future, the head of the CDC will not be the Chief Medical Officer. And I noted in a contribution to the Fin Review earlier this week, your Deputy CHO or CMO, Mr Coatsworth, made a comment that he was very concerned about the fact that the CMO provided an extraordinary interface between the Chief Health Officers of the States and Territories and the Commonwealth on matters like international border closures, early social distancing measures, etc., and actually paid great credit, as you did yourself this morning, to Professor Murphy, and that I think his quotes here that Professor Murphy held that role, and in no small part we owe our success early in the pandemic to that one individual, and then draws the parallels about the capacity of that role in terms of response. I just wondered whether you had any comment as to how that significantly conflicts with the decision of your department around not having the CMO as the head of the CDC, given the CDC seems to be sort of the single iconic response by government to making sure that we have got good pandemic preparedness going forward.
Yeah. So I'll answer at a high level. Professor Lawler or Ms Grimbergs may want to comment. A couple of things. We think of a little bit going forward when the CDC is established that we will have a chief medical officer, and really the head of the CDC will be more akin to a chief health officer, looking at the surveillance, preventative health, etc., and information and a crisis response. But they'll work very closely together. So, for example, the Chief Medical Officer would still be the chair of the AHPC, so have that direct link to the states and territories, and the CDC head would also, we'd intend to be also a member of the AHPC, which is that key coordination group in the time of a crisis. What the
Can
CDC...
I just ask you a question there?
Yeah.
So what you're effectively saying is that you're making the head of the AHPPC, in effect, the lead on pandemic response, if you're actually basing it on the successful pandemic response that we saw back in 2020.
So the intention is, if we think about, and I just, my one caveat, I'm not trying to avoid the question, the government intends to introduce legislation to specify the relationship between the CMO and the head of the CDC. That legislation hasn't obviously been drafted yet, and there are some matters from government on the fine detail. But the intention is that the CDC is an expert advisory body. It's an expert advisory body that is supported by a significantly enhanced surveillance capacity, data and surveillance capacity, and with linkages back to the states. It would be the one that would identify when there is a communicable disease, in this case communicable disease issue. It would provide expert advice to government. But then in line with the COVID inquiry recommendations, that would then become an input into whole of government decision making about what the appropriate response was to some pandemic or other crisis.
So who would ultimately be in charge of Australia's pandemic response in the early stages of the pandemic response under the model you're currently talking about?
Well, ultimately, the Minister and the government is in charge of the pandemic response.
Who is the person who would be providing, who would be the first and highest point of contact in relation to that? Yourself?
Well, the CDC head would be providing expert advice and could provide recommendations on response, but the ultimate person responsible, or the organisation making response of whole of government is the whole of government, but from the health department point of view, it would be the department, the secretary.
So it would be you. So what's the role of the CMO in that circumstance? You've talked about the role of the chair of the head of the CDC. You've talked about the other various. You talked about your own role, and obviously that ultimately it's the decision of government. I accept that entirely. But what's the role of the CMO?
The CMO would also have a role of bringing their expertise to bear in a circumstance like that, in advising the department about whether there's other considerations that need to be taken into account beyond which the CDC. Dr. Professor Lawler, would you like to add comment?
Thank you, Secretary. So Senator, I'm Professor Anthony Lawler, currently Chief Medical Officer and Deputy Secretary of Health Products Regulation. I think, and in line with Dr. Coatsworth's comments, it's become quite natural for the last 4 years to equivalate the Chief Medical Officer with the government's pandemic response in a health sense. I think it's important to note that we have had a long string of Chief Medical Officers before Professor Kelly and Professor Murphy, and while they've had specific responsibilities with respect to human biosecurity, there's also been a much broader responsibility. The Chief Medical Officer role per se will continue to have a number of functions, including membership of the National Health and Medical Research Council, responsibilities under the Therapeutic Goods Administration Act, the Medical Treatment Overseas Program, and other roles with respect to public health messaging and the like. As the Secretary's highlighted, the advice that will come from the head of the CDC and the advice that will come from the Chief Medical Officer will be complementary and will also be focused on different elements of the health system. The Secretary's highlighted that in many jurisdictions there is a distinction between a Chief Health Officer and a Chief Medical Officer. One has a predominant public health focus, the other predominantly has a health system and clinical focus. Indeed, in a previous role, that was my role within Tasmania, Chief Medical Officer rather than Director of Public Health. So, as the Secretary's highlighted, a number of these issues will be subject to development and the passage of legislation, but these roles will be working together in the provision of advice.
So, look, and with a great spirit, I think that was my point, that your expertise in as the Chief Medical Officer is extraordinarily important, and I'm just a little worried that it's being diminished by this process, but time will tell. Well, how was Canberra chosen as the location for the CDC?
Look, the primary reason for Canberra is because it was effectively close to the federal government for reasons like you're talking about. When in a time of crisis, you want to be in a situation where you can have that clear communication.
Yeah.
It's the best place for it.
Says the Senator for the ACT.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was meant to be a criticism. I was just interested because there had been touted at one stage that a more tropical aspect in terms of its location may well have been.
There was
of
interest
value.
in it being elsewhere.
There's interesting, but maybe something that's also early in its development. There are a range of people probably had a conception that the CDC was going to be a research body or do some primary research, and therefore it should be located either with centres of excellence that already exist. Melbourne was often mentioned because of the infectious diseases. Further north for things that would have vector-borne diseases was also mentioned.
Yep.
But the primary focus of this is not to have research hubs. This is about surveillance, data analysis, coordination and crisis response. And so I should say, and over time, consideration in more detail of non-communicable diseases as well as communicable diseases.
Yeah, I was not being critical of the decision. No. Do you actually know exactly where it's going to go? Is it going to be sitting in one of your departments, or are you going to have a nice new building?
So the permanent location will be determined in 2025 as through usual government processes.
Right.
But I think there is a view that it needs to be seen, certainly across government, that it needs to be seen to be independent.
Yeah. From government itself or from the department, yeah, sure. So in terms of the actual powers that the CDC is going to be allocated, and you made comment, Secretary Comley, that it will require legislation. So have those powers that will no doubt have to be put in legislation for them to actually be able to be exercised, have they been determined as yet?
I'll ask Professor Law to comment, but there are some that are still for debate for government. So that will be a question about some of the responsibilities under, for example, the Biosecurity Act, and exactly which ones make sense for the CDC and which ones make sense for the government. The underlying philosophy is that the independent expert advice, expertise and advice sits with the CDC for the relevant things, but responsibilities for coming to a response action that requires whole of government consideration is likely to sit outside the CDC. That would be the underlying philosophy.
Sure. Sorry, did you want to add anything?
No, nothing to add. Thank you, Senator.
Because I'm just interested, is there any suggestion that there will be any power to override decisions of states and territories? Lockdowns, border closures, vaccine mandates, etc., etc.? No. No. Okay.
So, and may just expand on that. That was we had a significant level of engagement with the states and territories, and that was their primary concern about whether you would actually override their state public health responsibilities. But there is a significant interest both from the states and I should say particularly the smaller jurisdictions, that the CDC would have expertise which would allow some of the heavy lifting to be done that could, in some cases, if the state consented, allow them to lift and shift, responses, and also to do preparatory work so that you had, for example, draft public health orders that could be taken on board to increase the speed of response in case of a crisis.
Yeah, thanks. Would the CDC have any focus on chronic disease management?
So, yes, so what the government has said is that we're really thinking about a progressive implementation of the CDC. The starting point is communicable diseases, setting ourselves up for the next pandemic or other shocks. But over time, it would have a focus on non-communicable diseases as well.
Yeah. So is there any expectation at this stage about what number of people will be employed by this organisation?
I'll throw to Ms Grimbergs for the current estimates of the funded positions.
So it will be partly dependent on sort of the final functions and scope as set out in legislation, and also the outcomes of some of the areas of discussion that the Secretary has just referred to in terms of some of the powers under various acts, as well as the machinery of government negotiations as we get closer to the point of stand up with the department. But we expect it will be in the vicinity of 270 staff.
270. Okay, thank you. So would it be possible, or either to provide to me or point to me in the budget papers or any finance documents about what the breakdown of the funding is over the forwards? So you've given me a $340 million envelope here. Just wondering if you could is that able to be broken down?
Well, it wasn't in the budget because the announcement was not made until recently, and
It will be in the MyEFO.
MyEFO, okay. All right, no problem. And I just circling back on that other issue around who's best placed in order to head this or to make sure that our pandemic response is coordinated at the right place. I'd just be really keen to understand the rationale behind the decision for it not to be the CMO. If there was any documentation or anything that outlined that, that would be really helpful.
Can I just make a comment though before you get to the documentation, which we can take on notice, but the CDC will be an independent statutory body, and that is one of the reasons we need the legislation for it, and it will have a particular focus on the functions of the CDC. I think it would be very difficult to have that person also be the CMO, sitting as a member of the department and part of the executive of the department. So I think by the nature of the establishment of a statutory body, we would need to have had a CMO that stays within the department as well. Otherwise, I don't think the independence could be managed by someone wearing those two hats.
Okay, we'll be interested to have a look at that going forward. Do you wish me to keep going?
No, it'd be useful if we could rotate the call and move to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare at this point. So I'll pass the call to Senator Roberts, but if we can call those officials to the table. I understand, Senator Rennick, you have questions for the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare? Or?
Not really. They're not blighter, are they? I think that's ABS. No, sorry, the answer is no.
And the Coalition has questions for the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare as well.
I've just got to find them.
No worries. Well, Senator Roberts will be going first anyway.
Thank you, Chair.
So just one moment. Just got to do the official stuff first. Thank you, Senator. So I welcome Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, Dr. Zoran Bolovic. Dr. Bolovic, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said yes to a statement. Was that yes or
yes.
No? You do have a statement, yes.
No, sorry. My apologies,
statement.
I didn't hear you.
No statement.
No
Great.
Statement.
Senator Roberts, you do have the call.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. At the excess deaths inquiry, there was discussion of the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare running a series of data sets to better understand the health outcomes of COVID-vaccinated Australians. With that work due end of this year or early next year, what reports can we expect and when can we expect them?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. That indeed is an important piece of work that the Institute has been undertaking since about April 2022 with support from the Medical Research Future Fund funding. The COVID-19 register, as we refer to it at the moment, has gone through a process of iterative development with every release of it increasing the quality and data content in these linked data sets. The current and latest version of this register has been created and linked in July this year, so just a few months ago. And recently we have been able to add to it, just last month, revised deaths data. So we are now in a position where we have quite a complete data set that enables various types of research and analysis to now occur. We have a couple of projects that are led by IHW itself that are underway. One is looking at estimating COVID-19 health and aged care related expenditure and service utilisation, while the other is investigating health and mortality outcomes for people living with dementia during the pandemic. And we also have a project underway, which I think you might be referring to, which we are undertaking in collaboration with the National Centre for Immunisation Research and Surveillance, NCIRS. That project aims to examine health outcomes following the diagnosis of COVID, looking at prescribing of antivirals, hospitalizations and deaths due to COVID and also post-COVID conditions. That work is now underway and is working towards developing an initial report. As the death data has only just come into the data set last month, our estimate is that preliminary results of this study will be released in early 2025.
Okay, thank you. Apart from National Centre for Research and Surveillance, apart from them, who are you consulting with to achieve your cross-portfolio reporting? If that's an appropriate term, I guess you're working with the ABS?
We have a number of partner agencies that we are working on and have been working on from the start of this project. It is governed by the COVID-19 Data Advisory Group, as we referred to it. We have representatives from state and territory government notifiable disease sections. This is very important because a lot of the data comes from state and territory colleagues. Department of Health and Aged Care, of course, National Centre for Immunisation, Research and Surveillance, Australian and New Zealand Intensive Care Society. We have partnered with NZICS to link their clinical registry data into this asset for the first time, which is very exciting. And we also have First Nations representatives on this data advisory group.
Okay, thank you. Will you do a correlation between serious adverse events and vaccination status with status by vaccine manufacturer and booster status?
I might defer that question to the Deputy CEO.
I think you promised that in the excess mortality.
Yes. What I would like to point out that in addition to any research on reporting that the Institute might do either on our own or in partnership with NCIRS, what is really important to note is that we've gone through a process of creating an enduring linked data asset, which is now available to research groups, institutions, researchers from across Australia. There is a process they can go through to request access to this data asset and embark on research projects with a variety of different research questions, including those that you are alluding to. But I might defer to the Deputy CEO to add anything further.
Thanks, Senator. Louise Gates, Acting Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. I guess in reference to your question, so we will be looking at health outcomes following a COVID-19 diagnosis. That will include use of antivirals, hospitalizations and deaths due to COVID and post-COVID-19 conditions. And health outcomes will be examined by age, sex, socioeconomic group, remoteness status and vaccination status. That will include the number of vaccines that people have had, the timing at which they've had the vaccines.
And presumably the brand of the vaccine, the manufacturer.
I'd have to take that on notice as to whether we have that information.
That would be something that would be useful, wouldn't it? Good.
Yeah, as I said, I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Can I confirm that there's no modelling available from the AIHW of vaccination status versus health outcomes at the moment?
That's correct.
Still to be, okay. Seems a bit strange after so many years of vaccines.
Yes, so as the CEO outlined, we've had the COVID register since 2022. At that time, the first version did include the Australian Immunisation Register. However, it was in its early stages and it was deemed that the data quality was not sufficient, so the Australian Immunisation Register was not included in version 2 of the COVID register, and the Australian Immunisation Register has only been included since July 2024.
Okay, thank you. Changing the topic now. Oh, you haven't been instructed not to compile that information, just you've been tidying up the database, making it better quality.
Correct.
Okay. ABS birth data, which was recently released for 2023, has interesting data regarding fertility rates by age group, which suggests there is a strong economic signal in birth rate. Have you done any modelling that compares age group with economic factors, income or housing status, for example, which may help us understand why Australia's fertility rate is now 1.5 per person, the lowest on record and one of the lowest in the world?
We have not done any analysis on that.
Is there any way you could do that? Whether you use your own data or ABS data or other people's data? The reason I mention it is that there are a number of people in childbearing years that are saying they're not having children because they can't afford a house or they can't afford a house big enough for a child.
Well, I guess what I can say in principle is that the topic of social determinants of health or social determinants of health and welfare outcomes is something that the Institute has been looking at over the years. There is always a great interest in that type of analysis. We have a long-standing set of studies like our burden of disease study that increasingly we can explore in relation to various types of social and economic determinants. I'm not aware of this particular angle of this particular set of models, but certainly with growth in our various types of data, linked data assets, etc., the options and opportunities for that type of research is increasing.
Minister, just a final question. We are experiencing record immigration that's double the rate of the previous record, 2 years in a row now. We've got people in Queensland, which should be a very wealthy state, sleeping in their cars, families, working families, coming home from work to find their kids or not find their kids in the cars, sleeping in cars, sleeping under bridges. Surely this would be extremely important to understand. Why isn't the government making a priority?
Specifically around what aspect?
Around housing and birth rates. Because the future of our country depends upon it.
Well, we're putting a lot of effort into housing and...
I mean, to understanding birth rates.
Well, I think...
They're low, as I just said, they're amongst the lowest in the world.
Sorry?
They're amongst the lowest in the world.
Right, yeah, and the agencies do have a look at Australia's birth rate and report against it. Are you suggesting the government should do something else?
Well, I would suggest that we need some research into correlations between low birth rate and what causes it, to understand it better. Thank you, Chair.
That data is. Thanks, Senator Roberts. Senator Ruston for the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare.
Yeah. Can I just, sorry, Chair, can I just jump in and say I think there were some questions that were wanting to be asked by Senator Little on Yadu Health. The people responsible for that were intending to attend tomorrow for the cross-portfolio day. Right. So I don't know if that's particularly helpful for you, Senator Little, or whether there's something else you...
If they're available tomorrow to answer the questions about that health.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a cross-portfolio session tomorrow, so that there doesn't have to be partitioned.
Yeah. Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Back to me?
Yes. Yep. So just for this...
AHW. So, hi, how are you? Hello. On your website, publicly available data, you refer to MBS-funded services monthly data, which shows the percentage of provider fees covered by MBS.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering if you could step me through how you calculate that percentage for GP attendances.
Okay, so the percentage of provider fees paid by Medicare is calculated as the percentage of total GP, so-called non-referred attendances fees, that is paid by Medicare. So basically it is benefits paid divided by total fees charged. Okay. And that is calculated across all GP non-referred attendance services.
Sure. Are you able to provide this data broken down by electorate?
I suspect we'd have to take that specifically on
Oh,
notice.
yes, I wasn't expecting you to read it all to me now. But just wondered whether that kind of data could be extracted, given you...
Typically, we break down this kind of data by LGA, by local government authority.
Okay, yeah, super. So, are you able to provide the underlying data that's used to calculate the percentage, so including the amount of the GP fees per service and the number of GP services accessed?
Look, we can chase that for you, but I wouldn't be surprised if that information isn't already available in the data tables that usually sit underneath our dashboards. I'm not 100% sure though, so we need to check that for you.
Because I mean, quite often the percentages are useful, but it's the actual physical numbers that are. Absolutely.
And our colleagues from the department have just advised us that they calculate electorate info, so they might be able to assist you with that.
Yeah, and if that that other data, in terms of the underlying data, was able to be provided by electorate, that would be fantastic as well. So that was me for AIHW, but I have more around this issue, but not specifically to that.
Understood. So I'll just get verbal confirmation then that we're ready to dismiss the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare.
Thank you.
There was no verbal confirmation, but yeah, sure. Well, I would like it for the record.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So we'll continue on. The opposition still has the call, so wherever you would like to go,
Okay,
we're
just,
in outcome one.
Quickly stay on this one. That in your Department of Health and Aged Care annual report that you released this week, there are a number of things in there, but one of which was in relation to the issue that we were just talking about to AIHW. And I noted in there under performance measure 2.1A,
on page 62.
I've only just taken a photocopy of the page I wanted, and I don't.
Is this the performance measure percentage of Australians accessing Medicare benefit schedule services?
That's the one.
Which is not quite what you were talking with AIHW, because that was
that was about the cost, out-of-pocket cost.
This is actually services, yeah.
Yeah, it was, sorry, same thing, services, bulk bill, cost of visiting at a GP, that area. I was just, in a minute, basically, it states that it hasn't been supporting, it was not achieved. Just keen to understand from your perspective, what were the areas of concern that, do you have any concerns about the fact that it wasn't achieved, and what do you think the underlying causes of why it wasn't achieved?
Ms Shakespeare will answer, but can I just make an overall comment about our performance statements? We have had a significant and helpful commentary from the ANAO, as I understand a number of agencies and departments, as I'm sure you're seeing it elsewhere, about whether our performance statements and measures are exactly the right statements. So we are going through a process of reviewing whether they're measuring precisely the right thing. So it's not that we reconcile from the results, but I think we are doing a more across-the-board think about, is it the measure that really gets to the performance we're concerned about?
Okay, so to that, you've obviously reported the statistics from 21, 22, 22, 23 and 23, 24. Are they comparable statistics on the basis of what you've just said? Are they measuring the same thing?
Well, so Ms Shakespeare, my comment, they're measuring the same thing. Whether there is actually the most helpful measure when you've got, for example, COVID vaccination statistics in that as well, that would be a good example of whether this is the right measure to really capture access. You have a lot of people getting a Medicare-related service for a bulk bill vaccination during the COVID pandemic, which would push these things up. It's the number of MBS services.
So what you're suggesting is that the reason that they've dropped is because we've come out of the pandemic?
I think that would be a contributing factor.
So the measure is the proportion of the Australian population accessing services under the MBS. So the results are comparable over time in terms of what's being measured there. However, I think that there, and as is mentioned in the annual report, there's a range of things that have been changing in the way that services are being delivered in the community. So we've been seeing, I think, scope of practice related reforms. We've had, situations where other health professionals have been encouraged to provide some of the services that may have been billed to Medicare by GPs in the past. So for some years, if people have needed medical certificates because they've got to take a day off work, people can go to a range of different professionals for those types of services.
So you're
in
saying
the last
this
couple
is
of years,
you're saying this data
we
is
think
not
it's
really
probably
useful.
a measure of access to health services that may be not moving with the times, and we do need to review all of these measures to make sure that they remain relevant. And even if the measure remains relevant, the percentage target may no longer be relevant, particularly as we see further scope of practice reforms. And, you know, for pharmacists delivering clinical care under state and territory programs, that's going to impact potentially on the number of services we see people accessing under the MBS.
Okay, okay, so I'm just sort of interested in terms of the headline narrative that's going on at the moment, like, for instance, around bulk billing rates. There's clearly a significant reduction in the bulk billing rates from 22-23 to 23-24.
Well, they're stabilising after they've been in free fall under your government, Senator Ruston.
Well,
they're stabilising. We have made investments because that has been a key focus for us, to make sure people are able to get to access to affordable primary health care.
Well, I mean, I would actually contend, Minister, that there's been over 6.5 million less bulk billed visits in the last 12 months. So I'm not quite sure how we call that.
Well,
stabilising, but anyway,
because
there we go.
you rip the heart out of general practice, basically, and where it takes time to make investments to repair that, and that work will be ongoing for some time.
So you take no responsibility for the fact that bulk billing...
Well, I take responsibility for the investments we've put into bulk billing to make sure that what we inherited is addressed.
Yeah.
And I think if you go back and have a look at some of the quotes that were made, including from the College of General Practice, back in 2022, bulk billing rates are in free fall, and without urgent action, some patients will be left behind.
Well, we see clearly
that was
that
in 2022, after 6 years of freezing Medicare rebates and causing gap fees to go through the roof. There are a lot of issues in primary care, and the Minister has been working fastidiously to address them.
You're using the word stabilising, your Minister uses the word increasing. But I'd also, just for the record, say that it was actually the previous Labor government before this one that actually froze.
So you take no responsibility for 6 years of freezing the Medicare rebate then?
Not
or
at
the
all,
proposal to have a GP
you're
tax?
The one in government. You're the one in government.
This process works best when questions are asked, listened to in respectful silence, and answers are given and listened to accordingly. Senator Ruston, you have the call for a question.
Your report also states that GP attendance has declined by 1.4% in 23-24. So can you confirm that's correct?
I think for the annual figure that may be correct, but we've got more recent data that shows for the most recent quarter that service numbers have increased compared to
taking quarter by quarter or month
by month.
to
the comparable quarter last year.
Yeah.
Senator, I think I'm just going back to the point about I've introduced myself before about the changes in Australians accessing bulk billing. We did see, I guess, a plateauing of access to Medicare services last financial year. Coming into this financial year, we have seen a significant increase to access to Medicare services, both for general practice but also for overall Medicare. And so, to Ms Shakespeare's point, when we look at the...
Can you just say that again? You just said you've seen significant increases in the number of people who are accessing bulk billed services.
Accessing Medicare services.
Medicare services. That's not what your data shows.
So let me just finish. So this is for the first 3 months of this year compared to the first 3 months of last year, we've seen a 6% increase overall for Medicare.
You can't just cherry pick the data that you want to use. I mean, why don't we talk about a big piece of data a year?
Well, I mean,
like you say, like I could probably say from a point in time in the middle of the pandemic to a point in time in 2013. I mean,
no, but I am
the data that you've published in your annual report.
Like-for-like data for this
your
year.
Annual report.
It's really hard for the questioners to follow along when we're talking
in your
over each
annual
other.
report, I'm actually prosecuting the data that is
Mr.
contained
McCabe was
in your
answering
annual
the question,
report.
so I'm going to allow Mr. McCabe
So
to finish his answer.
I'm agreeing with what you've said. I'm just making the point that as we've moved into this financial year, we have seen a significant increase in the access in service volumes for Medicare, including GP non-referred services, Senator. And that is comparing...
Data?
Yes, I will be able to.
Fantastic, thank you. So could I go to newborn blood screening now? I was just interested if you could, that there was an announcement in the 22-23 October budget of $38.4 million over 4 years in relation to newborn blood spot screening. And I was just wondering how many additional conditions have been added to the newborn blood screening program and are intentionally screened by every state and territory as of today.
So, Senator, at the moment we are consistently screening 32 target conditions. A further 3 target conditions have been agreed by all ministers and are in the process of being implemented. And then there are a number of, then there are 7, what we refer to as non-target conditions that may be incidentally detected. Yep. We have another 5 conditions that ministers have agreed will not be included in Australia's screening programs.
Can you list those 5?
Yes. Those 5 conditions are, and so you're going to have to forgive some of my pronunciations potentially. So we've got Niemann-Pick disease, types A and B. I'll go with the non-clinical names. Batten disease, Fabry disease, Krabbe disease, and Sanfilippo syndrome, which is also MPS 3. And that was determined by health ministers in June of this year.
Okay. So back to my original question. You said there are 32. 32 additional conditions?
No, Senator. When... I'm just trying to remember the numbers from when we started. At that point, I think there wasn't, at the time of the announcement, there wasn't a known number of what it was that was being consistently screened across Australia. The department then worked with all of the states and territories to determine what that looked like. That took some time for to get clarity across the jurisdictions of what was being consistently screened. I think the numbers were, I think that there were 25 that were being consistently screened at that time. And we're now up to 32.
So, just to be really, really clear, right now, 32 conditions are intentionally screened in every state and territory. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And you're telling me that there have been 6 added since the announcement. Did you say there was 26, did you? 25. 25.
But I think, I'm not sure whether you're wanting to take that on notice and just check, or are you confident that was 25?
I'm happy to take it on notice.
Yeah.
It was definitely in that sort of mid-20s range.
But I think the other point here is that having a national screening program as well. So that has taken a bit of work. Yep. To make sure we know what everyone's screening.
Yep, sure. No, I understand. My understanding was somewhere between 25 and 28, so that probably explains the answer. And so we've got 25, 28, so we've got somewhere between 4 and 7. So taking it as 7, do you have the names of the 7 additional intentionally screened conditions that have been added to the list and are currently being tested in every state and territory?
Senator, I might need to take that on notice. I've got the complete list of the 32, but I'm not sure I have just the 7 that have been added in front of me.
Okay. Right. So we have 32 conditions that are intentionally screened in every state and territory as of today. Okay. So maybe a question to you, Minister. I mean, is it still the intention of the government that to have 80 conditions included on the NBS and universally screened across all jurisdictions?
I will come back if there's anything further to add to this, but yes, we are very keen to make sure that we are building a national blood spot screening program for all children regardless of where you live. There was a disparity previously, and so that's been a really important part of this program. There are a number of conditions that are being actively considered for inclusion in the program. I'm told 29 more conditions are being actively considered for inclusion. So yes, we want to continue to increase and build towards that 80 conditions.
And so, Senator, sorry if I can just add that obviously the 80 figure that you're referencing is from the California newborn screening list. That's where that number came from in the announcement materials and in the discussions. All of those conditions.
Can you unpack what you just said? The Californian, what's that got to do with it?
Yes, Senator, we've had that conversation at estimates a number of times, that when we talk about 80, the 80 comes from the California newborn blood spot screening list of the conditions that are screened there. Its list is much like ours, broken up into target and non-target and other things. The Minister just mentioned that a further 29 conditions are under consideration in our process now. And so adding all of our numbers together that I've run through means that we now in Australia have either considered or are in the process of considering everything that is on that California list. And we would be expecting decisions about those sort of final, those 29 that are under consideration now in coming months.
Yeah, I mean, the reality though, and I'll read it back to you, parents can be confident that no matter which hospital their child is born in, their baby will be fully screened for rare conditions. Labor will invest $38.4 million to deliver a world's best practice screening program for all Australia, increasing the number of conditions screened to 80. We're now nearly 3 years down the track from that announcement, including holding up a baby with Pompe disease, and
it should have been done before we came to government, to be entirely honest with you. But
this is your promise, Minister, not my promise. This is your promise.
Well, your promise was not to do any of this, to have inconsistency across the country and to not screen newborns for the conditions that they should be screened for.
Well, making promises for things that aren't happening.
We've come in, put the money in, and we've put in additional money since, I seem to remember, from building on the initial 39 million, we've invested another 25 million over 4 years to make sure that we can get it all done and in place as soon as possible. So, you know, thank goodness that they, parents of newborns do have a government that's prepared to make sure that this screening is available for them, and if their newborn does have a condition, that it can be picked up as soon as possible and then treated as soon as possible, because under your government none of this was happening.
Well, all I'd say, as I'm going back to the department to get some data, is that promises that are made that aren't delivered aren't really tremendously good promises. So I'm wondering what's the time frame?
Just saying it doesn't make it true. We are delivering
No,
it.
That's exactly right. Just saying it doesn't make it true.
Well, we are delivering it, and that's the evidence you've got.
No,
all
you're
80,
not delivering it.
All 80 are either being done or in the process of being finalised, and in the same time, we've standardised it across the country. Because I got letters when I was in opposition from parents whose babies hadn't been screened for a condition that they should and could have been screened for had their baby been born in another jurisdiction, and it had life-altering impacts, and that's why we made this promise.
Yes,
Senator Ruston. Sorry? If you want to put your question to the department, and then I'm due to rotate the call.
Yeah, sure. So I was just really keen to understand with great clarity, and you know, if it was at all possible to provide it by the end of the day, what are the additional intentionally screened conditions that have been added since the promise? You've told me it's 7. I'd like to know the names of those 7, if it was at all possible, as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You're happy to take that on notice?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. So the Community Affairs References Committee delivered the final report from the inquiry into the barriers to consistent, timely and best practice assessment of ADHD and support services for people with ADHD report about 12 months ago now. The government is still yet to respond to this report, though we did learn at the last estimates that the draft report was provided to the Health Minister on the 21st of March. So that means, by my calculation, the Minister has been sitting on this report for about 8 months now. To the Minister representing the Health Minister, when should we be expecting a response?
When it's finalised.
when it's
I can't
finalised?
give you a date. I'm sorry, Senator Steele-John. I'll see if there's anything further I can provide. I don't have anything in my notes.
Okay, because we are here in November. We were at least able to confirm at the February estimates at the last time we discussed this, the 21st of March was the date upon which the Minister had the report provided to them. What has the Minister been doing with this report for so long?
Well, the Minister has a lot of things that he's managing. I imagine he may be seeking further information. He could be consulting with stakeholders. He could be doing a whole range of things.
Forgive me, Minister, but we've waited nearly 12 months now for this response. That is nearly twice the amount of time it took to conduct the inquiry, formulate the report, and then release it to the public. You can understand why people find that quite...
that the response has been finalised and will be tabled soon.
So the response has now been finalised and will be tabled soon?
That's what I've got.
Okay. Are you able to provide any more clarity around time frame?
That's all I have, Senator Steele-John.
Because soon's a bit vague.
Well, I don't think I would be advised to be saying soon unless it was soon, in the traditional definition of soon, which is soon.
I'm glad we can. I'm glad we can giggle, but
when it comes
this is
out,
actually quite urgent and serious.
When it comes out, you'll be able to see the government's response.
Okay, so what actions are yet to be taken? What is sitting between this report in its finalised state and in its release? What's yet to be...
We go through a series of approvals across government, so it might be just in the final stages of that.
Okay, so the Minister has finalised it. Does that mean it has been submitted to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet for approval?
I understand it's in those final stages, Senator Steele-John.
Because that's one of the final stages.
Yeah.
Is its transmission from the Health Minister's office to PMC.
Well, I imagine there is just approval. I know from my own handling of committee reports and responses, there is agreement sought from the Prime Minister around how the release, how and when the release occurs, or for information. So I think it's in the final stages of that.
Okay, to the Secretary. Secretary, we've kind of been through this process on the government response to the dental report. In terms of what the department understands, has the finalised version of the report been transmitted to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet?
I would personally have to take that on notice unless someone at the table can advise.
Bronwyn Field, First Assistant Secretary, Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Division. My understanding, but I'll confirm on notice, that it has been transmitted for that final decision-making process, Senator.
And do you know when it was transmitted?
I don't have that date
Can you
on
take
me,
that on
but I'll
notice?
take that on
Thank
notice.
you. All right, so it's sitting with the Prime Minister's office now. Thank you. I very much hope that we get its release soon. It's been highly anticipated and quite distressing at times for the community that we've had to wait for so long on something that is so urgently required. I'll switch now to the issue of medicine shortages. These questions will pertain to the PrEP shortage that is currently ongoing in Australia. Do you have any data about the severity of the shortage that you're able to provide?
1.8 scheduled reading.
Sorry, Senator.
Sorry, Senator. I think what Professor Law was just whispering to me is that this is actually for the people at item 1.8, which is actually scheduled later in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Later in the day.
They're in the last
They're in
section.
yeah.
Tonight.
So apologies for that, Senator.
Damn. Okay. All right. Well, then my final... So they will be appearing just later today.
Yes.
Okay, so they're this evening.
Sorry, Senator, we'll just, Professor Laura was saying if we could try the question, if Professor Laura could help, maybe that might help you.
It may depend on the nature of the question.
Sorry, can I just clarify though, because if it is in that part of the outcome, in fairness to other senators, we do need to deal with it in the appropriate time.
All right. It's just basic information on the PrEP shortage, but yeah, okay, no worries. So the immunisation compensation scheme, just I can ask questions here about that.
The vaccine claim scheme?
Sorry?
The vaccine claim scheme?
Yeah, immunisation, the vaccine claim scheme, yes. All right, at the end of September, the COVID-19 vaccine claim scheme closed to new claims. Now, this left people with no recourse if they receive a vaccine injury from a COVID-19 vaccine. While I understand that the number of people receiving COVID-19 vaccines has declined, there are still many people in the community who rely on vaccines to keep them safe. This is especially true of people who are disabled, people who are immunocompromised, and likely to suffer from extreme health effects from COVID, as well as the chronically ill and those in residential aged care. If these people make a choice to protect themselves by getting a booster vaccination and acquire an injury, there's now no way for them to seek compensation. Was there consideration within the department of extending the vaccine claim scheme?
So, Senator, the government actually did extend the claim scheme. It was due to terminate in April this year and it was extended to September. I think any future consideration of compensation arrangements is something that we're having a look at from the National Immunisation Strategy Development, so the next strategy for immunisation 2025 to 2030, and that's something that the Australian Centre for Disease Control is having a look at, Senator.
But just to clarify, Mr McCabe, it was extended until September.
That's correct.
But it's now no longer in effect. So what was the reason the scheme was ultimately not extended further?
So, Senator, the scheme was always only a temporary arrangement. It was put in place at the height of the pandemic when government was encouraging Australians to get vaccinated and was never intended to be a permanent or enduring arrangement.
And it was a supplement to existing rights that people might have had to seek compensation for vaccine-related injuries. So, for instance, if the injury was a result of negligence of administration, there's professional indemnity insurance arrangements to support people to make claims. Common law claims were not prevented. It operated alongside the existing access to compensation that people have for any type of medical injury.
Okay, who made the final decision not to further extend the scheme?
It was a decision of government.
So, just to clarify though, does that mean that the decision was made by the minister?
So it was made by the government. So originally, when it was first put in place, the decision was that it would be time limited. Then there was a subsequent decision of government to extend it for a period, and then it expired.
Yes, but did the health department, were you the primary source of advice as to whether to extend the scheme or not?
We provided advice to government.
I'm not trying to be tricky, I'm just trying to ascertain, was it a health minister's decision or was it made by another member of cabinet?
Government decisions are made by the government.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Senator Steele,
yes.
Just needed to place a small block of questions to another witness. So I was going to seek the rotation now, but I'll put you on the list to come back to you.
Can I just put one on notice and then I'll kind of be done?
Yeah.
Is that all right? So I understand that you've just referenced, Mr McCabe, a piece of work being done to develop a longer-term vaccine strategy. Would you be able to table I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch the name of the project you referred to.
Yes, it's my colleagues that are doing that work, Senator, but we can get them to...
What was the name?
It's the next National Immunisation Strategy. So the current immunisation strategy is due to finish within the next 12 months, and the department's looking at what we do next in terms of immunisation.
Can you table for us exactly when you intend to begin consultation on that strategy, conclude, and what pathway there'll be for public consultation on that strategy?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice with my colleagues. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Chair.
Okay, I'll have to come to mine after the break now. I can just provide some advice before we do so, that we no longer require the National Health Funding Body, so officials related to that section only are free to depart. I may have some more advice for the remaining agencies. It's my intention after the break that we come to the National Rural Health Commissioner, so she could be in the room after the break. Otherwise, we're continuing in outcome 1 and we'll suspend now for 15 minutes. Thank you. I'll resume. Just to provide a further update on the program, we are in a position to dismiss the National Health and Medical Research Council. The Senators requesting no longer require those witnesses. So,
sorry, which was that?
The National Health and Medical Research Council.
I was hoping it was a longer list, but thought there might have been some more to come.
We all live in hope for the later session this evening. I will now call the National Rural Health Commissioner. Commissioner, welcome to your first estimates. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Senator. I would. Look, it's a privilege to be appointed to this role. I commenced on the 2nd of September 2024. And just for the Senator's note, obviously the office comprises myself in a full-time capacity and 2 other commissioners with additional focuses on nursing, First Nations and allied health, and a small team of 6. I've come and worked in rural and remote locations across Australia all my working life, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to contributing on behalf and by providing advice and being a conduit on behalf of the rural sector.
Thank you so much, Professor May. Now, the Senator who requested you, Senator Rennick, no longer has questions for you, but I did just want to ask you a couple myself, and Senator Ruston might have 1 or 2 as well. Professor May, you'd be aware that our committee recently conducted an inquiry into perimenopause and menopause. And one of the things we found was that women in rural and regional areas face many of the same challenges women in urban areas face in terms of access and stigma and access to support and that sort of thing, but those issues can be compounded because of their rural and regional locations. I was just wondering if there was anything you'd like to offer or contribute on that topic.
Well, I affirm those observations, and certainly service delivery and supporting equitable access to health services in rural and remote Australia remains a challenge that we all face. My comment is that one of the other challenges we face, and I think we do have some solutions, is the way we deliver those health services in our smaller locations, MM4 to 7. And I have to say that that will be a focus of the work that I'm planning and hoping to be directed to do on behalf of the office. And that is that often generalist scopes of practice need to be supported to provide women with the access they need, linked into more comprehensive tertiary services where appropriate. And obviously reproductive services is a real challenge for this because the need to try and provide as local as possible care is very clear in women's reproductive years. So I share the challenge. We have a maternity services framework which has been worked on behalf of industry, if you like, who are keen and happy to work in rural and remote Australia. So that will be coming forward to be commended or to be reviewed. It's a framework. It's not a strategy and it's not an implementation plan, but it's clearly a framework which has been worked on by Professor Ruth Stewart on behalf of the office prior to myself, and I'll be seeing it through to consensus, I predict.
Will that framework look at things like midwifery models of care or various maternity delivery models?
It names a variety of models of care that could and should be considered in rural and remote locations. It has a major focus on cultural safety and it has a major focus on giving women choice. But it is, as I said, a framework rather than a specific plan about a specific discipline.
Okay, thank you. And just coming back to the issues relating to women's experience of menopause and perimenopause, what role do you see for nurse practitioners, perhaps in whether it's in expanding their scope of practice or within the existing scope of practice, in helping improve that access to support for women in regional and remote areas?
I welcome all increases in scope of practice, and in particular nurse practitioners' increases in scope of practice. But I would make the observation that increasing narrow scopes of practice are very useful, but increasing generalist scope of practice, and particularly for nurse practitioners and our remote area nurses, is probably even greater focus, I believe, in how we support and enable equitable access in our health system.
Thank you, Professor May. Senator Ruston.
Yeah, thank you. And welcome on board. Fantastic job. I reckon it's got to be the best job in the health sector. Obviously, one of the biggest issues that we've been facing for some time has been around workforce prioritisation and how we can deal with workforce and the limitations of workforce in rural and regional areas to deliver that priority or that equitable access to primary care. I mean, obviously the changes to DPA have basically rendered that tool as sort of unusable when it comes to trying to get people, medical practitioners into rural and regional areas. So just wondered whether you'd had a chance to have a think about ways in which we could deal with the specific workforce solutions in order to try and encourage Australian medical professionals to move further away from the metropolitan area.
Senator, I absolutely agree. It's a big problem. I do think that the National Rural Generalist Pathway and the resurgence of interest that we've seen as part of implementing that pathway, and I'm very hopeful that there will be more news on that pathway in the near future. I see that as really important, and what it's done is increased the status of generalism, and it's provided an opportunity for us to look at specific skills and needs that are in rural and remote that are not going to be serviced by specialist colleagues. But it also increases the status of those doctors and even within the medical profession generally. And I think it's a really important initiative. It's not the whole story, absolutely agreed. I think we can look to similar work in both nursing and allied health. It must look different by virtue of the differences in the way the disciplines work, but definitely the application and the understanding of generalism within rural and remote healthcare delivery is, I think, key to going some way to supporting that workforce.
Do we have any idea of where we are in terms of that process around the specialist recognition of rural generalists in terms of the colleges? 'Cause
it's my understanding that the application is with the APRA at the moment and then going to MBA at the end of the year.
Okay.
So my hope is that it will arrive in the near future.
Yeah, that's very encouraging. Just on sort of your previous answer around shallow markets and the like, in your opinion, what sort of role can we play by to achieve these sort of outcomes around workforce and other shallow market issues by being more collaborative around IMOCs? Is there anything there that you think that we could do better?
Multidisciplinary care is definitely the key to providing continuity of care in rural and remote. The office was involved in developing a consensus statement on multidisciplinary care in MM4-7, and I think there's a piece of work that now follows that on what are the exemplars of multidisciplinary care and how does it actually work in practice and what parts give you the continuity. So that would be my comment, that is clearly the way forward, but the way that operates in different rural communities will necessarily look different. So we're going to have to be flexible in the way we think about that multidisciplinary care.
It's the flexibility, but also the information sharing as well, so and collaboration. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Urquhart just had a quick one. Yeah, I just wanted to, given your background and the fact that you've worked all over Australia and particularly rural and regional areas, I'm really interested in the opportunities for the full scope of practice, and you mentioned nurse practitioners and the final working for better for Medicare scope of practice review makes that point that rural and regional health settings are often the ones where health professionals work more to the top of their scope of practice, and particularly in an area that I am duty senator for down the west coast of Tasmania, very rural, very remote. I'm just wondering if you can talk to us a little bit about how that translates to patient care and what the opportunities are that you can see for making these approaches more mainstream, and whether or not you see any hurdles that are sort of in the way in terms of other health professionals maybe not wanting people to encroach in their spot.
So, Senator Urquhart, I think it's a huge question. and I'd be delighted to take it on notice and talk to you about it at length, because it is very complex. I don't believe that it's professional rubbing up against each other that is our major challenge. In most rural and remote communities, multidisciplinary care happens because the people who are on the ground collaborate. So I think our question is getting to the nub of what that scope looks like and supporting it, and giving the professional support or the structures around those positions that make people feel safe, valued and able to do their job. And as I said, that's where we're going to need flexibility, but it is absolutely, I think, an achievable vision to look to at least detailing those training pathways and those endpoints that where we want people to be able to work at their bigger scope. But it's a complex piece of work.
It is, and I'd love for you to take it on notice and give me any more information if you've got.
Senator, if I can just add to that, the government released the independent Unleashing the Potential of Australia's Health Workforce, the Scope of Practice report on Tuesday, on the 5th of November, which goes exactly to what you're talking about, you're raising.
I've printed it, but it's, haven't got there yet. But I will make sure I read it on a plane or something. So, fantastic. Thank you.
So much.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner, and well done on your first estimates. We'll continue on with outcome 1. Senator Ruston, you have the call, and then I'll be coming to Senator Payman.
Could I just seek clarification? Thank you very much for tabling the timeline on the PEBAC. I was just wondering if there was an opportunity for me to ask some questions around the document that's been tabled, and if so, when would be appropriate?
This is the document on the timeline of the PEBAC and department consideration of the excess demand for evaluation services and the PEBAC March meeting.
I'm happy not to do it now.
We've tabled a timeline. She asked the timeline. So that's been tabled.
Does it fit into this section, or was it?
No, it was in outcome 2.
Yeah.
But then they tabled it just before we went to the brass break. So,
Okay.
I mean,
I suppose it's a matter. We've dismissed officials from that section, so I suppose it's a question of whether those officials are here.
They are right there.
Yeah. There's normally more behind the scenes than the one at the table, Senator Ruston. So when I dismiss officials, there's normally half a room which leaves. But if the department's in a position to answer it.
Yeah. You cool?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So, look, thank you very much for that. So I'm just keen, so you say 9th of October, 77 notice of intent applications received from sponsors. I assume, was that the closing date for notices of intent?
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah, so you were well aware in the lead up to the 9th of October that there was a trending potential problem?
Senator, we had some awareness that there was likely to be a large number, but there's dynamic discussions with a wide range of companies, and it wasn't clear until the 9th that we indeed had a problem.
Okay. So the 9th was the first time that the Minister was advised of the concerns of the department?
Senator, we're in discussions with the Minister's staff every day, and we had, as part of those concerns, been discussing our workloads, including in this area, but it was one of many issues, and there was no advice that the Minister had to consider until the 9th, because that was the earliest opportunity we had to know we had an issue.
Okay. So in you said that the Minister agreed for the Department to advise Medicines Australia about the evaluation capacity shortfall for the March 25 PEBAC meeting. So that was on the same day as you sort of consolidated your view about the inability to be able to undertake these evaluations. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator. We recognised that this was a very important issue and therefore made steps to ensure the Minister was briefed promptly.
Okay. Yes, I understand that, but I'm trying to understand whether the Minister was aware of this challenge that you were potentially facing prior to the 9th of October.
Senator, we had not provided advice directly to the Minister, and we were not confident that there was an issue, but we had raised in our ongoing discussions with the Minister's staff, as we do periodically, that this was an area that we were concerned that we would need to attend to quickly if we got a large number of notices of intent.
So to be clear, the first time you officially notified the Minister or his office that there was a potential problem with the capacity of the March 2025 PEBAC meeting was the 9th of October?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you. What was the mechanism by which the Minister was advised of this?
We sent the Minister a brief for information so that he understood that that this was an issue.
So it was a brief for noting as a notification brief. It wasn't a decision brief.
Senator, this was not a decision for the Minister. I'll just confirm the terms under which we provide the briefing, but it didn't require him to make any decisions.
Well, you said the...
made a decision about an extra meeting.
No. To be fair, I'm trying to prosecute specific issues here. You say in your brief here that the Minister agreed to the Department to advise Medicines Australia. That required a decision. You've said the Minister agreed, so that is a decision, is it not?
That's exact. The words in the column are exactly the words that we asked the Minister to agree to.
Okay, so it was a decision.
That's what we were asking the Minister to agree to.
Yeah. Okay, so that was the only decision that was requested in this brief, in this decision brief.
Senator, I'm trying to just be very clear here. It wasn't a decision of the Minister to affect the way in which we could do the processing. He was advised of that, but he agreed that we should advise Medicines Australia about the shortfall and that engage with the sector about the issue.
Yes, I'm trying to just be very clear about what you've said here and what you're now saying. They're not actually adding up, but they are now. So you sent, you say here on the 22nd of October, a letter was sent to Medicines Australia informing the CEO of the potential impact on sponsors for March 2025 meeting. Was that the first time Medicines Australia was aware that there was going to be some challenges around that meeting?
Senator, we're also in regular discussion with Medicines Australia, but that was the first time that we appraised them that we had received, that we were clear that we had sufficient volume of submissions that we were not going to be able to assess them all in the March meeting, and that therefore it was necessary to take actions.
Okay, so on the 9th of October, the Minister agreed that the Department should notify Medicines Australia of the evaluation capacity shortfall, and it took 13 days to advise Medicines Australia of that fact.
Senator, during that period of time we were working through whether or not it would in fact be impossible for us to service the March meeting, and we were keen to ensure that we not inadvertently advise the sector of something that we were subsequently able to manage.
But you inadvertently advised the Minister of this fact because you thought it was sufficient to elevate it to the Minister for a decision on the 9th of October, but then didn't think it was important enough to notify Medicines Australia until 13 days later. You also, on the 11th of October, 2 days later, and I'm not sure whether that was a weekend, so it may well be a Friday to a Monday, I don't know, the Department contacts HTA evaluators to gauge capacity and make inquiries into alternative resourcing options. So you've already advised the Minister of a decision in terms of the actions that PEBAC were going to take in relation to the triaging, I think you used the word, Ms Shakespeare, not capping, but triaging of applications for that meeting on the 9th of October. But it took you another couple of days before you actually sought to find out from HTA evaluators whether there was a capacity in the marketplace for this to actually to be alleviated.
So, Senator, you're making plain how complex and substantial the process of scheduling this is. These meetings are very large affairs that involve hundreds of people and processes, and in order to work out how we might best accommodate this surge took some time. One step in that time was identifying whether there was additional capacity amongst HTA evaluators to assist, and that's when we contacted them to start to understand whether they had additional capacity. But that was, you can rest assured that there wasn't a waking moment when I didn't have staff working on whether we could find a way through this. And we had to go through a process of ensuring that we were confident that it couldn't be done in any other way before we went out and potentially concerned sponsors unnecessarily.
Yeah, this is particularly confusing because I would have thought that the fact that you'd sought a decision from the Minister on the 9th of October you're telling me that you didn't really know that there was a problem until the 9th of October. So I'd be really interested to know what the dates of the notices of intent that you received. How many did you receive on the 9th of October or in the couple of days preceding that? It's also worth noting that you thought it was important enough to let the Minister know on the 9th of October, which, by the way, was a Wednesday, but then you took you another 2 days to see if you could find additional capacity within the sector in terms of HTA evaluators. So thank you for providing this timeline. It's appreciated. It probably raises more questions than it gives answers, but thank you very much for doing that in such a short period of time. Do you wish me to just continue on, Murray?
Well, it's up to you. You have the call for another 5 minutes, and then I was going to say...
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, that's great. Can I just quickly turn to urgent care clinics? The Minister's my favourite
Senator,
topic.
just before we leave the table, I'd just like to correct the record. Earlier in testimony today, I said that Robin Ward was part-time at Sydney University. I misspoke. She's got a full-time position at Sydney University, but she has been managing her responsibilities to us, which are to engage 3 days a week as chair of PEBAC, by negotiating circumstances with the university. I think she's been taking leave and other ways of ensuring that she can meet her obligations there. She has been able to meet our expectations of her part-time capacity as PEBAC chair.
Okay, and you also took on notice this morning to tell me if she had any other roles as well, because obviously that's quite concerning when we've got this crisis that we seem to have somebody who...
There's no crisis, there's a managed process underway.
Well, tell that to the people who are being denied the speedy access to the drugs.
Well, there's an extra meeting. That's exactly why there's been an extra meeting.
Yeah, that's another 2 months.
It's not just... Yeah, well, as you know, it's not just the matter of calling a meeting. There's an extraordinary amount of work that goes into this. So
I'm quite prepared to accept that, Minister. However, it is a crisis for those people that aren't getting access to their life-changing or life-saving.
I don't accept that
we
it
can
is a
disagree.
crisis. No,
Okay,
I accept that you want to paint it that way. I don't accept it is.
Okay, we can agree to disagree. Thank you very much. Hi there. Just wondering what advice the department has provided in relation to the locations of the UCCs to date, particularly those that were announced in the last 29 sites that we were provided the locations of this morning.
Senator, so I think in our conversations last time we talked you through the sorts of characteristics we look at for the sorts of locations, which includes both emergency departments. We take advice from the PHNs. We work collaboratively with the states and territories and the commissioners. We also look at what other services are available in a location and think about the population who might be serviced by it. So all those factors go into making a range of location choices.
And then you provide advice to the government as to which locations you think best meet the criteria that you've consulted on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Has the department conducted any audits of the up and running UCCs to ensure they're adhering to the operational guidelines?
Yes, Senator. There's a process of, I don't know if audit is the right word, but ensuring the clinical governance and all processes are in place at the urgent care clinics.
It wasn't so much the clinical governance, I was talking about the operational governance. There was a series of criteria that sat around what was an urgent care clinic, and I just wondered whether you had done any audits to ascertain whether the urgent care clinics that are currently operating were meeting those operational guidelines.
So we have an evaluation process underway with the first report due towards the end of this year, which has 9 measures of success, which will evaluate the effectiveness of the centres.
Sorry, I wasn't talking about the measures of success, which I'll be particularly interested in seeing, by the way. I'm talking about measuring against the operational guidelines that were set out for UCCs. Are you satisfied through any process that you've undertaken that these UCCs are meeting the guidelines, criteria that were set out for them?
Senator Sarah Sinclair, Assistant Secretary for Urgent Care Clinics Branch. Members of the department meet regularly with the service commissioners, be that the state and territory government officials or primary health networks who commission the service, to monitor implementation of the clinics, how they're currently operating, any local concerns that might be raised, for example.
Do you have that information now? No, I don't mean right here now, but does the department have that information that in relation to I think it was 58 and then 29. I mean, I'm assuming the 29 are a bit too soon to be having too much information on, but the 58 that were in the original tranche, I mean, do you have information that says they are open from these hours, they have got a GP on site, they, are meeting all the other criteria that went into making them urgent care clinics?
We can take that on notice.
Great, thanks. So what presentations at a UCC are subject to bulk billing requirements?
So all presentations are bulk billed, Senator?
All presentations. So if somebody turns up at a UCC and it is deemed that their presentation is not one of those additional services they've turned up because they've got the flu, what happens to them if they don't meet the criteria for a UCC presentation?
Senator, the operational guidance for the program specifies triage protocols as part of program operations that clinics need to adhere to. Each clinic will have their own unique process that meets their local needs and the requirements of the populations that they're serving. In the event that a patient presenting does not meet the criteria to be seen at an urgent care clinic, it is required, as per the operational guidance, that those patients are referred either to an alternate care provider, for example, their general practitioner for follow-up care.
So if I came into a UCC and I didn't have a condition that was prescribed under the rules of urgent care, you're saying that I could actually be told to go to a clinic down the road and wouldn't be seen at that clinic?
That's correct,
okay.
Senator.
What happens if I am seen in that clinic? So am I able to be seen in that clinic and then a copay is required of me because I'm not actually being seen as a UCC patient, I'm being seen as a non-UCC patient?
Senator, if the patient presenting doesn't meet the requirements of an urgent care presentation, that would be correct. If the place that they might be referred to may have a copay or is a bulk billed service.
Okay. So in effect, somebody walking into an urgent care clinic does not automatically assume that they're actually getting bulk billed. They could be walking into an urgent care clinic and actually be required to pay a copay.
Senator, no. That's not correct. If a patient presents at an urgent care clinic with a condition that is in the scope of service of an urgent care clinic, the expectation is that patient is bulk billed and seen by the general practitioner and the nursing staff on site of that clinic.
Can somebody be treated at an urgent care clinic as a non-urgent care clinic patient?
That wouldn't meet the funding criteria.
Senator, I want you to move on. And,
So I suppose the question is that I walk in the door, urgent care clinic, go in here, you're not actually an urgent care clinic patient because you don't meet the criteria, so you go out of that one, you walk next door, same practice, and see the GP who's not operating as an urgent care GP and you get a copay. Can that happen?
Yes, Senator, and that would be a matter for that individual practice.
Okay.
I mean, we're not setting up extended care or continuous care centres. We're setting up urgent care centres.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand from the perception of the public,
Well, I must say, I don't know that that's been an issue that has been raised as a concern overwhelmingly. There's been 840,300 visits to date. They've been incredibly successful, and the early data is proving in some of those areas a reasonable reduction in presentations for category 4 and 5 to the emergency department. So,
okay, that weren't my questions I was asking.
I know, but I'm trying to make the point that access, like people seem to understand what an urgent care centre is. They're not turning up with a continuing care problem that their GP is better placed or a specialist is better placed to manage.
We don't have the data to understand that, but I'm not saying I've got a problem. Urgent care clinics probably do a great job. So just finally, there were reports last week that the Bundaberg clinic closed unexpectedly. Has that issue been resolved?
So the contract that the Primary Health Network has with the provider of the Bundaberg clinic has been terminated, and the PHN, the Primary Health Network, is working as quickly as possible to get that service up and running. In the meantime, there has been a telephone line established to support people with care, but importantly, two general practices in the local area are operating extended hours to support people in Bundaberg and the surrounding region.
Yeah, I've been trying to move you on because of that. Thanks, Senator Ruston. It is returning soon. Senator Payman, you have the call, and then Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got some questions around the DNA screen program. I'll wait for the officials. So the DNA screen program at Monash University has now tested 10,000 for medically actionable high genetic risk factors for cancer and heart disease, finding hundreds of high-risk people who did not previously know about their genetic risk and can take action to prevent disease or catch and treat it early. The recent Senate inquiry into rare cancers recommended that a total legislative ban be introduced on the use of genetic results in life insurance, which is underwriting as a matter of priority. This has been shown to be the biggest barrier to the uptake of DNA screening in Australia. Do we have any updates on what progress has been made towards the introduction of a legislation?
That's a matter for the Treasury portfolio. So obviously we have an interest from health. We've been asked previously at these hearings about the health benefits of having an not having that data allowed for insurance, but it's actually a matter for Treasury to follow through that through their legislation.
Okay, I'll put that question to them. In terms of the serious barrier to public uptake of DNA screening now being removed, what progress is being made towards investing in DNA screening for adult disease prevention?
So, Senator, as you're aware, the work that's been undertaken has been very much in the context of a research trial, and there is considerable work still to be done. For the government to consider the introduction of any form of screening program, it really needs to adhere to the population screening framework that we have in place, which means we really need to demonstrate really strong evidence based on safety, that it can be reproduced, the accuracy of the screening test. We also need to make sure that whatever people are screened for, that then there is actually efficacious treatment available to them. And we need to make sure that there's no harm done in the screening program. At this point in time, we would suggest that the excellent work that has been undertaken is very much still in research stages, and the research needs to continue for government to be able to consider it as a screening program that could possibly be introduced.
Is there a time frame for the research or any particular milestones?
So my understanding is the researchers have a proposal that they have put to government, which would require significant funding.
No worries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payman. Senator Urquhart.
Thanks very much. My question's around the urgent care clinics. So if I can have those officials back to the table. Great, thank you. So, Ms Sinclair, I might direct these to you, but I'm happy for anyone to take them. But I think you was all over it in the last question, so go for it. Can I confirm how many of the urgent care clinics are up and operating around the country and the operating hours? I don't mean every individual one, but just broadly.
So, Senator, there's 77 that are currently operating around the country, and the operating hours are dependent on their local
What would sort of be a generalised sort of hours for operating? I know they're all different.
Senator, so
thank you.
There's about 31 of the urgent care clinics that are open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. or equivalent.
Yep.
And we do find that in metropolitan areas, about 88% of them will be open 12 or more hours.
Yep. Right.
And there's at least 22 of the urgent care clinics that are open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Yep.
We are also seeing in the data that people are attending after hours and on the weekends. So you may be aware that about a third of our attendances occur on the weekend, and about a quarter of them occur after 5 p.m. on weekdays.
On Wednesdays?
Weekdays, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said Wednesday. I was going to say, what's
very busy Wednesday,
there?
pump day. Yeah.
Okay, that's great, thank you. Can you tell me how many people have used these clinics since they've been open? Do you have any sort of data on that?
So as at sort of late October, it was about 840,300 people, and it's probably obviously more since then.
Yeah, okay. And do you know how many of those would have then been sent off to emergency and how many we've kept out of emergency departments in hospitals? Do you have that data?
So the self-reported data from the clients is at least half of them state they would have gone to an emergency department.
Yep.
But I guess the other signs that are promising for us in terms of the sorts of reasons for their visit, so we do find that over a quarter of them are turning up for acute injuries, which obviously they wouldn't want to wait to be seen.
Yep.
Again, we're seeing about 65% of them for acute illnesses as well, again, things that people may not, and a small proportion for an exacerbation of a known chronic condition.
Yep.
Very few people are turning up for things other than those.
Yep. Yeah, great. I know I have contact regularly with the one in Devonport and in Tassie, and that sort of fits with the sort of figures and the percentages that they tell me. Do we know anything about the ages of people who are using these clinics? Do you have a breakdown by age group?
About a third are under 15, so we do see a young cohort, but we'd have to take on notice sort of other age cohorts, but we certainly can provide that to you.
Yeah, if you can, that'd be great. So about a third of that 840,000 are under 15?
Yes.
Yeah, great. And do you have it? Oh, you told me about when the people are using it, so it's predominantly sort of after hours. And the conditions you spoke about, I suppose what I'm a little bit interested in is I know some of them would be referred on to, well, the experience that I've had with talking to the guys in Devonport is that there is a very small percentage of those that come to the urgent care clinic that then get sent on to the hospital because, you know, they have a much more serious. Do you have any sort of data on that at all?
No, we don't, Senator, but we take on a notice.
Yeah, is that kept by the states predominantly, that data, or do they report back to you, or how does that work?
We'd need to check our data we have from states and territories under our data sharing agreements, but so we've taken on notice.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, back to the coalition.
Urgent care clinics, just to follow up for Senator Ruston. At the last estimates, the department indicated it was likely to receive an interim report on the urgent care clinics from Health Policy Analysis by the end of the year. Has the interim report been provided to the department? And if so, do you anticipate when it, or can you tell me when you anticipate it will be publicly released?
Senator, just to let you know, Health Policy Analysis has been acquired by Nous Group, so Nous are now responsible for the evaluation. We are still anticipating that first report by the end of the year.
Okay, thank you. Senator Canavan, did you have a...
Is this...
Outcome one?
Outcome one.
Yeah.
Okay, Senator Canavan.
Okay, thank you. Just before I get to these ones, is this, you guys, this is health research? This outcome covers health research, does it? Okay. Well, you might not. I don't know if you can answer it or not. I suppose
1.1, yep.
I've just been, like all of us, following the US election a bit, and I have been intrigued by the views of RFK Jr. on health policy. Is there any research on the impact of seed oils? Is anyone doing any research on that? Seed oils, yeah. Seed oils, think canola oil, sunflower oil, stuff like that, and its impact on potentially, especially obesity rates. It's apparently a bit of an emerging,
Not sure.
well, it's definitely an emerging concern
Who could
about.
help, because I mean, we actually dismissed the NHMRC.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I
which
just
would
saw
have
health
been-
research, so, okay.
Yeah, that they
Okay,
released
they're the ones to ask,
half
are
an
they?
hour, yeah.
All right, I might put those on notice then
Okay,
and
thank
ask
you.
them. Cool. All right, but I did want to ask, and I got the right area to ask about a regulation I think was put out last Wednesday on public health, tobacco and other products amendment. Is that familiar?
Tobacco amendments, well, to question what it is, but we've got the TGA on later in the day.
Yeah, so we do have a few things, Senator. It really depends on whether you're going to vapes or tobacco or...
I believe these, I was going to ask about what's in these regulations. This is I didn't get through the full title, but in brackets it's on product health messages and other measures. I think these are labels on cigarettes, I think I've been told.
Yeah, we've got the right...
So I presume it's a ministerial declaration, not something the TGA has...
No, we're...
Yep, so we're in the right section. Okay, well, first of all, just want a general question. What is exactly required by these amendments?
Senator, you're referring to the most recent changes to the Tobacco Act?
Sorry?
You're referring to the most recent changes that are coming under the Tobacco Act?
Well, I don't know, but the one I'm referring to is titled Public Health, Tobacco and Other Products Amendment on Product Health Messages and Other Measures Regulations 2024. That one.
Senator, so there's a few changes under the Public Health Tobacco Act. There's changes coming in regards to new health warnings, the requirement for health promotion inserts. There's also stronger regulation around brand and variant names and specified additives. There's standardised size of packs, and also it included extending the advertising restrictions to e-cigarettes. So they may be the changes that you're referring to, Senator.
So I suppose I'm interested in brackets says on product health messages. I think what I've been told, and I'm not sure, I haven't read through the regulations myself, but do they require labels on the cigarettes, like actually on the sticks, if you like?
Yes, so they're referred to as dissuasive messages.
Right.
So a message on the stick, which is currently out for consultation.
Okay, and what does the message have to be?
Senator Carly Brown, Assistant Secretary within the Population Health Division. The amendment regulations that you're referring to have been released for public consultation, so there isn't currently a requirement for those messages to appear on the cigarettes. However, there are examples of the messages as part of that consultation process. They're short messages that, as under the draft regulations, would be required to appear on the paper covering the filter of factory-made cigarettes, and some examples of the messages that might be used or that are open for public consultation are toxic addiction, poisons in every puff, causes 16 cancers, damages your lungs.
Okay, all right.
I would highlight, Senator.
Yep.
This is in essence a continuation of the kind of health warnings that we see on the outside of cigarette packages.
Okay. So they're out for consultation. How long is the consultation period?
Senator, this is a short consultation period. It closes tomorrow.
When were they released?
Last Wednesday, the 30th
Oh,
of
right.
October.
It's not very long.
It's a 10-day period. Senator.
Okay. That seems a bit short. What about compliance? How long, when are they going to be introduced, and how long will they have to comply with the new regulations?
Senator, the timeframes for compliance with the new regulations are part of the consultation process. The proposal at this stage is that the regulations would proceed once the consultation process is finalised. The rest of the legislation package takes effect the legislation has commenced. We are currently in a transition period. So at this point in time, products on the market in Australia can comply with either the legislation that was passed by the Parliament last year or with the legislation that was in place immediately beforehand. From the 31st of March next year, there'll be a retailer transition period of 3 months. So from that time, products manufactured or imported in Australia will need to comply with the new legislation, but for 3 months, retailers will be able to sell through the old products.
Okay. So does that mean a wholesaler or cigarette producer, manufacturer would only be able to sell the new packaged ones, or the sticks with messages packs, from March? So from March next year, they'd have to sell through the wholesale market the ones that comply with the message regulations?
That's the proposal as reflected in the consultation process, Senator.
So 5 months doesn't seem like a long time either. Has there been have you done a regulatory impact statement on this measure?
So, Senator, an impact analysis was taken on the complete legislation package.
Right. But not on this one.
Covering the full range of measures.
Not on this one in particular?
This measure in particular was part of the impact analysis.
Did that impact analysis look at the costs or possibility of complying with a 5-month warning period to change
Senator,
products?
I would need to take the details of any particular measure on notice.
Doesn't sound like it. Apparently manufacturers in Canada have been given 18 months to comply, is that correct?
The measures are in place in Canada, Senator, and I believe there was a phased implementation there as well. They have a slightly different market with slightly different types of products. The exact timeframes I would need to take on notice.
Okay, so apparently we've been given them 5. I'm also told that under WTO guidelines, changes to technical regulations require at least a 6-month interval. Has the department taken legal advice on the WTO implications of this timeframe?
Senator, I'm not sure that we would be able to speak to legal advice.
I'm not asking for the legal advice, just I'm sure, I've been in many committees before, it's surely something you can tell me if you asked for legal advice on it. That's clearly a relevant question.
As with the impact analysis, Senator, legal advice was in relation to the full legislative package.
You haven't gotten legal advice on the WTO, on whether the WTO obligations are being met on a 5-month introduction timeline?
I don't think that's what the officer's saying. I think we need to take that on notice as to the...
Okay.
Obviously, we can't talk about the precise legal advice, but we can take on notice...
Yes, I'm not asking for the legal advice, just to be clear, just if you have gotten legal advice on this particular legal risk. Okay. I mean, I suppose where the rubber hits the road, and I've raised this before in this committee, is every smoker I know these days buys what's colloquially known as chop, not necessarily chopped up, but just buys illegal tobacco. Presumably, this is going to play into that market's hands, won't it? I mean, has there been an analysis of that if wholesale manufacturers can't meet these legal obligations, the market will just get filled with illegal tobacco? Has that risk been considered?
Senator, I think Australia has one of the strongest records in tobacco control in the world, which I think we're rightly proud of. It is the leading cause of death and disability in Australia, and it's estimated to kill over 20,000 people a year. So I think the strongest approaches, obviously you look what's happening internationally, we try to do better in Australia, and these are further strong messages to dissuade people from either taking up or continuing their smoking habits.
But that doesn't answer my question, with all respect, because I'm sure, I totally agree with that, but everybody would agree with that. The question is, I'm sure we don't want an illicit tobacco market to emerge as well. It's funding a lot of organised crime in this country. It has clearly gotten out of control. As everyone I speak to, that's what they do. I'm not going to dob them in, but that's what they do, because it's just crazy how much the cost of cigarettes are. So they go and do that. They break the law. They're otherwise law-abiding citizens, but they break the law, and it's funding organised crime. And my question is whether or not the department, as part of good policy making practices, has analysed the risk of these obligations, especially the accelerated time frame to introduce these regulations, could have an impact on encouraging more illicit tobacco.
Senator, so I think the role of the department in terms of the health portfolio is to continue the best measures possible to avoid people taking up smoking, whether that is legal or illegal tobacco, the best measure against people is dissuading them from smoking in the first place, which has been the focus of this legislation.
Can you answer my question? With all respect, I mean,
It's not health's job to do that. I mean,
it's not health's job to evaluate the risks of policy options.
Health comes at tobacco control from a particular point of view. If you want to talk about illicit tobacco and managing some of the increases in activity there, then that's a matter for Home Affairs or Treasury that does the revenue side of the budget.
Do you operate in silos?
No, but you're asking Health to answer about the risk of the illicit tobacco trade,
this is a
and
health
that is
regulation.
not Health's responsibility to do that.
As I say, you must be operating silos because this is a health regulation, and good policy practices, I'm sure you've been part of many of them, Minister, would involve working across government, whole of government, and looking at the implications of a regulation on perhaps other elements of government.
Yep.
And clearly, I think there's a clear and understandable risk here that rushing the implementation of this, maybe not allowing manufacturers to respond in time, could lead to greater use of illicit tobacco, which will exacerbate the problems already facing the Home Affairs Department, along with many Australians who are suffering under organised crime right now. It's very well funded right now. And I'll put to you a big reason why organised crime is well funded in this country is because illicit tobacco is very, very lucrative.
And that's why the government has invested almost an additional $200 million over 4 years to deal through Border Force to stem the flow of illicit tobacco in Australia. But you're asking Health to give you an opinion about the rise or the risks presented by the illicit tobacco trade, whereas their job is to prevent harm being done through smoking, in this instance tobacco, and tobacco control measures, which are different things. But yes, there is joined up government. Everybody talks to each other, but those responsibilities about illicit tobacco and trade, what happens at the borders is managed by Home Affairs and ABF.
Well, just to be clear, I'm not asking for the Health Department to respond to the illicit market or control the illicit market. I'm only asking whether or not the Health Department is considering the impacts of the illicit market on their decisions. And it clearly, from the answers I've received, they have not done that, which seems quite a big failure.
Well, that's your perspective.
Yep, sure.
Senator Canavan.
Yep. I think it's anyone's reasonable perspective. So apparently I'm told that that health warnings have to be different. They have to be different on different sticks within the same pack. Is that right? Can they have the same message on each stick within a pack, or do they have to be different?
So, Senator, yes, in the draft regulations, there is a proposal that to maximise the reach and the impact of the messages that appear on the cigarettes, that there should be a variety of messages in each pack so that each individual who is then exposed to the messages when they're smoking the cigarette will be exposed to the range of messages.
Is that technically possible for a manufacturer with current production techniques?
Senator, that's the draft regulations are open for public consultation at the moment. There is a targeted consultation in place with manufacturers as well, and that is part of the purpose of the consultation process.
Have you asked any manufacturers whether it's technically feasible before writing
Feasibility is a component of the consultation
process
with manufacturers.
Before writing the draft, did anyone speak to a tobacco manufacturer and say, hey, is this possible?
So, Senator, the details of the measure have been developed with advice of technical experts around the development of the public health components, and the measure has been drafted and is now out for consultation, and we're seeking the views of manufacturers.
Just bring you back to my
process.
question. I'm not getting answers to questions. My question is a very simple one. Did anyone ask a manufacturer before drafting this that it is technically possible to do this?
So, no, Senator, the manufacturers are being asked now.
So they're now. So you haven't asked. Okay. Again, it seems a strange way to make policy. What sort of ink will be used on the sticks?
So
to write the message?
I don't have the draft regulations in front of me.
Maybe you could take that on those. I'm just wondering about the health impacts of the actual ink itself. Will it? How we'll make sure that doesn't have a health impact on a smoker. That's all. Okay. All right. I might leave it there, but thank you very much. Cheers.
Senator Kavasik.
Thank you. My set of questions relate to the Health Peak Advisory Bodies program. Could I please have an update of the funding status for this program?
Just try and find you the right.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, Senator Ross Hawkins, I was running in from the other room, so would you mind?
That's okay. All good. Catch your breath. I've done some running myself in the last couple of days. Please provide an update of the funding status for the Health Peak Advisory Bodies program.
Yes, Senator, let me... So Ross Hawkins, First Assistant Secretary of Health, System Strategy Division. So we wrote out to participants probably just about 6 weeks or so ago, just to confirm that we're going to be rolling over for participants this year. So for those that have been recipients as part of the program, they're going to get funding for an additional year from 25 to 26.
Why was that rolled over as opposed to like a new funding stream for a further 3 years being sort of that process of applications and selection? Why didn't that happen?
Yes, Senator, we've looked to do that for the 2026 onward period. We had a lot of representations from those that are currently getting the grants around the kind of impact on them being able to kind of wrap up their programs within that time frame and the impact on their ability to be able to kind of work and function and operate. So in conversation with the Minister, we decided to roll over the program for a year and then we can do a redesign program leading into 2026.
Okay. So it was effectively the participants in the program actually said we would prefer a rollover rather than...
Oh, sorry. Rebecca Richardson, Assistant Secretary of the Strategic Policy Branch. So as Mr Hawkins said, we did have representations from current grantees seeking a longer grant, but we also had done an internal review of the grant ourselves and identified a few administrative changes we would like to make, which would be fit into the year extension before going out to a longer period of time.
What kind of administrative changes would you be seeking to make?
So there's some around the performance reporting and the information we capture about the activities that the grantees perform. There's also some internal administrative arrangements. The current management of the grant is split across a few areas of the department. We're looking to consolidate that. And we'd also like to embed some more rigorous evaluation in for the 1 year that would then roll into the next longer extension.
Have you had any correspondence or feedback from any groups expressing concern that they won't have the opportunity to bid for the funding for at least another year? So you said that some that said they wanted it. Have you had the alternative where people have gone or groups have gone, well, actually, no, that's harder for us to do our job?
Not to my knowledge at this stage.
Okay.
We have invited current grantees to give us feedback, and also on our website there's contact details for others to contact us. But it's not unusual for us to kind of get different peaks contacting us about grant opportunities, and we do try to help them, direct them to Grants Connect and that sort of thing where possible.
Sure.
Senator, just to be specific, because my apologies, I was quite general earlier on. So it was on the 29th of August that Minister Butler agreed to make that extension. We wrote out to grantees on the 5th of September, so that's when they received their letter. And I think that impacts 21 organisations that have been informed of the extension of those funds.
Okay, thank you. This funding round that was extended by a year, has that been indexed?
So there is a government mandate to provide indexation. This is a program that hasn't been historically indexed, so we're just working through the calculations on that and expect to be able to advise grantees in the next month or so what their funding for the extension would be.
Okay, thank you. And so based on that, so this round is extended for a year, so when will the next full open competitive round start? So when will you open applications for that?
We do require a decision of government before that could be done, which we expect to look to brief the Minister early next year, and would hope to open the grant, sort of the first half of next year, to provide plenty of notice for people to apply before the current extension expires.
So the first half of next year's the actual grant will expire on the 30th of June 2026.
So
the next round will expire. So the following year, early next year. Sorry, 25. Yes. Apologies. Yeah. So in the first half of next year, you plan to open. And how long does that normally take? That process?
Grant processes can take anywhere from sort of 3 to 9 months. So we would be aiming for more the 9-month end to give plenty of notice as well for grantees and other applicants who'd like to apply.
Okay, so your expectation is that the grantees would probably know by the second half of next year whether they become eligible for those grants for the following year once they expire.
I think, Senator, what we found in talking with a number of the grantees now is they use this as part of their core funding for their business. So clearly kind of knowing sooner rather than later what's happening is kind of where their issues are, and kind of that's the representation they've made to us and to the Minister's office. So we're really keen to kind of get that process moving next year.
Absolutely, and that's sort of where my questions are coming from in terms of the impacts of actually having that core funding stream kicked down the road for about a year. And my last question relates to that. So what are, if any, funding opportunities for these groups in the interim, particularly those that, are unsure as to whether they'll be successful again?
Yes, Senator, I think there's a range of different grant opportunities the department has, and many of the grant recipients that are part of this program actually get grants through other mechanisms as well. So there's routinely grant opportunities coming in through kind of the department, and they're available on the website.
Okay, thank you. I don't. Yeah, perfect. We've just completed the health peak advisory.
You okay with me? Okay. Thank you very much. I was just interested around some information on vaping and the vaping policy.
1.8 or here? Well, it's across. Yeah.
Is this the wrong page?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, we just need to get some people in, Senator, because it crosses...
I'm jumping around a bit here.
Well, it crosses over for the public health to the TGA, depending on the aspect, but we've got the right people here.
Oh, okay. No, it's probably more about information.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just keen to understand if you know how many pharmacies are currently supplying vaping products in Australia under Schedule 3.
Thank you for the question, Senator. It is actually quite difficult to get clear answers on that. We do have engagement with a number of different groups that are providing us some information. Our predominant relationships are obviously talking to suppliers rather than directly to retail pharmacy. We have also, however, had some significant interaction with the Pharmaceutical Society, which has been a very effective stakeholder and partner in the development of information. And in fact, in September, they hosted a webinar that was designed to provide information, the kind of information that does facilitate the consultations. There were more than 2,000 people registered to attend, and over 1,000 participants joined the webinar. That included those that were very clearly indicating that they had an intention to stock, those that had some indication that they weren't, those that were, I guess for want of a better term, vape curious, who were interested in whether they were able to actually stock and what would be necessary to do that.
So this was in relation to the development of the guidelines that the PSA developed, is that correct?
It was partly in relation to the guidelines, but it was more in terms of the ability to get the information that's necessary out to individual pharmacists.
Okay. So at this stage, we don't know and have no mechanism by which to find out how many pharmacists or pharmacy groups, because I'm assuming if one in a group does, they probably all will, I don't know, to know, how many vapes do you, as far as you're aware, have been purchased under the S3 medications? Do we know, where do they purchase them from?
Chris Bedford, First Assistant Secretary of Regulatory Practice and Support Division. Thanks, Senator, for the question. So we do track through our special access scheme how many times we've been notified that vaping goods have been dispensed. So there's been 3,500 of those across Australia.
3,500 what?
Notifications. So
what is a notification?
The pharmacist could dispense more than one vaping good per notification. So the patient would go in and have the conversation.
So it's a person going into a pharmacy and saying they wish to buy a vape.
Yep.
And that would be a notification. You've had 3,500 of those. How many people was it estimated the vape in Australia?
Senator, the figures I have in front of me, that the for 14 years and over, it's about 17%. For 18 to 24-year-olds,
sorry,
I only have the proportion. Sorry,
but I mean we're talking somewhere, like close to 1 million Australians vape, aren't we? That's, but I mean, give or take. I mean, I'm not asking you to sign your life away on that, but we're talking. So you've got 3,500 notifications in a month, I assume. Is it just a month that those notifications
in October?
Will come in? Yeah, October.
Yeah, because I would highlight, as you'd be aware, Senator, that between July and October there was still a prescription requirement in place.
Okay, I get it. So what was the escalation from it being a prescription in July, August, September, so up until June, you could get non-nicotine vapes by retail means. On the 1st of July, you can get anything apart from prescription vapes, and now you can get them under S3. So how many vapes were, how many, do you require notifications in relation to prescription vapes or only S3 medications?
There's notifications for prescription vapes as well, because it's an unapproved.
I would just, as Mr. Pepper was I think probably about to say before I interrupted him, regardless of the source of supply, these are unapproved goods and have to be supplied through either our SAS B or C schemes or our authorised prescriber schemes.
So, of the 3,500 in October, so what was September, August, and July?
Sorry, Senator, I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Okay. Do you know of those 3,500 how many of them were S3 and how many of them were prescription?
Those are all S3.
They're S3. Yes. So, but you don't know what your prescription component of that?
No.
How many pharmacists distributed prescription only?
No, I need to check. My colleague who looks after the SAS program will be here later tonight.
Okay. All right. Well, that would be really, really helpful. In those 3,500, is the expectation that the pharmacist will secure the cost of the interaction with the client, the cost of their time will be dealt with in the markup of the product?
Yeah.
So they don't. Sorry, I should phrase it a different way. There is no remuneration from government for undertaking this process.
No, these are not subsidised or listed on the PBS. They're unapproved goods, and so yes, the cost of the consultation to the practice or the pharmacist, I imagine, will be recouped through the cost of the product.
Yep. Okay. So if you sell a vape, what are your requirements in terms of the disposal facilities on site? So those pharmacists that sold those 3,500 S3s?
Look, we're currently working through different disposal schemes. So there's currently already existing in pharmacy National Return of Unwanted Medicines scheme.
I don't think you put vapes in a rum bin.
So you can put components of those vapes in a bin. So the nicotine liquid can go into those, but you'd need to separate out the battery component. But we are working on a policy around expanding that will support vape disposal at a consumer level.
Okay, so as from a legislative, regulative or an obligatory requirement, as we stand here, what obligation is there on a pharmacist? Because in the policy announcement that was made by the Minister, he was very clear about the fact that pharmacists would have to be accept disposable of used vapes. What is the requirement? So if I turn up into a pharmacy and I've just finished my month's worth of vapes and I want to get rid of them, what is the responsibility of the pharmacist to take those vapes if I turned up with them?
There's no current requirement on the pharmacist to take the vapes. We're currently working on a policy to support
Is there likely to be an obligation on the pharmacist to take that into the future?
It'll depend on the outcome of that policy.
Okay, so just draw to your attention the announcement by the Minister to say that that would be the case. Is there so you made comment before about the notification in relation to an S3. So is it required that an S3 an S3 product, I should say, that information is reported to the TGA? Is that correct? Where does the information, in terms of the notifications you just referred, what is the information and where does it go?
So the pharmacist has a system that they enter information required under our SAS program, which then goes to the TGA.
Okay, and what is that information?
Look, I'd need to defer to my colleagues who's coming later to have all the components of the information.
So these questions are better asked to the TGA, are they?
There are some elements, Senator, that are particular to the regulation element. That we'll have some more people with us this afternoon, but I would just say that there are a couple of things that I would highlight in the work that we've undertaken with the PSA around the development of a clinical consultation to understand what is required for the dispensing and supply of a vape. That includes the collection of such information as what other medicines, what other conditions, have you had allergies previously, and the collection of not identifying information, but just some information to understand. That is separate to the information that needs to be supplied to the TGA as part of the notification process. I wonder whether it might be better, just for the purposes of clarity and completeness, that we provide that to you on notice.
Yeah, sure, that'd be great. I'd be very keen to understand that. Just further, are there any other unregistered products that are sold as Schedule 3 medicines? Or is that a TGA question?
That is a TGA question, but because it goes more to the regulation of medicines, it might be something, again, that we come back to you this evening, if that's right.
Okay, because if there is, I'd be really keen to know what the other ones were. I mean, if it's a list of 50,000, don't bother, but if it's 2 or 3, I'd be keen to know what the other Schedule 3 medicines are that are unregistered products. So I'm just wondering, did the department receive any advice or seek any advice in relation to indemnity insurance regarding the professional liability on a pharmacist of supplying an unregistered product?
Senator, I'd need to take that on notice unless Dr. Gilmore-Walsh can add anything.
Dr. Bridget Gilmore-Walsh, First Assistant Secretary, Regulatory Legal Services Division. We did consider indemnity issues in the development of the legislation.
Yep. Did you take any advice on that, or was it just internal consideration?
We did receive some advice on that.
Okay, and I assume that the advice was that there wasn't an issue, otherwise you probably wouldn't have proceeded?
I think that's would disclose privileged information.
Yeah, okay. All right. Were state and territory departments of health or other relevant departments consulted on the amendment to move vaping from being a prescription-only product to being an S3 medicine prior to it being amended in the Parliament?
As you know, Senator, those amendments happened through the parliamentary process, but there were discussions with the states and territories as that parliamentary process was occurring.
Mm-hmm. So could I be really specific then and ask, prior to the Monday afternoon when I think it was the Australian Greens announced to Australia that they sought and achieved an amendment for vapes to be sold as S3 medicines. Had any states or territories been consulted prior to that Monday afternoon commentary that was the first that anyone publicly found out about the change?
Look, it's fair to say that a range of policy options in relation to the regulation of vapes were discussed with the states and territories, and that would have included the scheduling arrangements.
There's definitely been discussions through ministerial
yes.
arrangements around.
I was just keen to understand where...
Yeah, no, there was discussions with the states and territories about possible legislative compromises leading up to the passage of the legislation.
What happens when you deal yourself out? You're not saying that very loud. I didn't have my heart in it.
So I would just highlight that there had been significant consultation through the National E-cigarette Working Group on a number of options, that there had been conversation around, you know, the models that were being developed and being proposed. As Dr. Gilmore-Walsh has indicated, and the ministers has indicated, the conversations that occur at ministerial level we're not necessarily privy to.
Okay. Was there any consultation with the Pharmacy Guild or PSA on these changes prior to the amendments being moved?
There was extensive consultation in the lead-up. There was a number of submission processes. If you're referring to in that parliamentary period of negotiation between S4 and S3, that's where you're getting at, the department didn't have consultation directly with the Guild.
Okay. So, to be clear, what is the department's understanding of the view of the Pharmacy Guild and PSA to support to vaping products being sold as S3 medications?
If we start with the PSA, if I might, the PSA has been a very strong, willing and collaborative partner in preparing for and responding to the provision of Schedule 3 vapes.
Yeah, okay. I don't know that was exactly the question I asked with the greatest amount of respect, Professor Lawler. I asked you what their view was about vapes being sold as S3 medications. They have been very helpful in terms of developing guidelines, because that is the role they play, and I commend them for that. But I asked you what their view was about vapes being sold as S3 medications, and are you aware of what their view is?
So I guess, Senator, and I'm not trying to be evasive here. The view that the PSA has is a question that's best put to the PSA. What we have in demonstration is the fact that in conversation with key leads within the PSA, there has been a willing indication that this is the regulatory amendment that has taken place, and there was a strong commitment to making it work. And that's evidenced by the significant work that has been undertaken by the PSA in the development of clinical guidelines, the engagement with stakeholders, the running of webinars, and the continued strong engagement that we've had with them.
Yeah, they're doing their job as they should, and I congratulate them for that, but they quite clearly say in their media releases, as does the Pharmacy Guild, that they do not support the decision of government.
But you dealt yourself out of any discussion on it. Like, this is kind of the position we're in. We needed to get some reforms through. We worked with the crossbench and the Greens to get it through.
So you said we dealt ourselves out of
working on the bill for, and then you come in and you complain about the outcome.
No, we supported the passage of the bill through the House of Representatives, and then
I think it went through on the voices, you'll find.
Well, very weirdly, without us saying that we were ever not going to support this bill, you went off and did a deal with the Greens. I don't understand why.
It's the history when Greg Hunt got rolled. The last time he tried to do something on this probably says more about your party room than ours. We wanted to get the reform through.
We are verging very far away from the principle of asking questions and hearing answers. We could come back to it. Can I use this as an opportunity to check in on where you're at with the program, so I can advise officials and other senators waiting?
I have
over
got
an hour and a half behind.
Some quick questions on PHN, and then I've just got some for the mental health, and then I will be finished in outcome too.
Okay. If we can, I'll just if we can make sure that we have the National Mental Health Commissioner coming towards the room so that we're ready to go. Yes, Mr. Connell.
Just asking about the question of the contracts that Senator Ruston asked about.
Yes, can get back to them at
Because
some
I'm
stage.
conscious there are probably people waiting for that we could probably let go once we've done that.
Can I just actually, I've just a couple more questions on vaping and then we'll go to those. With regards to the new guidelines that he announced around new packaging, new pictures on the cover of packets, I'm just understanding what consultation was taken to determine the appropriateness of the transition timelines in relation to including the things that are written on the cigarettes, etc. Who did you consult, or would be something best asked at the TGA?
I think you're referring to the Tobacco Act changes again.
Yeah.
Sorry, Senator, can I ask you to repeat the question?
So who did you consult with and around the timelines in terms of the changes that are being brought in relation to the packaging, etc.?
The packaging of the cigarette packs in the legislation.
And you've got some requirements about what you have to write on a cigarette?
So the requirements for, Senator, the requirements for changes around marking on packaging were consulted as part of the legislation, the extensive consultations on the Public Health, Tobacco and Other Products Act, which occurred throughout last year. So there was a public consultation process. There was also a committee inquiry process. Submissions were received from a range of stakeholders, including members of the tobacco industry, civil society, NGO representatives, academics. I would need to check the exact number of submissions. In relation to the messages on the cigarette sticks, that consultation on draft amendment regulations is currently open now. It is open for public consultation and has also been provided directly to members of the tobacco manufacturing industry who operate in Australia.
So when does that consultation close?
So that consultation closes tomorrow.
And how long was it open for?
It opened on the 30th of October.
What's the date tomorrow?
Tomorrow, the 7th, I think. 8th.
It's an extraordinarily short consultation
We've traversed
period.
some of this ground with Senator Canavan.
Sorry?
We've traversed some of this ground.
Oh, sorry, was he
Senator
here?
Canavan, yes.
Oh, sorry. I leave the room for 1 minute. 1 minute.
One of the best.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'll leave that and I'll read Senator Canavan's testimony in all questions, and then if I need anything, I'll come back with the TGA a bit later. So PHNs. Same people? Perfect. I'm just interested. We've got, was it 31 PHNs? 31 PHNs. And then we've got this thing called the PHN Cooperative. So I'm quite interested to understand what the functions of the PHN Cooperative are, outside of, obviously, a collaboration to transfer of information about what the PHNs are doing. Does the PHN Cooperative have a function outside of just the sharing of information as you would reasonably expect them to do?
So, Senator, the PHN Cooperative is a voluntary organisation essentially that was formed in 2017 from all PHNs. At the moment, all except one PHN continue to participate in the cooperative, so it's a single point of contact for the PHN network and is a way of information sharing and collaboration, or a means of information sharing and collaboration for the PHNs.
So what kind of specific representations or decisions of the PHN Cooperative would be taken on behalf of a PHN? So do they actually have a decision-making capacity? Do they actually do anything, or do they just is it just a collection of the PHNs where they share information?
It's primarily an information sharing body that we may discuss issues with under that banner with all PHNs. If in the case when we do that, if any PHN isn't a member of the cooperative, we would invite them to those discussions as well.
Okay, so how's it funded?
So there are only a small number of positions, executive-type positions, under the cooperative, and they are funded through the Northern Territory Primary Health Network. So if the cooperative is engaging in a project of some kind or doing some work, then it is funded through an individual PHN on behalf of the others.
So the actual funding for the organisation itself is done through that Northern Territory PHN. So is that a separate appropriation that goes through that PHN from the federal government that goes to the cooperative? Or how does that happen? You've just said that the Northern Territory PHN funds it.
Yes.
Is that because they like it a lot?
I'm not sure about their attitude towards the cooperative, Senator, but essentially that's the means in which this very small number of executive positions to support the work of the cooperative are funded.
So how much money goes to the cooperative? I mean, what is the budget of the cooperative?
Well, none goes to the cooperative because everything that might be funded in a cooperative activity is through an individual PHN. But I think I get what you mean, Senator. How much funding through an individual PHN for cooperative activities is, I could take on notice and give you that information.
Well, I'm just keen to understand, do the PHNs actually pay an annual amount into the cooperative to do cooperative activities through the so does the cooperative actually have any paid employees outside of people who are employed in the PHNs?
They don't have any employees that are not paid through a single PHN.
Okay, so the cooperative sort of seconds employees out of various PHNs into the cooperative to undertake the activities.
I wouldn't put it that way, Senator. As I said, there's sort of executive support type positions, as I say, that are funded through the Northern Territory PHNs. If the PHNs are cooperating on an activity, they would provide staff through their normal course of employment as part of the PHN.
So how much money is funnelled out of the activities of the Northern Territory PHNs into the cooperative?
I don't have the amount with me, Senator. I need to take that on notice.
Okay. So am I right in what you've just said, that there is no direct funding or no funding apart from that that's being allocated by the PHNs to the cooperative from the federal government?
That's right. It's not a legal entity, so there's no means to provide funding.
So, so if it's not a legal entity, then there's no staff employed by the PHN. Who are the members of the PHN?
The cooperative is all primary health networks apart from the Country South Australian PHN.
So the PHN cooperative is made up of PHNs?
That's right.
Okay. In a letter from Mr Jones, who's the chair of the PHN Executive Committee, he actually writes and says the composition of the PHN cooperative is made up of PHN CEOs participating in operational collaboration based upon individual agreement to participate in cooperative activity structures, is made up of PHN CEOs. So could you explain to me why he would have said it's the PHN is, the co-op is CEOs? He doesn't say that they are, that the PHNs are members, it says the CEOs are members.
Well,
I mean, the cooperative is a collection of people with mutual interests. So the CEOs are effectively forming a cooperative group to collaborative work together. There's then about 2 staff that receive co-contributions across the PHNs to support their work. They'll do work in sort of priority areas that may be of mutual interest, and whether it's data or mental health.
I get that, but I'm trying to work out the governance structure here. That you've got a body that clearly is funneling federal government money into it, whether it by means of resources or actual funding via various PHNs. The body then, and you were unaware of the amount of that money, and I accept you're going to take that on notice for me. And then you've got a group of people who are, by that description, not necessarily required to act in the best interests of the PHN. Their CEOs are there in their own right as CEOs, as opposed to being representative of the PHN. So I'm just trying to understand the governance structure of this organisation in terms of how it is held accountable for the delivery of whatever it does, because you say it's not constructed by any legal means or entity, but it does seem to have staff and it does seem to have resources, but it doesn't seem to have any mechanism by which the PHNs can require it to be, or the PHNs have got any say on what happens.
Senator Ruston, were you reading from a letter, or you read something out of a letter? Is it helpful if the committee knows what that is? Or
can I find out whether I can or I can't? But if I can, of course, I will.
I just thought it might be useful in trying to answer some of the questions.
It was just more around understanding whether the CEOs have got any requirement. Are they there representing their PHNs, or are they there just because they happen to be the CEOs? What is their legal requirement, statutory requirement, governance requirement, in order to act in the best interests of their PHNs?
Senator, they're participating in group meetings for the collective interests, and so they are there, I would suggest, as the CEO of a PHN representing the interests of their PHN, which they may consider has mutual interests with potentially 28 other PHNs, so they see a benefit in working together.
Are you concerned that any activities have been undertaken by the PHN cooperative that could potentially be provide any risk to the PHNs?
No, Senator. I should add, though, we do have a governance review underway of the whole PHN program, and the national governance of the PHN program will be one of the issues considered as part of that review.
Okay. When's that review due to?
May next year.
Well, I'll look forward with great interest to that review coming back, because it seems to me that we have a body that's sort of taken on perhaps a little more authority than you perhaps intended to have.
These arrangements have been in place for some time, though, I think since
2017.
Yeah.
And I think that it has changed in terms of how it's been operated. I mean, look, it may not have, and that's why I was asking the questions.
Well, if we could get a copy of that letter, I think that might help.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think the letter actually really tells us terribly much. I'm just pointing out that they didn't say that the PHNs were members of the cooperative.
Senator, even if you're not able to table it, you can distribute it before
Let
we
me
table.
just ask. I don't want to get anybody into trouble here.
Okay.
Okay. So you want me to just keep on ploughing through?
Yeah, we're waiting for you so we can move to aged care.
You're saying I'm holding everyone up?
Yes.
Can I just ask just a few questions on behalf of Senator Hughes, who unfortunately is unwell and has had to go home, and she just asked me to ask some questions in relation to mental health. Oh. Sorry. You're sort of like, I know, I'm just actually going to admire your jacket a little longer. In the department's annual report released on Monday, the department, one of the key activities was performance measure 1.2B, Medicare subsidised mental health services used per 100,000 people or per population. It actually says result not achieved. And so we've seen a decrease from 22-23 in these sessions, from 50,341 to 47,357. I'm just interested to understand if what has driven this change, and are you concerned that your objective wasn't achieved, given that there is much commentary around at the moment around the extraordinary number of Australians who are seeking support for mental health challenges?
Senator, I would note that that measure is really a measure of demand, and the demand will be influenced by a range of things, whether that's the level of mental health in the community, but also the available supply of the workforce. And so it is one of those difficult measures to interpret what the results are, but I would also note the government is investing in a range of mental health services outside of the MBS, which also support consumers.
Okay, you just said it's a matter of demand. Are you trying to tell me that you believe the demand for Medicare subsidised mental health sessions has decreased in the last 12 months?
Senator, what I am saying is that it's a demand measure, but that also has to be met by the available supply of professionals being able to provide those services.
Okay, so it's a supply. I'm trying to understand why you think that's happened. So you've said it's a demand situation, but are you now saying your clarification on that is that it's probably likely to be a supply constraint that is preventing that demand from being met?
Senator, I don't have a position on what I think has driven that. All I can say is that it's both a supply and demand situation, but I would note the growth in services being provided that are outside of the MBS for mental health as well.
Okay. Do you have an overall figure of the number of services that were accessed in 23-24 for the entire population in comparison to the last 4 years, as an example?
So so it's Bronwyn Field again. Look, we do look at kind of prevalence data through ABS and other things, such as kind of whole of population access to service. We've got key indicators like MBS data, and we also look at like PHN commission services, but actually understanding that kind of together and from a whole population point of view is difficult to ascertain on a year-to-year basis.
Has any analysis been done by the department to determine whether the decision to reduce the number of Medicare subsidised mental health sessions, reduce it from 20 to 10, has had any bearing on the number of these sessions that are being accessed?
First of all, I'll clarify that those 10 sessions ceased as was planned at the end of what was just a temporary measure that was put in place for COVID, and then it returned to the program to normal of the 10 sessions. We certainly look at yearly figures of kind of who is accessing the initial 10 sessions compared to like quarter by quarter. I think I've given evidence at the last Senate estimates between 2022 and 2023, and it operates on a calendar year. There was around 44,000 new patients that entered the Better Access program. So we certainly look at that around service usage.
So you have looked at, yeah, okay, thank you. Just in relation to the National Mental Health Commission and the National Suicide Prevention Office, I'm just wondering if there's been any further consideration in relation to the long-term positioning of both of those entities, and if so, what they are.
Senator, so as you're aware, at the end of September, the Mental Health Commission, and including the suicide prevention, transferred into the Department of Health Aged Care as a non-statutory office. So it was previously an executive agency, but it is transferred into the department. And that was really in response to the investigation that had occurred in 2023, with an intention of the government to really reset and strengthen the Commission. It maintains its independence by reporting to the Minister on strategic functions, and it's moved into the department where supporting it from a corporate perspective. I would note that there has been a consultation underway, an extensive consultation is underway with the sector around the future functions of the Commission, so that's currently underway.
Yep. So it's underway, so we don't know what the feedback is yet, it hasn't been. But will that be made available when you've received it, or is that something that's just an in-house sort of consultation?
Senator, we have released a discussion paper and that'll be on the consultation hub. That closes on the 18th of November. We will have to then analyse it. Dr Davison, who's just come to the table, is also leading a range of stakeholder sessions. That will be all consolidated and provided to advice to government, and then around public release of kind of a consultation summary will be a matter for government.
So more generally, how's the broader mental health and suicide prevention sector reacted to the decision to put these two agencies back into the department?
I might hand over to Dr Davison, who might be able to give you a bit of colour and movement about what she's heard through the stakeholder consultations.
Yes, Sophie Davison, Chief Psychiatrist.
As Bronwynfield said, we are currently in the middle of the consultation, and we're having there's a discussion document which is available online and is open for consultation until the 18th of November, and we're also having a series of roundtable consultation sessions with the mental health and the suicide prevention sector, including the lived experience experts and the peaks. And we'll be bringing all of that together. So I think the one thing that everybody's very sort of united in, the strong feedback we're getting, is that the sector really value a robust independent role for the Mental Health Commission in helping to drive reform and overseeing the reforms that are happening. And we are currently consulting about the best way to ensure that there's both robust corporate governance and we respond to the findings of the independent investigation, but really maintain that very independent, robust, strategic role.
Is the Commission's budget going to be maintained at current levels when it gets absorbed back into the department?
Yes, Senator, their budget has been maintained, so I think it's about $65 million over the forward estimates.
I'm just interested, are there any men's-specific programs that you are developing in relation to particularly suicide prevention, given that 75% of Australia's 3,000 suicides, unfortunately, everyone's unfortunate, are men?
Is that a question for the department or the Commission? Do you want us to?
Well, I thought that the Commission was in the department now. I don't mind.
Senator, the work and the strategy of the Commission is remaining independent, so they're happy to answer any questions about the work of the Commission, and we're happy to answer any questions about the work of the department in suicide prevention.
I don't mind who answers, whoever has the program control.
Thanks. I might ask my colleague, Mr Short, to take you through some of the programs that we have around specifically aimed for men and looking at suicide prevention activities.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Senator. Senators Matthew Short, Assistant Secretary for Children, Young People and Priority Populations. So there are a number of programs that we fund now to support men's mental health and suicide prevention under the National Suicide Prevention Leadership Program. Some big ones just to reference Mates in Construction, the Men's Table, Parents Beyond Breakup, the Fly In, Fly Out and Drive In, Drive Out programs through Mates, and the Mates in Manufacturing program. So there are a range there, Senator.
Yep. So how do you measure those in terms of the success? It must be an extraordinarily difficult thing to measure.
Very much so. We measure, so we obviously get the outputs from the number of contacts that, so say Mates in Construction employ wellbeing officers on construction sites and how many contacts they have. We meet with those stakeholders very regularly and get anecdotal and data from them about those contacts. How do you measure something that didn't happen? Very difficult. There is an evaluation of the NSP-LSP program that will be looking at all of that quite closely though.
Yeah, I mean, I would be fascinated to understand how you actually measure the success or otherwise of one of such programs, given the sensitivity and difficulty. Just finally, before I let us move on to the next.
Oh, are you calling the Commissioner though? Are you calling the Commissioner?
I'm happy to, but I didn't think you wanted me to do
No,
anything.
the coalition's requested them, so they're
okay,
waiting.
all right, sorry. I was just going to bounce back to that.
I don't have a preference one way or the other. I'm just trying to manage the program.
Okay, I'm just having a look through here. I mean, I suppose in the sense of the Commission's, as I said, I'm reading somebody else's questions, so my apologies if I'm asking the wrong questions to the wrong people. Look, honestly, I'm fine. What I might do is I might put them on a notice just to save time. So my apologies for keeping you here longer than you needed to be.
So in that case, we'll dismiss the Commissioner. And can I just confirm that concludes our questions for this portion of outcome 1, noting we're dealing with another... Oh, you did.
No, I think I'm finished apart from... I was just going to ask those quick questions on the corporate matters this morning, and then we can...
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So we're finished with this. We'll do corporate matters and then we'll move to aged care.
Perfect, unless anybody else is it, that's fine with me. case I get yelled at.
Just so the aged care officials hanging around know, that means I anticipate we will get to aged care before the dinner break.
My money on it. Unless you've been promised, but then still in
No, especially not. Just to be clear, so we've not, no one's staying around otherwise, with the exception of the officials who need to stay from this section as it relates to the question Senator Ruston has, and those officials required in outcome 1 for the items listed in the program from 7:45. Everyone else listed in that section is no longer needed. Thank you. Senator Ruston.
Okay, just really quickly. Starting with 393-7701.
Yes.
Can you just tell me what it was for?
It was for the procurement of headsets.
Headsets.
Oh. So we've moved away, for example, from the use of desktop phones. Our phone is now all through laptops. People are working in open plan environments, so if they're taking a call or participating in a meeting, they use a headset.
Cool. Okay, thank you. That was an easy answer. 408-7712.
So we need a pair of all that.
Sorry?
The Senate could do with some headsets.
I could tell you a funny story, but I'll tell you after when the microphones are off.
It also saves us on phone cabling.
You know, when it's not headsets I'm recommending.
So that's the contract for Professor Tom Karma. So that's an arrangement that's been in place since about 2018, I think, with successive contracts. Professor Karma has a long-standing involvement with the Tackling Indigenous Smoking initiative. So he's involved. That provides for him to both provide advice to the department on issues, but also to do a significant amount of liaison with providers, Indigenous providers across under the Tackling Indigenous Smoking initiative across the country, and to make sure that that's consolidated. So that's a 4-year arrangement with Professor Karma.
So the 1.257 million is a 4-year contract, is it?
A 4-year contract, and includes both payment for his time as well as for travel.
Okay, so it's just actually paying for him as a resource so that he can go. And I'm just interested, were there specific outcomes that were required as part of that funding?
Yes. I know there are specific outputs and outcomes. The officers who know the most about those contracts will be at cross-portfolio Indigenous hearings tomorrow. But I don't know if Mr. Exel,
how are you?
But yeah, good thanks. So yes, there was a scope of services provided that with outcomes essentially goes to that leadership role, high-level advice in shaping policy and programs and working with the TIS Rural Tobacco Grant recipients.
And I'm just interested in the outcomes, not.
The TIS itself.
Yeah. So in paying this money to Mr. Karma, I'm just interested in what it is that I mean. Obviously, this came into effect under previous government, and there would have been a set of outcomes that we were trying to achieve. You know, one imagines that they are a reduction in smoking rates amongst Indigenous Australians, and I just wondered how that's been measuring and tracking against.
So it's tracking well. Again, the team. Tomorrow can provide more details, but a headline that they texted me earlier today was TIS has estimated to save 23 lives since its inception through this program.
Okay.
So Indigenous smoking rates are trending down.
Great.
And in fact, the other thing that's notable is the one closing the gap target that is actually on track for the health portfolio is the reduction, the improvement in birth weight for Indigenous people, and there's a quite strong link between smoking rates and birth rate.
And probably a key point of change was inclusion of vaping in the program now as well, since it was originally accepted.
So Mr. Karma actually deals with vaping as an issue as well. So
it's
sort of a nicotine
That's right.
thing.
That's right.
Yeah, okay, great. 409-7148.
Yes, so that is the media buy from Universal McCann for the current stage of the campaign in relation to 60-day dispensing.
Okay. Are there any other contracts in relation to the 60-day dispensing campaign?
There would have been some other small contracts. We reused the same creative materials. I can just pull that up and let you know. Oops.
So in addition to the media buy itself, there was 38,500 with Ogilvy for creative development.
Yep.
There's the evaluation costs with Hall and Partners, so that's 83,615. There's also public relations activity as well as media activity. So that there's a couple of contracts for that, one with Consumer Health Forum and one with a PR agency, Fenton Strategic Communications, for 490,000 for the two of them. There's some specific PR in relation to First Nations for 200,000 with Carbon Creative, and for the multicultural communities for 500,000 with Cultural Perspectives. And then there's other sort of bits and pieces of campaign support, legal advice, those sorts of things for 45,000.
Okay, so I'm just keen to understand what was this campaign trying to achieve? What was the purpose of the campaign?
Yeah, so the purpose is to raise awareness of the fact that there are an expanded number of medicines now available for 60-day dispensing. So that went up again on 1st of September, I believe. Yes. So an additional 100
Now, I understand what
medicines.
60-day dispensing is. Well, actually, we probably should call it double dispensing, not 60-day dispensing. But
sure, double dispensing.
Yeah, but I'm just keen to understand what the advertising campaign was trying to achieve.
Yeah, it's to get patients aware of that so that they can look up whether their medicine is on the list, and they can talk to their doctor about getting whether it's appropriate for them to have the longer script.
Did you look at any possibility of perhaps thinking a more effective way was to actually provide this information to prescribing medical professionals, because surely they're in the best position to determine whether somebody is appropriate for a longer prescription?
We've got information too.
Yeah,
They weren't
information is
subject
also
to the public.
provided to
It's a
prescribers.
public
Yeah.
information campaign, not a
Yeah.
doctor information campaign.
Just seems like an awful lot of
Some
money.
people are holding back on filling prescriptions and on these sorts of appointments because of the cost. So helping people to understand that there are more cost-effective options available to them is one of the measures.
Okay, that's a lot of money for an $86 million saving. So 41013881.
Yes.
New ways of working health check.
Yes. So we have for, I think we're 5 years now, been going through a progressive uplift across all our premises in terms of the fit-outs, the IT, modernising the IT and how we use our workspaces. It's a fairly major undertaking for the department, so every year we make sure we get some external assurance undertaken of that program of work, and that is this year's external assurance piece.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Very much. That concludes our questions for that, because we've already concluded outcome 1. We're going to aged care. So I would now like to welcome officials relating to outcome 3, ageing and aged care. Just welcome. Just noting for the committee in this section, we are also dealing with the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commissioner, the Australian Commission on Safety and Quality in Healthcare, the Independent Health and Aged Care Pricing Authority, and the Inspector General of Aged Care. It's not my intention to run through the agencies individually, rather we'll call them as required. So if they could be in the room, please, if they were not already planning to be. I will start the call with Senator Orman-Payne.
Thanks, Chair. Afternoon, everyone. Look, quite a few of my questions, I was going to say this afternoon, it's really this evening now, isn't it, relate to the proposed legislation. Just wanting to get a better understanding of a few more things following on from the inquiry and before it comes on into the Parliament. I'm also mindful of time and I have quite a few, so I'm really happy to just work through them as quickly as I can and get concise responses if that's helpful. First question, when will the government release more case studies, including residents with partners, and provide the full financial details on user contributions, including through calculators?
Susan Traynor, Assistant Secretary, Home and Residential Division. I'm just trying to establish with my colleague how we're going to split responsibility, if you wouldn't mind just running through the question again.
Yeah, no problem. First question is, when will the government release more case studies, including residents with partners, and provide the full financial details on the user contributions, including through calculators?
Certainly. So Susan Traynor, Assistant Secretary, Home and Residential Division. We are working on the calculators. They are, as you can imagine, quite tricky to do, and we want to make sure we get them right. They need to be able to cover a range of circumstances for individuals, but we're certainly working towards getting something published with plenty of time before the commencement of the new arrangements. Some of that will also depend upon advice from the Independent Health and Aged Care Pricing Authority around unit prices, to be able to move from, I know we've been talking about percentages, to be able to move from percentages to dollars. Some of that information still needs to come through. At this stage, I'm not sure that we had intended to publish additional case studies. That would be something that, if there was a need for those to help people understand them, that's certainly something we could do. In terms of additional information around rules, I think was the other part of your question.
Not at that point, no. It was just the case studies, well, the full financial details on the user contributions. So I guess, yes, that does involve rules.
That's right. So the remainder of that would be the timing of the rules.
Mel Metz, Assistant Secretary, Legislative Reform Branch. So we are publishing the full details of the rules in tranches. So the support at home related Chapter 4 rules were published yesterday, and we're now working on the next part of those rules which relate to residential care.
Do you have like the latest date that you would expect to put all of the financials, to publish all the financial stuff?
It'll be this year that we're planning to publish those, but it's just a matter of, we've got a bit of drafting work on at the moment, so it's just a matter of prioritising that. But it is all of the financial rules are the top priority.
Okay. Just in relation to the calculators, I know you said before it starts, but are you anticipating that that will be up by the end of this year, or are we looking into next year?
At this stage, we're expecting that's more likely to be early next year. We're also expecting that it's more likely to be a couple of stages of calculators of increasing sophistication. We know there's a real desire to get information and a calculator out quickly. So the first version is more likely to be a more of a ready reckoner and something that a person can look up, rather than something that is a simple to use calculator where they input their numbers and get a result.
All right, thank you. What modelling's been done on the co-contributions, and who did the modelling?
We've had modelling done internally to the department as part of informing decisions to make sure we understand what the split would look like, what a result would look like for an individual in a certain set of circumstances based on asset and income. But predominantly that's been done by teams internal to the department on the means testing impact.
You said predominantly, so has there been additional modelling done outside of the department?
It's predominantly inside.
Predominantly inside, yep.
That predominantly doesn't mean all. So my question is, what modelling's been done outside the department?
I think, Senator, we could take it on notice, but I think the majority is internal to the department. We wouldn't exclude that in some cases some other work we've done in the group that might have been external has been used to help us do that modelling, but I think...
Well, if you're happy to take that on notice, that'd be great. Is there a likelihood or an ability that any providers will be able to decline or will decline to accept individuals with limited financial means? I guess that comes to that question of, if they're getting more from others, whether there's going to be that incentive to not take on those folks.
I would expect that that's not different to the current arrangements, where providers obviously do make different amounts of money, particularly on the accommodation component. I think on the means testing side, if we're looking at residential care, it's important to note that when we talk about both in the current means tested care fee and the future in hotelling supplement and non-clinical care contribution, that whatever part the resident doesn't pay for, the government meets the rest of the quantum. So it's really only in the accommodation where we would see a difference in that
And Senator, I think we might have said this before, but the vast majority of our people using residential care are kind of still, relatively poor compared to sort of, a smaller group of wealthy people. And so we don't anticipate that residential care providers could operate in a world where they were excluding people of low means. But it is a live issue for us. We're concerned about it, and so the accommodation review that will happen, that will be one of the things that we look at, because I think it's one of those over-the-horizon issues that we need to be watching.
Okay. So next question, I guess, is the reverse of that, and it's whether it will be possible for the wealthy to set up structures that will actually enable them to avoid paying, and if so, what impact will that have overall on the expectation of how it will work?
Senator, I'm not an expert on financial management for wealthier individuals. Generally speaking, a person's income and assets in residential aged care are currently considered in support at home. There will be a move from something that is currently an income-only based means assessment to income and assets, so that will be a broader view than is currently the case in the home care system. With residential aged care, I think financial advisors do provide people information on how to best organise their affairs as in readiness for residential aged care, which may include
trusts.
I couldn't speak to whether the treatment of trusts. We'd have to take that on notice.
I think, Senator, in the pension system, because you have means testing, you always get some level of financial advice to rearrange people's affairs. I don't think it's widespread, but it does exist, and we obviously have the same kind of issue that we've got to monitor. And again, it's one of those things you've got to keep a close eye on to see that people aren't kind of developing new ways of structuring their affairs to avoid that regime. So,
has the department given any consideration as to whether the user pays stuff actually opens up some individuals to be more vulnerable to elder abuse?
I don't think we've looked specifically at that, like in relation to means testing, Senator, but I think if you think about the overall framework in the Act, where, it's very strongly trying to enable older people to have more voice in the system and have, through supporters and people like OPAN, who we've, increased funding to make sure that we've got safeguards in place to try and protect the rights of older people.
Okay. And is the department satisfied that the hardship clauses are robust enough to protect individuals with restricted means?
The hardship arrangements will look very similar to what they do now. The split of them between the bill and the rules may be a little bit different, but it will look very similar to right now, where there's an individual who has undergone a means assessment with Services Australia, so they've reported their income and assets. If they have realisable assets less than, it's about $44,500, which is 1.5 times the age pension rate, and when they haven't gifted more than $10,000 in 1 year or $30,000 over the last 5 years, if they meet those criteria, an assessment will be undertaken of their eligibility for hardship, which will consider their essential expenses, including their aged care costs. And if they have less than 15% of the basic single age pension left over, then they would be eligible for some sort of additional fee reduction subsidy.
All right, thank you. Just noting that current aged care recipients have been told that if they're in the system, it'll be grandfathered for them. Just wanting to double check, what happens if a person moves up to a higher level of funding of care? So, for example, if they go from home care to residential care, will that grandfathering rule apply? So if they're currently getting a home care package and then they have to go into residential aged care?
Yeah, so a current home care package recipient, by current we mean as at 12 September this year, when the reforms were announced, a person who is either in receipt of a home care package, who is on the national priority system, or has been assessed as eligible for a package but is not yet on the national priority system, will be eligible for the grandparenting arrangements. And that applies both in their time in home care as it transitions to support at home. They'd be eligible for the transitional rates there. They would also be eligible to be grandparented for everything except the accommodation if they are required to pay their own accommodation costs, even if they enter residential aged care after the 1st of July 2025.
Okay. And are the DAPs covered by the lifetime cap?
No, DAPs are not included in the lifetime cap.
Now, I'm not sure if this is a question for the department or the minister, but interested to know whether there's pressure coming for the grandfathering to be time limited.
From a department perspective, we haven't heard anything about that.
Okay. All right. Just further on the legislation, noting that there's been some changes from the exposure draft to the bill in relation to penalties, does the public have any guarantee that if an individual suffers a serious injury or death, that there will be financial penalties applied?
Senator, the duties that are relevant are still in the bill. It's the penalty arrangements that have changed. So they were initially criminal penalty provisions with a couple of tiers that were strict liability offences. They're now civil penalties. The financial amounts are the same, except there is no longer a fault-based aspect because they're civil penalty provisions, so fault-based is no longer relevant.
Okay. And how can the department assure the public, because I know that it's older people in particular and participants and their families who are most concerned about this, that the deterrents that have been left in the bill are strong enough now that those criminal penalties have been removed, because we're still hearing from people that they are concerned about that.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult before the legislation has commenced to make an evaluation of how effective those penalties will be. I mean, there will be a review of the legislation, and that's certainly an aspect that we would consider whether the civil penalty arrangements are appropriate and creating the appropriate deterrent effect.
Can you just remind me, and I'm sorry I've generally forgotten, what is the current time frame in the bill for review?
The current time frame is, I think it's 5 years in the bill.
It's still 5, yep, okay. The bill states that the aim is to keep people at home for as long as...
Sorry, there was an amendment moved this morning.
Oh, did it? So what is it?
3 years now.
It's now 3? Okay. All right, sorry, I haven't been paying enough attention to that. Well, my staff have, but I'm not. Thank you, and I appreciate the conciseness of your answers too, because as I said, I've got a few. The bill states that the aim is to keep people at home for as long as possible, if that's their desire. How will the government deliver on this objective with the increasing wait time for home care packages and the lesser amount paid to support an individual at home versus the amount of care and services funding available in residential care?
So, Senator, the first important thing is to say that with the new classification system that will come with support at home, that there's a large number of levels, so grades to help assist people, and obviously the highest level of care is large, as there's a large increase from the current ceiling to the new ceiling in support at home, which we know will mean that many people can stay supported at home for longer and so don't have to go into residential aged care. Your question about the wait lists, the new support home scheme will introduce 300,000 extra packages. So,
and when is that coming in again?
It starts from 1 July next year.
Mm-hmm.
And so those increases will come into the system to try and match the demand in the population. So that's the aim of the reform.
Yep. Maybe this is a question for the Minister. Minister, one of the things at the inquiry that the Inspector General said was that the reforms still have a rationed system of care, and that the Royal Commission said we needed to move to needs-based. I'm just wanting to know whether it's the government's view that what they're actually aiming for is to actually get to the point where people aren't waiting and we're not having to ration out the home care packages, or supported home, as they will be called.
Well, I think a part of the reforms is better matching the system to the demand, for sure, but it's not an entirely uncapped approach. I'll let Mr. Lee speak. Sorry, Michael.
Yeah. Oh, look,
it's been a long week.
I was more interested in the government's position on where I think it's
obviously
going.
we're always looking at how we meet demand, always. I mean, it's something that the aged care minister is constantly in talking to us about.
Is the government looking at...
Just after this one I need to rotate.
All right, I've got 2 on this page, is that all right? And then for that block? Just if I'm being asked 2. Is the government looking at ways to enable people to pool their home care resources?
Yep. Senator Nick, this end of the day. Nick Morgan, Assistant Secretary for the Home and Residential Division. We'll be doing a trial in 25-26 looking at that option. So we're looking to have a small number of providers working with us to try that. There's a number of issues that we'll have to work through in that trial around people having the ability to opt in to that pooling arrangement, making sure there's enough people opting in that it's worth doing, ensuring people have the right approvals and being able to opt out. So we're about to go to market to get a consultant to help us set that trial up, and then we'll be doing that through the 25-26 year.
And just on that then too, is the government also looking at small-scale models of residential care?
Sorry, Senator.
Small-scale models of residential care, Michael.
Oh, so we're doing some work on that, Senator. It's another group of people who are looking at the built design.
I'm happy to take on notice some information.
Yeah, we're happy
if you
to
want
give you some information on it.
Yeah, and if it could be timely, just from this perspective of to take into consideration, given that the bill is going to be coming into the Senate soon. Great, I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Up until the break, just a reminder, we're breaking at 6:15.
Senator Orman-Payne, if he is here.
Welcome, Inspector General, Mr Yates. Did you have an opening statement?
No, thank you.
Okay, Senator Ruston.
Okay, thank you. Just following on from the questions that Senator Orman-Payne asked the Minister and the Department, in your submission to the bill, you made reference, as she points out, about the difference between a rights-based model and a rationed system of care. Just interested in your understanding about where we are at the moment and where we need to be to actually meet the Royal Commission's recommendations around people being able to get timely access to care when they've been assessed as needing it.
Thank you, Senator. Ian Yates, Acting Inspector General of Aged Care. Where the current bill, as has been noted, continues a ration system, and there's been no government policy to change from a ration system. The primary obvious impact of that is on home care packages. At the moment, we continue to have a ration system in residential care, but that's not the real reason for difficulties in accessing residential care. That goes more to staffing. But in home care, of course, we have very substantial backlog, and we have an unknown amount of unmet need in the Commonwealth Home Support Program. The point that we were making is that the primary rationale that we have been able to find for rationing, that is capping aged care, in particular home care, is that it could constitute a threat to budget integrity, and two words kind of sum up the alarm, which is one word, NDIS. We've made the point that aged care differs from the NDIS in a number of significant ways. Firstly, it does have and always has had and is in the control of government independent assessment.
So the criteria are set by government, and there's not been a querying of independent assessment in aged care. Individual financial support, that is, the levels of the packages and the levels of subsidies, are capped in aged care, so and government sets those caps. Aged care is means tested, and when this bill passes, it will be more strongly means tested, which NDIS is not. And I've got to say this carefully. Generally, well, aged care is generally speaking, relatively speaking, a short-term measure compared to people can be on NDIS for very many decades. And the other feature, particularly of the home care packages program, is that expenditure on home care packages has significant downward impact on expenditure on residential care. Not necessarily precluding it altogether, but certainly deferring it. And the more that home care is provided on demand, which means the demand is not the individual's demand, the demand is you have been assessed as in need, then you get a home care package as you would get a pension if you met those criteria. That's the Royal Commission's parallel. The more that happens promptly, you increase the capacity of the package to assist the person and defer both hospital and residential care. The research is clear on that.
Yep, thank you. You made comment in your contribution then about CHSP, and I noticed that there was Mr. Lai or somebody made comment around the release of 300,000 packages. I think it's over a period of 4 years, starting in the 2025 financial year. Sorry? 10 years. So 300,000 in 10 years. Currently, at the moment, we have 800,000 Australians on Commonwealth home support packages who clearly need some amount of support, but not enough to warrant a package, or actually many of them are actually on CHSP while they're waiting for a package, so that they have got some sort of support. I'm interested to understand from your assessment, Mr Yates, two things. One is, given we've got 800,000 people who are on CHSP, and we've got obviously an ageing population, which means more people are going to be coming into the system. These are current people in the system, new people coming into the system. How does 300,000 new packages over 10 years, with a wait list at the moment that I believe is somewhere around 80,000, even as we sit here now, how does that sort of calculate in your mind around how we actually really will get to a situation where the cost benefits of what you've just outlined can be realised? And I suppose secondly, do you have the resources within the Office of the Inspector General to enable to actually make these sorts of recommendations and assessments so that we actually are driving this efficiency and productivity to make sure that older Australians are getting what they need when they need it, but in the process of doing that, obviously, there's a significant budgetary impact of people not receiving the care they need when they need it.
So, thank you, Senator. There's a number of complexities in that question.
Sorry.
We have not seen the detailed modelling that is behind what Mr. Lai said earlier. We've had that conversation with the department about the intent, and what I understand of the plan that is in place at the moment when supported home launches is that the government would want to get to a situation where there is a median wait time of 3 months, and that they would continue to top up, and I presume the 300,000 is an estimate of what those numbers would be, remembering that because these are shorter term, they recycle. So, but there would be modelling, I'm sure the department has, in terms of the demand over the period of time. I mean, clearly the fact that there are, however many there are in round figures, my understanding is about 80,000 people waiting for a package now, is of significant concern in terms of the objects of the program.
So to that end, we did hear some evidence during the inquiry about people dying while waiting for their home care package after they've been assessed. Is that, are you aware of that happening? And does anybody have any idea the quantum of people who die after being assessed for a home care package before they're able to receive it?
Is that a question for us, Senator?
I don't mind.
I think we provide...
my first question
Senator,
was...
I can say we are anecdotally aware. We have been told by other family members of such examples. We don't have access to the data that the department had. Well, we could have access to that data. We have not. I mean, you asked, and I could expand, but at some point you asked about our resources. We don't have the resources to do all the things we should be doing.
Okay. Mr. Lai, do you have any...
I think we provide it to the Senate regularly in estimates. We're asked that question, so we are able to provide that.
Okay, thank you. So you don't have it, you're going to provide it on notice?
Beg your pardon?
You provide that on notice, will you?
I think we can probably provide you...
Senator Thea Connolly, First Assistant Secretary, Home and Residential Division. In the last financial year, 2023-24, in relation to people who are on the National Priority System waiting for a home care package, there were 3,383 people who passed away. That's a very similar number to previous years, and a lower number to 21-22, for example, where the number was 5,334.
So I suppose I can move to the wait list questions I was going to ask, but I'm just wondering if, I mean, I'm happy to cede my last 5 minutes to anybody else who has questions for Mr. Yates.
I had a very quick follow-up to an answer that was given.
Just before you do, Senator Kovacic, Senator Allman-Payne, did you have questions for Mr. Yates? No. Okay. So if you do, Senator Kovacic?
Yeah, it's just a super quick one.
No.
Do you have any information or evidence or data or modelling, or is it available to you in relation to the impacts on the costs of the aged care system in terms of the residential aged care, where people are effectively prematurely ending up there because the home care packages aren't available?
Senator, I am not aware of the detail of that. In a past life, it certainly was something that was of considerable interest. I have seen some, I would call them back of the envelope calculations that's significant. And I mean, this is a complex, aged care is a complex beast. So, for example, when the numbers were very high some years ago, and then as a result of both pre-Royal Commission and after the Royal Commission, the response that rolled out like 40,000 new packages on top of the new ones that were already in the system, you saw the wait list drop considerably. But one of the impacts of that is that you then see people who otherwise would have gone to residential care putting their hands up for a package. And they would have gone to residential care because they desperately needed care, they didn't have support, and it wasn't a package available.
Yeah, and care is...
And you get people where families have made other arrangements because, you know, they said, well, we're not going to get a package for 6 or 8 months and mum needs help. They put their hands up as well. So it's a dynamic kind of situation, which is why, in the Royal Commission's view and our view, that the sooner you can get into a steady, planned, on-demand system, you'll then be able to start predicting, the same as the pension system. You'll be able to start predicting what the demand is over time.
Which is the essence of the reforms, for the first time to introduce funding and packages in both systems that match demand in the population, which we've modelled forward. So previously, release of packages has been ad hoc, in an attempt to try and catch up, if you like. What we're trying to do is project forward, and government has agreed to a set of reforms that mean that the funding is there to match demand from the population.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Senator Kovacic. Is this for Mr. Yates?
It is. Just one quick question, more a question of jurisdiction or not. Good evening, Mr. Yates. The issue of younger people with disabilities who are in aged care has obviously been an ongoing issue. Is this something that the Inspector General has any interest in, oversight or observations on?
Senator, thank you.
Just a genuine question to know whether it's something that you look at.
Yes, it is in the context of the recommendations of the Royal Commission in that respect, and I don't have off the top of my head which number it was to look up, but we will have reported on that in our report.
Would you mind taking that on notice, and just so I understand for future questions?
So we will have reported in our report on what the status of the implementation of that is, what the department said about that, and what we think. My understanding is that it is, from memory, that it is only partially addressed at this point.
Senator, the department can give you, we're happy to give you in this estimates figures on where the numbers are at for younger people in residential
Yes,
aged
please.
care.
I'm not sure we've got time now for those numbers.
We're happy to provide it on notice.
On notice would be great, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Light.
Just before we finish, could I just ask one question? When we have a new appointment of the Inspector General of Aged Care, I just ask when is Ms Siegel-Brown due to commence her role as the Inspector General?
Senator, I believe it's late January. We'll come back after the break and give you the date.
No, I can give you the precise date.
Go on.
She will commence, Ms Siegel-Brown will commence on the 14th of January.
Yep.
So I will complete my role as Acting Inspector General on the 13th of January, almost 2 years of being interim and acting.
Okay. Well, the reason I was asking when Ms Siegel-Brown was starting was because it would let me determine whether you would be in front of us at estimates again, but clearly if it is January, you won't be in front of us at estimates again, and I just wanted to say thank you very much, Mr Yates, for the extraordinary contribution that you've made to public sector aged care policy and advocacy over your time here, and it's been a pleasure working with you, and I hope you will not be lost to the aged care sector because your knowledge is immense.
Thank you, Senator. It's not my intention to disappear into the sunset.
Good.
And I
Thank you,
think
Chair.
to you is that you can eat outside of the building for dinner. You can eat outside of the building for dinner. You're free.
Thank you, Senator.
We will now break for 1 hour. When we return, we'll be continuing with questions in aged care.
I might start on all those ones if that's really.
with aged care and the witnesses listed as per the program, with the exception of the Inspector General, who was earlier dismissed. Senator Orman-Payne is starting with the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just continuing on with questions that are relevant to the legislation. Just can you clarify what level of mandated accredited training of the direct care workforce will be required going forward?
Sorry, Senator, could I just please confirm the question? It was around what's mandated.
What level of mandated accredited training of the direct care workforce is required moving forward?
So the bill itself provides a legislative hook so that the rules can specify training requirements for the workforce, and that's a condition of registration for providers.
Okay, and so that'd be elaborated on more in the rules?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you able to tell me where in the queue? Like, I know financial rules are being prioritised. Are they? Where do they sit in the queue of tranches?
So the rules relating to Chapter 3 are next after the Chapter 4 rules. So the provider obligations sit in Chapter 3, but we have split them over a number of our tranches because there are a lot. I'm not sure exactly where that particular requirement sits. Initially, with that legislative hook, there won't be mandatory qualification requirements specified, but the bill provides that there can be in future.
So in terms of the government addressing the Royal Commission's recommendation that care workers should be registered and qualified, if I understand you correctly, that will all be enunciated in the rules?
The rules, it's enabled for the rules, but it won't be immediately done.
And sorry, just to interject, Amy Laffin, First Assistant Secretary of the Quality and Assurance Division. We also have the aged care quality standards, which will also be in the rules, but as you know, that's currently the final draft of that is on our website. And outcome 2.9 is about human resources and requires that services have workers who are skilled and competent in their role and hold relevant qualifications.
Okay, although skilled doesn't necessarily imply registered and qualified.
That's correct. It doesn't provide the exact qualification that's required.
Okay. So I guess the question then is, why has the government not taken steps yet to mandate minimum training and qualification requirements for care staff, especially in residential care, who make up the majority of the direct care workforce?
So as part of the registration scheme, there will be requirements for ongoing professional development and English language proficiency requirements, and the department is currently preparing to do some consultation on that later this year.
Okay, so again, that's not necessarily though minimum training and qualifications, or are you saying that is going to meet that requirement?
It is training, but it's not accredited training.
Okay. I'm mindful of time, so I'm going to move on. Interested in you elaborating on how the bill will enact Recommendation 72 of the Aged Care Royal Commission to be implemented so that disabled people in the aged care system receive support equivalent to that available in the NDIS. And I guess we're specifically talking about two people who've been on NDIS and then turned 65 and then are in the aged care system, and those who have disabilities but haven't been on NDIS but are in the aged care system.
Senator, the people in the NDIS who turn 65, they don't leave the NDIS unless they enter permanent residential aged care, at which point they have that, they cut across into our system. So those people are able to elect to stay in the NDIS. Mr. Morgan might be about to talk about the elements of the support at home design which try to better replicate the sort of services that people get within who would be in the NDIS.
And I think the key question that people will be concerned about too is you said that they doesn't continue once they enter residential aged care, and so I think that there's also the question then of how are you ensuring that people who were on NDIS and then enter residential aged care still get the equivalent level of support that they were receiving before that happens?
Yeah, so I think, Senator, this is probably possibly a question for DSS or the NDIA, but I think the level of supports available to people who are have a package in the NDIS, as their needs change, their package could quite well change, and that includes housing and support, and so for some of those people who might previously have gone into residential aged care, they would stay within the NDIS system. So those people have that option. I don't think that there's no forcing them into the residential aged care system. I think the policy issue, obviously, that we've had to navigate is people who aren't in the NDIS and how we try and support people who may never have been and acquire a disability after age 65 and who are in our system. And so that's where, particularly in the support home design, we've tried to take account of the relativities between the NDIS and aged care.
Because they're certainly quite stark at the moment.
There has been a gap.
The supported home program will have a number of features that will support people who have a disability, and so in particular the assistive technology and home modification scheme. That for assistive technology, it doesn't cap the amount of support a person can receive, so there's a notional $15,000 top tier, but people are able to access equipment above that top tier with a prescription. And as part of that, we're looking at trying to put together equipment bundles so that someone can access equipment over a number of years that swap in and out as their needs change, where they have a progressive condition. So that's quite a big significant change, and that's on top of a person's ongoing budget now, whereas previously under home care packages, or today under home care packages, people need to save their package to access that equipment, whereas under supported home, in addition to that equipment, there will be a new highest level of around $78,000.
So I guess the ultimate question is the Royal Commission's recommendation was that disabled people in the aged care system should receive support equivalent to the NDIS. Can you say at this point in time that what is being proposed is equivalent to the NDIS?
Not for all people, Senator.
Okay. All right, thank you. Would you be able to provide details concerning the nature, timeline and progress of the long-term workforce modelling on the supply of and demand for allied health professionals in aged care? And I'm mindful that that might be one that needs to be taken on notice, or do you have that now?
We'll take it on notice, Senator.
Okay. Can you tell me which branch of the department is carrying out that work?
It's in our Market and Workforce Division.
Okay. All right. Or if you could go back to the transcript and provide that on notice. If the new aged care legislation is passed, the government has publicly committed to 100% funding of clinical care for aged care consumers in both community-based and residential aged care. Could the department please outline what it means for consumers that, apart from rehabilitation and allied health and fitness therapy programs, providers will not be expected to pay for aged care residents to receive general allied health services?
Senator, are you asking is this a question about what services are in that clinical component as opposed to the independence category?
Yeah, and I guess a provider, if we're talking about an aged care provider, which allied healthcare services are not going to be covered under that clinical care in that setting.
Is it helpless?
So I think the details of what is captured in clinical care have been specified in the draft rules on the service list, which were published on the Department of Health an aged care website in October, and I think consultation on them closed
Late September they were published.
Late September they were published. I think consultation on that list closed last week. That sort of specifies a list of allied health items that are treated as part of that clinical care, and then it separately includes an additional batch that are in the independence category. I don't have the exact list to me at hand. Mr. Morgan might be able to speak to that.
Okay. I'm happy for you to provide that on notice.
We can do that.
I'm mindful of time. The new handbook for the Support at Home program requires a person eligible for aged care support at home allied health services to first have accessed those services through an MBS chronic disease management plan before they can access any through support at home. Could the department please provide details of the gap payments required for allied health MBS items under the chronic disease management plan? And then the question is, how is that consistent with the government commitment to fund 100% of clinical care costs?
So, Senator, I think we'll need to take on notice the gap payments in relation to the MBS items.
Yep.
In relation to funding 100% of clinical costs, that is 100% of clinical costs in relation to aged care clinical services, not more broadly.
Okay. Happy to take that on notice. I know it's late, and I'm trying to get close to the end. These questions now relate to the aged care legislation amendment bill. And I'm particularly looking at Schedule 3, which provides the high maximum amount of accommodation payment for people already in care. Could the department clarify the reasoning for including the schedule for a higher accommodation payment for participants moving to a room?
Certainly so. This is providing a clarification around a point where we have differing interpretations. I'm sorry,
Sorry, I just sprayed the witnesses.
So this is this schedule is talking about providing a point of clarification around differing interpretations of current provisions around what maximum room price applies to an individual and what that does and does not allow them to do once they've entered care. So there is a reading of the current legislation that requires that if the maximum room price that was in force at the date a person enters care, or if the provider has approval from IHACPA to charge a higher price, that price constrains how much that resident can pay no matter what room they are in a facility. So, for example, they are in a room when the maximum price is $550,000. The provider opens a new wing with higher quality rooms, but the price is higher than that, $700,000. There is a reading of the current arrangements that says because $550,000 was the price in effect on the date that resident entered care, they cannot choose to move to that other room. Even if they want to, there is a room available and they have the means to pay that higher room price.
Okay, so just in relation to this schedule, question as to why this needs to be implemented earlier, and therefore what was the justification for bringing that forward?
There's two elements. One is to really clean up that understanding to give to allow residents to exercise choice if they want to. The other element is that because the maximum room price increase as part of the aged care task force response, increasing that maximum that a provider can charge before first seeking IHACPA's approval from $550,000 to $750,000 is due to commence on the 1st of July next year. There may be an increased incidence of residents who would be constrained by that interpretation of the legislation.
Okay. Who has the department consulted with on Schedule 3?
Prior to introduction to the Parliament, we consulted with ACPA, with, I think, COTA and OPAN as well.
Okay. Did you consult with any private providers or provider representatives?
Not that I'm aware of. I'd have to take on notice to make sure that didn't happen.
You mentioned ACPA?
So I've mentioned ACPA, but individual providers we'd have to take on notice to make sure that didn't happen.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, that'd be great. And how many participants does the department expect to take this up earlier than July 2025?
We don't have any read on how many participants might choose to take this up. It's about providing residents with choice if they do wish to take this up, and we don't likewise have any data on how many providers might seek to move their price above the $550,000 maximum from 1 January next year.
Okay. Just in relation to Schedule 2 around income and asset determinations, could you tell me how long the department's been consulting on Schedule 2 and who's been consulted?
I'm not sure that we have been consulting for long before the bill was introduced. We consulted those same groups prior to introduction of the amendment bill to the Parliament, flagging the importance of this. I think the importance of this schedule relates to ensuring that people are paying the correct amount based on their means assessment, making it easier for people to keep their means assessment up to date with Services Australia, but also importantly, removing one avenue through which Section 83 constitutional breaches may occur in the aged care sector, which has been a focus of the ANAO.
Has the department engaged with legal aid and other advocacy organisations who deal with Services Australia?
Not on this, not that I'm aware of, but again, I'd have to take it on notice to make sure that that hasn't happened elsewhere in the department.
I guess because there's a high risk that this is going to cause a lot of anxiety for participants, what steps is the department taking to assuage this rather than rushing to get this in place as soon as possible?
So a really important provision in the amendment bill is that fee increases as a result of somebody updating their means assessment will only apply prospectively. So we will close the constitutional breach risk by deeming all of their historical payments to have been correct and then only making an upwards adjustment on a prospective basis to prevent the risk of bill shock for someone being asked to repay money that they were not aware that they should have been paying. But on the flip side of that, where an updating of the means assessment results in someone paying a lower contribution, that will be applied retrospectively.
Okay, and again, what's the justification for the timeframes contained in that particular schedule?
The simple answer to that is that we're eager to remove the possibility for Section 83 constitutional breaches wherever we can as quickly as possible.
Okay. How much time have I got left in this block?
None.
All right. Yep, I'll move on.
AGS. You've gone over, but it doesn't really matter.
No, that's fine. I've got one more block after this, so I'm happy
why don't
to
you
see
wait so we can, get things spicy and moving.
Yep.
Senator Ruston.
When did you become aware of the constitutional breach?
Certainly so. It was in mid-2023. AGS were the ones who flagged it. It was reported on in the Department of Health and Aged Care's annual report in 2022-23 that we had become aware of this when working with Services Australia to better understand it.
So I'm keen to understand on that basis why you needed to bring it in on the 1st of January and you couldn't leave it till the 1st of July instead of having this additional bill.
I think we're certainly eager to remove the issue. I think the department has, with Services Australia, written off a large sum of money dating back over a period of 10 years in this as a result of this particular avenue of breach, and we're eager to make sure that we close that off as quickly as possible instead of continuing to accrue that, because we are going to be continuing to write off small sums each month until such time as the amendment takes effect.
Okay, all right, we'll prosecute that when it gets into the chamber. Can I just ask you, you highlighted the development of an integrated readiness plan in response to the committee inquiry, and you stated that plan that would be tested with the sector in November. I'm just wondering how that's going.
Thanks, Senator, for the question. So, Greg Pugh, First Assistant Secretary of the Reform Implementation Division. So, I think there are two elements to that question. So, we've got an integrated readiness plan that looks at implementation readiness as a whole. But when I was talking, I think this was referred to in the inquiry hearings, and this was more around digital readiness. And so, What we're doing at the moment is just putting the final touches on what our scope and sequencing looks like for digital readiness.
Sorry, can I just ask whose digital readiness? The department's digital readiness or the sector's digital readiness?
So departments, and then we'll take it out to the sector, and then we'll say this is the plan of what our ICT releases look like for the next sort of 3 release cycles we've got between now and 1 July 2025, and then also for the next 2 years worth of releases until such time that CHSP is scheduled to roll into support at home. So the aim of that is to make sure that we give providers enough lead time to, adopt their software, their systems, whatever their business processes, whatever it is that they need to do to make sure that they're ready for day one from 1 July 2025.
Okay, so I'm interested in that. So you've got this integrated readiness plan in relation to ICT systems for the department, which obviously is where the sector interfaces with the department in relation to reporting and the like. So you're out there doing a plan, you're testing it in November. So when will the sector reasonably be in a position to understand what the ITC specifications are in sufficient detail for them to actually be able to go and implement what they need to do? Because without your specs, they can't do anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
So when will they have that?
So end of this month is what we're aiming for. So this month, and then we'll be going through, we've got a range of forums that we already work with the sector on to ensure they are digitally ready.
Yep.
And so that includes things like sector partners, and we've got these tech talks. We also go out and engage with sectors through specific forums, including things like the Support at Home Implementation Working Group. So that work's underway, and I'll have the more detail at the end of this month.
So I suppose what I'm trying to understand is that you've got the Support at Home supposedly starting on the 1st of July. You've got CHSP, as you mentioned yourself, 2 years later. We've got systems that still need to operate as they are because of the grandfathering provisions. I mean, how much ICT reform is going to be required of the sector over the next 2.5 years, and how much of it is going to be sort of have to do one after the other, because we're not in a position to be able to provide them all the information right now.
Yeah, that's right. So what we're looking at as part of the digital readiness for 1 July is what the, I won't say minimum, but it's what those core functionalities are that we need to have in place for 1 July. So they're things to make sure we have payments still going to providers. We need to make sure we've got the right systems in place to ensure that people are still receiving care. And all those sorts of things, like so transfers between different providers, those sorts of things. What we're then looking to stage out are enhancements to what we've already got, so things like reporting on 24/7 care, 24/7 registered nursing care minutes, those sorts of things. So it is very much a staged approach in recognition that both the department and the sector need to be ready for 1 July, what we need to have in place mission critical, and then what those sort of nice to haves, but also provides it some additional time to sequence out over those next sort of 2.5 years.
Yep. So how much in the role that you're currently undertaking within the department interfaces with what we require of Services Australia? Are there changes that are going to be required from Services Australia ICT, and what role do you have in making sure that happens smoothly and seamlessly?
Yeah, sure. So we work with Services Australia quite closely. I think one of the main things we've got with them at the moment are payments, making sure that their payments are ready to go to be able to transition to that new system. I mean, in terms of how closely we work with them, they're involved in almost weekly meetings with us, in at times twice weekly meetings, to make sure they're understanding what our business requirements are and what that flow-on impact is, so that for the providers, for the consumers at the end who are actually receiving the services, it's almost a seamless operation. So we are very closely involved with Services Australia.
So you're confident that the ICT component of the changes that are going to be required for providers, and then obviously the impact that has on older Australians who interface with the aged care sector in this way, will be fully operational in the sense of the capacity for the sector to be able to build to meet the 1 July timeframe?
Fully confident. Like, it's obviously a short runway for a lot of change, and that's why we've gone down this scoping, sequencing and prioritisation process. So This is part of the detail that will be released to the sector later this month so that everyone is very clear what those changes are from then and then what flows on in the future releases.
But will they understand, you say what the changes are required of them, will they be in a position to be able to turn around and go out to their ICT provider and say, okay, we need to have this in place by the 1st of July? I mean, bearing in mind we haven't even seen the rules yet for a whole heap of the stuff. You know, we don't know what the costings are from IHACPA as yet. We haven't even seen the interim determination, let alone the final one. I mean, I'm sort of feeling a bit sorry for you, actually. You're sort of building this plane while you're flying by the look of it. So I'm just trying to understand how you are able to be in that position, and then what additional information. I mean, you're saying you can build the system without that information.
So we've got some more. We can give you some more detail this side of the table that Mr. Pugh.
Thank you, Senator. Emma Cook, Assistant Secretary, Reform Implementation Division. I can confirm that digital implementation for the new Act is well progressed, as Mr Pugh has been saying, and we are regularly engaging with the sector in the way that he's described. Software vendors and in-house software providers, we understand, are very eager to find out details, and in particular with respect to payments. So that is the Services Australia-led component. Now, the Services Australia team are working really hard in collaboration with Health and very regularly to define those specifications that will be made available by the end of the year, and that is consistent with the normal lead times that Services Australia provide to software vendors in order to upgrade and adapt their software systems, as well as those in-house aged care provider.
So the same question I gave to Mr Pugh. I mean, how can you be in a position to update software systems when we haven't seen all the rules? And so we don't know necessarily what the changes are going to be.
I can understand that, and I guess being responsible for a lot of our in-house systems, I think the information that's available in the legislation does provide sufficient framework to develop the foundations of those systems, and in fact the majority of those systems.
For the department or for the provider? For
both.
Because that is not the evidence that we've received. In fact, overwhelmingly, that is just completely the opposite of the evidence that we've received. Sorry?
From providers, Senator.
Yes. Well, I mean, you would have seen the evidence that we received during the inquiry, and just about every one of them was concerned about the lack of information to enable them to be prepared. I mean, with the greatest, desire in the world, these providers are just saying we do not have the information. And, we obviously, there's sort of three pieces of information that all need to come together. Your ICT systems and Services Australia, and how that all works in terms of provider interface with the government, consumer interface with the government, the rules around what is actually going to change and what the expectations are, and how that relates to anything to do with IT. And then, obviously, once you've got that in place, you've then got to have the pricing to understand, what are the numbers that you're going to deal into it. And so it just, it's great that you think it's all fine, but that is not the view that we've received. So I'm sort of trying to understand.
Senator, I think you're right. I've heard some views similar to what you're saying. I think I've talked to other providers in the home care world who feel more confident than that. But I think, we're very conscious.
You should have maybe suggested that they give evidence to the inquiry, because none of them turned up.
Well, I've spoken recently to one of the largest home care providers who provide software as a service to other home care providers, and they're kind of very close to being kind of they're much more confident than some others. But we understand in the department that we have a job to do to provide that layer of detail before Christmas to our providers to help them understand, and there are missing pieces at the moment, but as Ms Cook's saying, we're kind of confident we'll get that detail to them and give them the lead time that we know the developers need, the software providers need.
Okay, all right. Well, obviously we'll wait and see what comes out and see where that all ends up. When will we see the transition bill?
answered this question at the inquiry and said that the intention was that would be introduced to Parliament in November, and that's still the case.
Okay, so when will we see the bill?
When it's introduced.
So we won't get to see the bill before it's introduced?
There's no proposal for an exposure draft.
Yeah. Was there a commitment, or like that's normally, I guess, when you see legislation, isn't it, when it's introduced, or unless there's been an agreement?
No, well, in this instance, we've usually, well, we fought and got to see this bill, the current big bill before. So we've got
you indicated you'd like to see the transition bill before it was introduced?
Well, I've been indicating I'd like to see the transmission bill for a very long time. So I'm just keen to understand. So the plan is to introduce the transition bill at the same time as I'm assuming the actual bill will be going through the Parliament. So we've got 2 weeks left of sitting this year. There is a great expectation that's been created that this bill is going to go through this year. And we've got a transition bill that obviously contains some significant information, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe Ms Metz, you can tell me it doesn't contain significant information, of which nobody is aware of at this stage. And that's going to be introduced without really any opportunity for any consultation. So, for instance, if I chose to refer the transition bill to inquiry, I have no opportunity to do that because the government's intention is to introduce that within a time frame that wouldn't allow that if we are to actually get this bill through this year. I'm interested in the timing around this. Why would we think this was a good idea? Because you've given no opportunity. In fact, it's almost disrespectful to the Parliament that there is actually no opportunity for this bill, this transition bill, to be scrutinised in any way, shape or form outside of just on the floor of the chamber.
Senator, we're not trying to give disrespect to the Parliament, but I'm not sure it's as exciting reading as the Aged Care Act.
Well, I'd love to be able to make that judgment, but I can't.
Yeah.
I know that some transitional matters were moved in the House this morning, and they relate to the grandfathering arrangements. So they are public and visible.
So that's all that's in the bill, is just the grandfathering arrangements?
There's other transitional matters that will be in the bill around how current approved providers will become registered providers. It'll also enable the transition of approvals for people who are currently accessing aged care and ensure that there is continuity of care over the transition period.
What was the rationale behind the decision to move the amendments that we saw for the first time yesterday afternoon in relation to this, which you've just indicated are part of the transition arrangements? I'm assuming they're in the transition bill as well. Why were they put up this morning and yet the other transition arrangements weren't sought to be included?
Senator, the no worse off principle was something that was announced by government and has been of particular interest to the sector, and it was a matter of giving that prominence and putting it into the main bill.
Okay, so just an arbitrary decision about that was a more important piece of the transition than the other pieces of the transition.
And something for people to see, stakeholders to see earlier.
Okay.
Look, Senator Ruston, if you wanting some, earlier look at it, I'll undertake to speak with the Minister for Aged Care, if that's what you're after.
That's okay. I can speak to myself. I'm just sort of interested in what the process. It sort of seems to have been very ad hoc in terms of what's been consulted on and what hasn't been, and the like.
Would you rotate after the next question?
You want me to stop now?
Yeah, or after the next question.
Oh, well, I suppose they're two questions that go together. Has the department been asked to or briefed the minister on any additional transition arrangements in relation to residential aged care? And has the department briefed or been asked for a brief by the minister on the appropriateness of delaying support at home until all of the issues have been resolved, particularly in relation to IT systems being fully operational?
No, I don't think so, to my knowledge, Senator.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair. My next questions are for the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission. I note that on the 22nd of October 2024, the Canberra Times ran an article titled Aged Care Quality Safety Commission Faces Scrutiny Over Escalating IT Consultancy Spend. And that article asserted that the Commission had the second largest spend on consultants of any federal agency since October 2023. I think it was 45 million, which I believe is 3 times more than the same period the year before. My first question is the Commission engaging consultants or labour hire?
Sorry, Senator, could you repeat the question?
Yep. Is the Commission engaging any consultants or labour hire workers?
Janet Anderson, Aged Care Quality and Safety Commissioner. Yes.
Okay. So how many employees are consultants and how many are labour hire?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean by the question. You mean...
so how many people, or maybe how many consultants are there?
Right.
And how many people working under labour hire arrangements are there?
Senator, we have a number of consultancy contracts. I wouldn't be able to give you a number of consultants, but we certainly have a number of consultancy contracts. And we also have a number of contractors working as workers within the Commission.
Would I be able to get on notice then a list of who you have consultancy contracts with and how many of your employees are contracted under labour hire arrangements?
Absolutely, Senator, yes.
All right, thank you. Why is it that the Commission is continuing to rely on consultants and labour hire despite the directive from the government to reduce spending on consultants, given that it would appear that it's gone up?
Senator, we underwent an independent capability review between October 22 and March 23, and one of the recommendations of the 32 recommendations in that report undertaken by David Tune had to do, or two actually, had to do specifically with the need for us to boost substantially our spend on ICT and also to increase our capability for both ICT and cyber. We also received nearly $70 million, $69 million in MyEFO across 3 years in order to afford the work that we needed to do, both to lift our ICT capability or specifically, and not only to ensure that we were a best practice regulator with the necessary ICT support, but also to do the preparatory work in anticipation of the new Aged Care Act. And because of those two streams of effort, we have had to invest very substantially in external consultancies to assist us in that lift. Mr Tune, in his final report, concluded that we had been underfunding ICT since, in fact, before the Commission was even established. And what we had was the legacy of prior software that was brought into the Commission when we were established in 2019, which was already obsolete when we commenced, that we've had to effectively put to one side and replace with brand new software systems in order that we can be ready for the new Act.
So is the Commission doing any work to build in-house capability so that you can significantly reduce the spend on consultants and labour hire?
Absolutely, Senator.
And what is the reason for having so many labour hire staff rather than bringing people on as employees?
In the ICT world, that is pretty much what you are faced with. There are lots of individuals who have particular expertise, who will market themselves as contractors who are uninterested in non-ongoing or ongoing jobs with the APS, because financially they can do better if they market themselves as a consultant or a contractor. So, but just to answer the first part of your question, if I may, our contracts typically have a skills transfer requirement. And some of our contracts even have a co-design requirement where we ask the contracting entity to put staff into the commission to work alongside our staff in order that we can develop that expertise and that we won't need them ongoing.
So is the expectation, for example, that in the next 12 months then the number of consultants and labour hires should start to decrease? Has that happened?
I won't be able to answer that categorically, but we absolutely have an expectation that over time we will become more expert and proficient, and we will also expand our ICT staff so that we have less reliance on external providers.
I know you're going to give me a list on notice of consultants and labour hire, but are they all in the IT space?
No, Senator. We also have consultants working with us in other aspects of the work we're needing to do on ourselves and with the sector to prepare for the new Aged Care Act.
All right, well, I look forward to receiving on notice that list. I want to go to an article that appeared in the Saturday paper. Just looking for the date of it. It was in August this year, and the article was an exclusive by Rick Morton, and it was titled "Aged Care Watchdog Closes Cases Without Probe." Are you familiar with that article?
I don't believe it was this year, Senator.
Sorry, it was 2023. Yes. So I just want to go to that article. In that article, it talked about large numbers of serious incidents reports being closed without being adequately investigated. Staff from inside the organisation were saying it was reported that one staff member went searching for old reports between April 2021, December 22 and found 15,500 bulk closure cases, and they told Mr Morton that they were closed without investigation, reasons copied and pasted into the file. They also said that I believe the Commission issued a statement to say that all relevant information referred to had been referred on to appropriate areas of the Commission, and yet staff said when they came across these in the system, they still discovered bulk closure of notifications, again, placeholder descriptions copied and pasted, and so on. So I guess my questions in light of that is, can you tell me why there have been cases closed without investigation, and who ultimately made the decision to close all those cases?
Senator, I don't have the details to hand. We did provide a very comprehensive response, which unsurprisingly differed from Mr Morton's analysis and critique. And I'm certainly happy to take on notice a more comprehensive response. But to go to the essence of your question, the Serious Incident Response Scheme was designed to ensure that providers were paying closer attention to incident management and the reduction and prevention of serious incidents in aged care. And it does that first and foremost by requiring aged care providers to have a very comprehensive and effective incident management system, and then for a subset of the incidents which occur on a particular residential service site or in home services, to report those to the Commission. But that is not the central component of the scheme. The central component of the scheme is that aged care providers manage the risks, which will then reduce the chance of something going wrong in an aged care home or in a home service. Now, when we receive a notification of a serious incident, and there are 8 incident types that are which are mandated for notification to the Commission, we do a number of things. We intake, we triage, we assess, and then we make a decision about the next step. Now, intake is self-evident. Triage is prioritising, so we look at the level of risk.
I understand all of that. I guess the issue is that there are people within your organisation, people who work there, who are saying that cases are being closed and have been closed without adequate investigation. And I note that the capability review that's happened recently was pretty scathing. You've said so yourself that you're employing lots of contractors and things to fix the problem. So my question is, why were those cases closed without investigation, and who ultimately made the decision for that to happen?
With respect, Senator, that was over a year ago.
I know, but I'm still asking the question.
You're asking the question if it were current tense, and it's not.
No, I'm not. Why were those cases closed without investigation, and who made the decision to do that?
I dispute that the cases were closed without investigation, but I will be very pleased to provide you with further detail. I do not have that available this evening.
All right, well, if you could provide that on notice, because I guess the question is, we've got a situation where people are being asked to pay more for their care, and yet there's very, very low trust in the regulator, and I've got lots of people, constituents, who are telling us, and we also heard it in the inquiry, that many, many participants have no real confidence that the regulator is going to protect them in a system that they're going to be paying more for. And so I think it's really important that people understand who made those decisions and why that occurred. So I would appreciate it if you could provide that on notice.
Absolutely happy to do that, Senator, but it did not occur in the way that it has been reported.
All right, well, if you could provide that on notice, and as I said, given that the regulator has also been quite scathing, I think it speaks to the fact that there are still a number of serious issues and people need confidence that it's working.
Absolutely accept that, Senator. If I'm able to provide a response just briefly. Yes. The capability review identified a number of areas where we needed to lift our game. We had already commenced on that journey, so by the time we received Mr Tune's report, we had already progressed a number of those uplift areas. We have never, ever held ourselves out to be best in show. We still have a lot of work to do, but we are a much better regulator now than we were even a year ago. And we have, I can provide evidence of that. We are making more of an impact on the sector, and we can see evidence of that in rising levels of compliance by aged care providers. But we have a long way to go.
I guess for participants, the need is urgent, right? Because for the people that are in aged care right now, they are not comforted by being told that there's this long lead time before things are fixed.
I think, Senator, I think the point's been taken, and the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission will take on notice and provide you with more information.
All right, thanks, Chair. I'm happy to cede the call.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if Ms Anderson needed to respond then, but we can move on. Okay. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. Just one quick question before you run away, Ms Anderson. Recently at the Complaints Commissioner made a comment that there would be no change under the new bill as to how complaints would be dealt with. Just wondering if you could perhaps expand on that, given the concerns that have just been expressed by Senator Allman-Payne.
Senator, I'll cede the floor to Ms McLeod in a minute, but I'm aware that you you heard that at the ACPA National Conference, and you may also then have heard that I offered a supplementary comment after Ms McLeod made that observation, and I would have thought that that provided at least partial clarification, but I'll certainly invite Ms McLeod to talk.
Louise McLeod, Complaints Commissioner. Senator, as indicated by the Commissioner, the capability review identified several areas that we needed to uplift on in respect of our complaints handling, and we do have a constructive path for improvement. So when I joined the Commission in May 2023, we were resolving 58% of complaints within 60 days. In August this year, we were now resolving 78% of complaints within 60 days. We also measure complainant and provider satisfaction with our complaints process, which has increased from 63% when I joined up to 73% in August. So for me, that really demonstrates that both complainants and providers are getting a better experience through our complaints handling process. The new Act takes that improvement journey and maturity journey further through the introduction of the Statement of Rights, which will provide a greater focus on restorative engagement practices through our complaints handling. And we're also expanding our existing capability in restorative complaints handling practice in response. The role of the Complaints Commissioner, and if it becomes a statutory role, it will help build the profile of our complaints handling process across the sector and allow for a stronger engagement with providers and also with older people and their supporters around that active resolution of complaints.
Thank you. Can I just go back just quickly? Oh, sorry. What? Just go back to the amendment bill. I'm just wondering, when was the bill, when was drafting requested?
The consequential and transitional.
Sorry?
The consequential and transitional bill?
No, the legislation amendment bill.
The big one?
No, the legislation amendment bill. The little one that we've seen, not the little one we haven't seen.
Senator, we'll need to take that on notice. We'll come back to you this evening if possible in relation to that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I've just got a few questions quickly in relation to workforce. And thank you, you provided a number of questions on answers to a number of questions on notice. And also some information you provided this morning in relation to the pre-request for information. And one of the requests we had was around the request on the forecast gap for registered nurses. And the information that you provided us was that the forecast gap for registered nurses required in residential aged care is estimated at 1,490 registered nurses in 24-25. But you then go on to say that the estimate varies significantly from previous estimates supplied, 4,043 on May 2024, and given the uplift between December and May was 44 nurses, and the uplift here now appears to be 2,553. You then provide a number of reasons why it has changed. I'm sort of simply would like to know, on a comparable basis, on the figures that were provided in May 2024 and were provided in December 2023, what is the current forecast gap? Because obviously the data you've given us has changed because of baseline supply updates, the impact of the Fair Work Commission 15%, wage increase, care minute data, and 24/7 RN minutes from April. And I don't understand all that. So basically I'm asking, where have you found 2,553 RNs in the last 6 months?
Stephanie Kaiser, Assistant Secretary, Market and Workforce Division. So the previous modelling that we provided in May was based on the baseline supply, which came from our 2020 aged care workforce census. And the modelling has now been updated, and there's been some other assumptions updated in the modelling as well, including the addition of the supply coming from the aged care work value case. So that's over 10,000 workers a year coming into the sector. So because of these changes to the modelling, it is likely that the gap was actually smaller back in May, but we were still using our 2020 baseline supply as the base of our modelling. So because of the modelling update, that's the reason why.
So how many are we short right now? You don't need modelling for that, you'll know that.
So that is the...
So when was the last data that you would have had that would be actual as opposed to modelled or forecast?
All of our supply and demand data is from our model.
But do we know how much how many nurses?
You're after actual.
Actuals, yeah. I'm just kind of keen when you would have actual data till. What was the last time you'd have actual data?
This is the most accurate because it's based on our 2023 worker survey, which is the latest data we have about the number of people working in the sector.
But you've gone here, you've given me a number of 1,490 for 24-25, so that's, yeah, and you're saying it's based on 23. What was the actual data in 2023 that you've based this on? What was the baseline? Because you said you've changed your baseline. So what was the actual? Was your baseline has to be actual?
You've updated that.
Yeah, but what was it?
So this is more recent.
Yeah, but what was it?
So you'll see as well in that letter that we sent to you, there is a table with workforce supply in there as well, which is on the next page. And so you'll see, sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but when you compare that table to what we gave you in May, you'll see there's a significant increase in the number of workers working in aged care as well.
Thanks to all our excellent policies. Better pay, more care minutes.
Well, one thing I
nurses.
think it's very nice to see our aged care workers valued for
it is
what they do. And
absolutely.
I'm saying that in all sincerity. Another question that, or this is actually a question on notice in relation to the home care workforce support program, and in the response that we received back, it sort of seems a little unclear as when will this actual program go to market and when will the actual programs commence?
So that's the home, sorry Senator, you're referring to the home care workforce, the regional, rural and remote home care workforce support program that was funded in the 24-25 budget.
It says feedback from stakeholder consultation scheduled for July 2024.
Yes.
Yeah.
So in terms of that program, the grant opportunity guidelines have been drafted, and there's a forecast opportunity will be available very soon on the website, and we expect that it will open for applications later this year and will be in place early next year.
Okay. All right. Well, next estimates I can ask you
yes.
how it's all going. Okay. And also finally. There was a question in relation to the $65.6 million over 4 years to attract and retrain aged care workers, collect more reliable data and improve outcomes for people receiving aged care services. And the answer that you provided broke down the programs, whether it was the existing program, the funding and the KPIs. And I just wanted to ask you in relation to the one they implement the adjustments to care minutes from 1 October 2024 to allow 10% of registered nurses, 10% of the registered nurse targets to be met by enrolled nurses. And then it says 8.6 million over 4 years, and the KPI's policy adjustment is successfully legislated prior to 1 October and systems changes are made for integration of star ratings, blah, blah, blah. I'm sort of keen to understand, first of all, was this a real allocation of funds from the original intention on this, or was this new funding? And what actually is the 8.6 million? Clearly, it doesn't actually go to any program. Is it sort of like to administer this, or what is $8.6 million for?
Senator, Mark Richardson, Assistant Secretary, Home and Residential Division. I apologise, but can you repeat some of that?
In response to a question on notice, and the question on notice number is 24001547, and it was in relation to the $65.6 million around improving a series of outcomes, and I asked for a breakdown of the funding, and one of the components of that $65.5 million was to implement the adjustment to care minutes from 1 October 2024 to allow 10% of registered nurse targets to be met by enrolled nurses, and then it says it's $8.6 million over 4 years, and I'm just fascinated as to what that is.
That'd be some ICT costs, Senator, to make adjustments to star ratings.
Yep.
So I think they would be due to go live probably, I'm guessing, around about March, April next year, given that the 10% that you're talking about came into effect from 1 October this year, so we get the first, it's part of the December quarter. So, and star
it's
ratings,
ICT.
yeah, so star ratings will be reporting on the December quarter in about March, April next year.
Yep, okay, right, it was a weird number,
yep.
but didn't. Okay, thank you. Can I just ask then on wait lists? I think you told me at last estimates the wait list, the national priority system was about 68,000 people, and then a couple of weeks ago when we were talking in the inquiry, he said it was 76,000 Australians were on the national priority system. Interested to understand if you have a figure for the 31st of August for that?
Senator, I have the data that I gave you in the inquiry hearing related to the 30th of September, and that remains the latest data that I have. So I can confirm 76,081 people on the national priority system. Okay. And on a question on notice, you provided a breakdown of by electorate of all individuals currently waiting for an assessed home care package, and you did it by electorate. And the date that it was provided for was the 31st of May 2024. I was just wondering if you had updated information from then? Not available today, Senator, but I can check with the team. We may have the 30 June data available now. Okay, we'll take that on notice. Okay, that would be great. The most up-to-date data you had, that would be great. At a point in time figure of people waiting in public hospitals for an ACAT assessment, or having received approval for their assessment waiting in a bed in residential care. Do you have the breakdown of that data?
Senator Julia Atkinson, Acting Assistant Secretary, Home and Residential Division. So you're seeking the wait time for an ACAT assessment in a hospital setting? Yep. So the wait time for an ACAT assessment in a hospital setting for the year 2023-24 across all regions and all priorities is... I'm getting 1 day. What, 1 day?
Okay. How many new beds have become operational since, well, in the last 2 years?
Area, we'll see if we can we take that on notice?
Sure. Yeah. And I'm interested to know on the back of that how many new beds are projected to be operational by, well, say 2028. Yep. Or if you could do it a year by year analysis. So I'm interested to understand, have you done any supply and demand modelling on the future of aged care?
Yes.
Is that available?
What do you want to know, Senator?
Well, I mean, obviously the big picture question is, in order for us to understand what we need the sector to be building for or providing for, we have to understand what the demand is. So I'm just interested in, if you've done supply and demand modelling, it'd be really interesting to know, obviously, the big picture about, nationally what that supply and demand modelling looks like. But also understanding that Australia is not a homogenous whole. Be really interested to be able to see how that reflected, on a modified Monash basis, state by state basis.
We published some data. Most recently, just through the task force papers around, for example, what investment needs to happen in capital.
That was $37 billion over 50 years or something. It really was not very granular.
Okay, so you're after something a little more granular?
Yeah, just a little more granular than $57 billion over 50 years. And how does this modelling pertain particularly to the future number of RAC beds? I'd be very keen to understand that.
Hello. We do monitor supply and demand, and we publish demand projections in our financial report on the Australian aged care sector. There is a growth task required, and some areas are experiencing greater challenges than others. At a national level, the modelling shows that we have sufficient beds until 2030 when that growth task kicks in, and that's something that we know that where there are localised challenges, we work with our local network to understand and address those challenges.
So when you say you've got sufficient beds to 2030, do you mean you've got sufficient beds now to cater till 2030, or your projected increase in supply will meet demand until 2030?
We have sufficient beds now to meet demand until 2030 based on 21-22 supply levels at a national level.
Yeah, but I mean, I suppose that's fine. It's a bit like saying the temperature in Australia today is going to be 24. It might be, 40 in northern Queensland and 12 in Tasmania. So in terms of the actual supply and demand at a level that is generally an acceptable sort of area of that people will be expected to move around in terms of seeking aged care, residential aged care. Do you have that sort of granular data?
We have partnered with the Department of Social Services to publish a care sector demand map, and that does show current utilisation for aged care. We haven't published yet that projected figures into the future.
Is the intention to do that?
We are continuing to update and refine our demand modelling with a view to looking at what sort of information is most useful to publish for the sector.
Yeah. Because it's interesting you say that you think that you've got adequate beds at the moment to meet demand till 2030, and it may just be because of where we were during the inquiry process, but many places were saying that older Australians were not able to get beds within their own community, and particularly in rural region, remote Australia, were having to move hundreds of kilometres away from their family and loved ones just to be able to get access to a bed. And just about every aged care provider that we've spoken to are pretty much saying they're full now. So it'd be really interesting to have a look at your modelling and to see where the real challenges were, because clearly if they're saying they haven't got capacity at the moment, there must be places with massive capacity which probably then would present some challenges about their profitability and viability if they've got many empty beds that they can't fill. So it'd be really good to be able to see that modelling, that supply and demand modelling, particularly over the next 4 years, because that's...
Thanks, Senator.
Yeah.
We'll take it on notice.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
And we've talked to you before about that the sector has delayed decisions around investment in new beds, even though the total number of beds is increasing nationally, and we've removed the bed licence system, so people are free to go and create new beds. But people have held off because of regulatory uncertainty, so the passage of the Act will help that, as will the Fair Work Commission funding and the care minutes funding, which are driving a viability for the sector.
Sure, and I think the other piece of that supply and demand modelling is what is available, actually product that is demanded, because we obviously know that there's quite a bit of product out there that needs a bit of a zhuzh up, and that many Australians, particularly those with higher expectations as the next generation of Australians goes into requiring aged care, they've got very different expectations than our parents or their parents would have had. And so it's not, as I say, it's not a simple sort of blanket supply and demand calculation. I'm sure you've been much more granular and nuanced than that.
We'll see what we can provide you, Senator Russ.
Okay, thank you.
Make a follow-up to that.
Yeah, please,
okay.
go.
Sure, Senator Kovacic.
Yeah,
Sorry,
thank
Chair.
you. I think the thing that I'm thinking about when I hear these answers is a lot of the evidence that I've heard and witnessed personally within geriatric wards in hospitals, where we have across our hospitals elderly Australians in hospitals waiting for aged care beds. And they're in there for longer than they should be. They are deteriorating, they're not mobile, they are getting hospital-style treatment but not the appropriate care for an elderly Australian that needs mobility exercises and a whole range of things. So for me, I find it very hard to understand how we have supply today to meet till 2030, but we have older Australians in hospital beds unable to get into a nursing home bed. I don't understand that.
We won't try and take up too much time tonight, but we are happy to provide on notice a longer answer to you about it's a complex situation, and you are right, in some locations there isn't available residential aged care for people in hospital. But in other cases, what we find is that there's a set of practices that assume that people will go to residential aged care from hospital, and that's not the preference of older people. And we are working intensively with the states and territories around this issue, and we are endeavouring to help them identify residential aged care beds where that's appropriate, but also to identify what level of hospital in the home, in addition to support at home, a home care program, can help people safely be discharged from hospital. And so there's a whole lot of things going on in terms of practice, only some of which are about residential aged care bed availability, but we are working intensively with each state and territory to try and resolve that issue, particularly in the interests of older people who want to go home.
And then that's the next part, I guess, that I have to say is a lot of those people actually don't want to go to a residential aged care home. They want to go back to their own home, but they can't get the package to be cared for at home, and the hospital won't release them because they can't be looked after at home because they don't have the package. So we have this group of people that are going to residential aged care early because they can't get a package, because as we've heard over and over again, it's rationed, it's not demand driven. So how do we fix that?
Well, yeah, look, I think we should give you an answer which tries to pull some of that apart. I mean, I would agree with that in part, but there's other things going on there, including geriatricians and other clinical staff in hospitals who have a predisposition to not to discharge to home but to discharge to aged care because they don't believe it's safe for someone to be at home, where it actually might be if the right services are made available to a person, and that's partly an education task to say, actually, we can assure you that it's safe to do that, and so we're doing that. We're not saying there's not part of the problem that sits with the aged care system, but there's a range of things we've got to do, and we're doing that work right now with state and territory governments.
How long do you feel before that work is actually done, where you can actually have a process or a system in place that actually means that someone is going back home from hospital rather than being navigated down a pathway to permanent residential aged care?
The Commonwealth's made available $1.2 billion under the strengthening Medicare arrangements that are agreed at National Cabinet. Some of that stuff will take medium term to realise gains, but the work we're doing with the states and territories right now is about identifying immediate solutions where we can. And so, for example, our state and territory officers are identifying available beds and strategies to bring beds online in RAC to provide an immediate solution for people who are overstaying in hospital. We're also we're doing some work around how do we link people to home care packages. How do we work with the states to make available home care packages and hospital in the home so someone can be discharged? So we're trying to get results immediately where we can with state and territory governments, as well as doing that longer term work to relieve the structural issues.
Thank you.
You finished, Senator Kavasic? Okay. All right. Can I get confirmation from the committee that we're ready to move on from aged care? Oh, you're not? Senator Ruston. I'll just remind senators at this point we are running quite a bit behind, and we have senators from the Coalition as well as the crossbench seeking to get to the remainder of outcome one as well. Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Look, just back to your annual report on page 75. It says in there that there were 54,101 comprehensive assessments were conducted in the hospital setting. Of these, 105 were rated as high priority, and 97.1% of high priority comprehensive assessments conducted in hospital setting were completed within 5 days of referral. And I'm just keen to understand, first of all, how does that equate to the 1 day?
Certainly, Senator. So the 1 day is a median measure. So there will be some that are above and below, same day. 1 day.
It's a bit hard to be less than a day.
It could be within hours of the referral in some cases. ACAT teams do work within a hospital. Sometimes they are on site. So, yes, that can happen.
What happened to the other 54,000? Because my original question was what was the average wait time to get an assessment in a hospital, and you said it was 1 day, and yet in your annual report it says that 54,000 assessments were conducted Of these, 105 were rated as high priority, and 97.1% of the high priority comprehensive assessments conducted in a hospital setting were completed within 5 days. So therefore, 2.9% of them weren't completed in 5 days. And yet you've told me that the entire 54,101 assessments were completed on an average of 1 day. I'm just keen to understand, is that just the weirdest anomaly ever in the whole world? Because it just seems...
Just said, perhaps you misspoke on average. You said median, so 50% above 1 day, 50% below.
So you're still telling me that despite what you've written in your report here about 105 of 54,000 were done 97.1% within 5 days, and yet you're telling me that the median for this assessment is 1 day.
Senator, I might just step through the 54,000 to explain how we get to that median of 1 day. So 105 were high priority. The statistic I have is that they were all done within 1 day. I suspect the reference in the annual report is back to the target of within the 5-day target. So the actual result was well within the 5 days. It was within 1 day.
Yes.
And then of the medium priority in hospital assessments, 48,465 of those were done within a median of 1 day. And then of the low priority assessments, 5,531, the median was 3 days. But because the bulk of those 54,000, the 48,000 were all done within the median of 1 day, the weighted average median across the 54,000 is 1 day.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised you put something so negative in your annual report.
I think you might also notice in our annual report we also flagged that we are looking at making our KPIs more meaningful.
That's not very meaningful.
This is a very good example of that.
It reflects very badly on you when clearly it shouldn't be.
The hospital assessments are done in a very timely fashion.
Okay. Well, that was very interesting. Can I just ask you about a document called The Revised Approach to In-Home Care Services Home Care Packages Supplementary Impact Analysis made 2024? Sly, you look like you're very excited about talking about this.
Yes, Senator, I may need to take questions on notice in relation to that document.
Okay, there are a number of things that are very interesting in terms of the statistics that are contained within this report. Not the least of which is that it clearly shows quite a substantial increase in the wait times, etc. But the thing that attracted my attention more than anything else was on the page that under reduced national priority system to 6 months or less by the 30th of June 2025. It refers to the projected impact of the 24,100 home care packages to be allocated over this financial year. That the target of that was to reduce the MPS wait time to 6 months across all home care package levels by the 30th of June 2025. And then you've got a little table that shows that the average wait time as we speak at the moment is actually 5 months. So the $512.8 million and the 24,100 home care packages, the target's actually to see an increase in the wait time on the MPS.
So, Senator, the 5 months is the average that we are sitting at the moment in relation to all levels and all priorities.
Yes.
Yes. The forecast of 6 months was done, I think, probably in March last year, and since that time we've seen a range of changes across the system. And so, if you look at medium priority packages, you'll see that the average wait time is around 9 months. And
no, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just interested in was it known at the time, well clearly it was, it's written here, that the release of 24,100 packages at a cost of $500 million was actually going to see a worsening of the wait times over that period of time?
No, that wasn't our anticipation.
Well, that's quite clearly what's written in this document.
I will need to have a look at the document, Senator.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm happy to table it, but it's your document, because it is very clear from this document that it was known at the time that this money was committed and these packages were allocated for this year, that they were going to be insufficient, not only just to keep the wait time on average as it was actually known that it was so insufficient that we would see a worsening of the average wait time. It's quite clearly written in this document.
I'll need to take that on notice, Senator, just to confirm.
Okey-doke. Just quickly, on question on notice 24001662, which was questions last estimates in relation to the previous decision of the government to include criminal penalties in the Aged Care Act. And Senator McCarthy, who was in the chair at the time, took it on notice about the consultation that had occurred that had resulted in the government's decision to include criminal penalties. And I just wanted to just prosecute your answer slightly. So the response I got back from where the feedback had come from, the answer was feedback was received during public consultations on the foundations of the new Aged Care Act and the exposure draft bill for the new Act. And then the response says the summary report, and then you have put here a website which you click on and it just goes to your main website. And then when you actually feed in the words criminal penalties, it is mentioned once in the entire website. So you also then suggest to me that I have a look at the consultations, and then you give me 267 consultation papers for me to go through to find out where your supposed consultations had come from that drew the government to the conclusion that criminal penalties were something that were sufficiently desired to be included in the Act. So could I perhaps ask you if you could take it on notice again and come back to me and actually show me where the consultations pointed to a overwhelming desire through those consultations for criminal penalties. Because as I said, one mention of it if you search the 91 pages of the original website, and 267 submissions you thought I was going to trawl through to find it.
I think, Senator, it might be a reference to the consultation paper that was done in 2023. We can provide an updated link to that for you.
Well, what I'd just like to know is you made the comment during the last estimates that the government had heard through consultations. The feedback was that there was a view that we should override the recommendation of the Royal Commission and introduce criminal penalties as part of the new Act. And you really have provided me with something that gives me no capacity to either find whether that's the case or not, or actually to make your case as to why that determination was recommended to the government.
Link, but if there's anything further you want to respond beyond that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think I'm happy to say that's the end of outcome 3.
I have one more follow-up, very, very fast one, if that's okay, Chair.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Senator Rennick's been here for a very long time, but sure, Senator Kovacic.
It was just in relation to the question around being in hospital and the assessments happening quite quickly in the hospital. Does that, have you got any evidence or even anecdotally heard about stories and about people going to hospital in order to get the assessment, given they may be taking many, many weeks or many, many months outside of hospital and they're taking a few days in hospital?
Senator Pocock has raised that concern with the committee previous hearings.
Yeah, he's mentioned it in the ACT, yes. I just wonder if it's more broadly, yeah.
I'm not sure that it is, Senator, but...
Not to my knowledge, that's the only time that I've heard that issue raised.
Okay, so you don't have any data or information on that at all?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
You coming back, Senator Ruston, or is that... No? Is everyone done on aged care? Would you like a 20-minute block in? Thank you, officials from aged care.
I had a lot of questions. I've got to give them up. I've had to give them up.
We'll now be welcoming officials from the Australian Sports Commission and outcome 4, sport and physical activity.